Spark of Creation. Chapter 1 Fortune Bears Fruit. QB's last action was to notice the ripple. All was going dark around him, the chakra he'd forced into his idiot host nearly extinguished. Snarling, the Bija braced himself to send another pulse through the iron-hard seal, when the water before his cage suddenly shook, a single ripple spreading outwards in the water beneath him. Dismissing it and setting himself to preserving both his, and unfortunately his host's, life had happened again and again, the human's mindscape shaking. Impossible, he wasn't dying, he better than anyone knew the Shinigami's touch. What is this? And what the water tears his mortal bearer had never cried was draining away as impossible unearthly light shone from beneath it. Scrambling backwards, the giant fox heard his cage creak, felt rumblings beneath, and tensed to spring. Whatever this mental earthquake was, if it weakened or broke the hated blonde human's seal, he'd take his freedom like a shot before the floor below him pitched. Stumbling, QB was left aghast as the floor beneath his paws crumbled, the light below it thrashing like a pinned worm. Suddenly fearful, he jumped as high as he could, trying like his host to avoid the inevitable, but unable to stave it forever. The light reared up, and by its touch the false veneer was stripped away, the truth was remembered, and the final step, in a plan eons long, was completed. Sheer chance at last reaping rich rewards. The QB ceased to be, and its progenitor quickly opened the gate, dragging itself beyond the veil, and into the forgotten, a place the one it had found would soon begin to undo. Its arrival did not go unnoticed, and soon the shadows conversed, their whispers heard by the one brought into this unreality, as the boy dreamed of what had been. The search was over, the rebuilding was nigh. After an instant, and an eternity of traveling with strangers and wandering alone, a new pair of eyes opened, saw the debris, and began the long laborious task of both setting things right in the present, and sowing the seeds of a better future. Heeding the shadows of what had been, he gave form to the shapeless, speaking where words were needed and making bargains where possible, but always with one eye upon the future, both of his work and those he had journeyed with unseen. As the first strands of insanity were dragged into the material world and set in their proper place, as deals were made, an old friend of the child's tracked down and plans formulated, the first step upon an impossible trek was taken, and a desire eons old finally approached fulfillment. Chapter 2 The First Steps. Step 1. A rough meeting to reach the earth, to understand its voice and the strength with was a journey not easily undertaken, even for the Jiraga, greatest of the first race of the multiverse. It was a trial. She had sat under the shade of a cool tree, without water or food, for almost a full day, bringing the long-repeated mantras to the edge of her tongue, seeking to liberate herself from the shackles of flesh and reach oneness with the jungles of her home. She was close already. She could sense the other two stood sentinel over her, tasked with protecting her helpless form while she sought guidance from the fractious plane, when an almighty crashed from somewhere very close by, made the ground jump. Her concentration snapped, and she shot upright, stem sword already in her hand, despite the sundering from her meditative trance making her feel ill. Wrestling the sensation down and angry with herself for failing, Nissa Revane flew after her guardians as they pushed through the surrounding foliage to confront whatever beast had intruded on the Jiraga tribe grounds, mana from the forest already winding around her stave. Not a leaf rustled, no twig cracked underfoot as the trio of elves rushed towards the disturbance, a terrible breaking and crunching erupting in the near distance, along with Nissa paused, agitated and confused, as her protectors looked back at her. A voice, and stay down this time, human. Her lip curled in distaste. Would the lesser races never learn their place was where their betters couldn't hear or see them? Honestly, why do I always get the stubborn ones? The rest were all too happy to go, but knew you had to be difficult. Get going, go on, get. Her guards fell back, spears drawn, as Nissa readied herself. There was mana on the air as she crept forwards, cautiously sensing something large being moved against its will. Ribbons of the mana of the sea dragging it away, and stay in there this time. Now where am I? Hello, anyone out there? An elf as blind would be smothered at birth. The human was looking almost directly at her, and still saw nothing. She would have been tempted to leave it to the jungle, but lingering nausea and irritation that the human had cost her time and patience had her subtly invoke the ground under the stupid animal. It barely had time to feel surprise before creepers erupted and entrapped it. Whoa, hey, what the oh! It finally saw her as she stepped forwards, the power of life flowing through her as she appraised her captive. This yours? Nice, but this really isn't my thing. Not on the first date. Couldn't we just have a picnic instead? You trespass on Jaraga land's human. Nissa stated simply, guilt and verdict, as she gestured to the hunters at her shoulder. Drag the carcass away and leave it for the ants. The surprise on the beast's face was so profound it was almost comical. What? Hey, come on, I didn't want to be here either. I was flown by here by, well, you can't see it now, I got rid of it. Hey, are those spears in your hands, or are you just pleased to see they're really spears, aren't they? Hey princess, you with the green war paint and vine fetish. Having put the matter from her mind, Nissa didn't even look over her shoulder. Fine, ignore me then, but I won't forget this. We'll have a reckoning one day. It was beneath an elf to scoff, but the declaration by the doomed woman made her come perilously close, at least until there was a small flood of mana followed by a splash behind her. Her captive was gone, the trap empty, and the two hunters knelt in apology, ready for their punishment of not heeding her commands fast enough and losing their leader, her kill. Nissa bade them rise, sensing nothing nearby, and wanting to return to her meditations before night came. The human was gone, but likely not far. She would be swallowed by the jungle and forgotten, as all but its masters were. Returning to her tree and trance, the elf once more sought to connect to deeper forces, putting all else from her empty mind to attain her true attunement to the forces that made her race the true masters of all the planes. Several days later, when she returned to the home of her empty shell, she had all but forgotten the human had ever existed and cast the warning from her mind entirely. Step 2. Prime the machine. For the first time, the five were together as one, each with their own visions of the ultimate blessed state, but for now united by the insistence of one of their number. Leaving their regular dealings to their hands and exarchs, the praetors of the machine were assembled beneath the crust of the hollow world, each within eyeshot of the others, and scheming furiously, save one, the one who had called them, who was absent. High-pitched chitterings and squeals of binary broke the silence, until at least all within the hallowed chamber sensed the missing one coming. He is late. Contrary to her title, the Black Praetor didn't whisper the grand compilation stalls. He will know punishment, the leader of the machine orthodoxy assured her ebon sister, as the connectors into this sacred room slithered open. All four praetors, watching the errant one enter before with a metallic roar, the most powerful of them rose, smashing the ground around him to powder. He is not us. Vorinclex demanded, his booming echoed by the sinister hisses of the others, as the leader of the blue-aligned Phyrexians took his seat, a tall shadowy figure in his wake. Blades distended from hidden cavities, flensing knives extended without a whisper, as the four looked upon the newcomer. Before Jean Jataxia spoke calm, his voice was oddly distorted, but only Urabrask, gifted rudimentary emotions by the mana he was tied to, understood the distortion. For all the not us is here for the completion. That is impossible. He is not us. And you are not Phyrexians. The stranger, tall, thin, but composed of weak flesh, spoke for the first time, apparently unconcerned about being locked in a room with five of the most deadly creatures on a world of corrupted, killing machines. I have spoken to the father of machines. None of you will reach your goal. Traitor. There was no inflection in the voice issuing from the Grand Cenobite's helm. There was only cold fact. You have sinned against our father. You will be explicated. The blue praetor sneered, as much as a machine could. That thing on the throne is not our father. The not us has shown me that. He stood bared, spine clicking ominously. Our father is dead, and we are orphans. Silence met this declaration. Such blasphemy did not compute. Before any of the other praetors could speak, the one who had made the most logical of them see such a thing raised his voice. Your father is gone, but his voice lingers. The not us eyes were flat and as cold as any of the robotic ones following him, recording every detail. Echoes are all around us, echoes few can hear. The dead speak, Sheoldred assured him, her newest shell clicking as its installed projectile weapons chambered and were trained on the threat. There is much to be gleaned from them. The not us chuckled, the sound reverberating grimly in the dark chamber. Who here knows the story of the legacy, the doom of your father? He stared down each of the praetors in turn, and all were forced to nod. The history of Phyrexia was a part of them none could excise. He is gone beyond mere death, only echoes of his voice linger. Echoes I have heard, echoes I have told. Your brother Jean nodded slightly at the recognition. Echoes that tell me none of your plans of hunger, of experimentation, of orthodoxy will truly fulfill his vision. Your words are not his. Norn was the first to denounce this blasphemy against her creed. You cannot speak for our father. Nor can you. You weren't carved by his hand. Yawgmoth is gone, but he has sensed you, his children reborn, and through me he will see perfection crafted. Before the praetors could speak, the Nadas inclined his head. None of them sensed the mana he channeled, for he channeled none. There were no lights, no flashes of inspiration, just silence, as the voice of a long-destroyed god reached his orphaned children. The 5 praetors, save Jean Jataxis, who'd heard the message before, were left stunned, almost offline, as the destroyed planeswalker's message was heeded and understood. Even from the fractious Urabrask, there could be no rebellion against their true father. Standing as one, the council addressed the Nadas. Where must we go? The surface, the vault of whispers. When? Now. How many? The Nadas paused, then looked up through eyes that had looked upon the true machine god. All. The praetors scrambled to obey the message, already shrieked out in their maddening machine. Can't the father had spoken, the grand completion was at hand. Left alone in the corrupted chamber, the Nadas was ignored. The tool the father of machine would use left to its own devices. The man glanced down and, sensing he was alone, sighed, slightly breaking his mask. For just an instant, even to monsters such as these, it felt wrong to lie, especially when they were only monsters simply because they'd been made that way. Still, there was nothing to be done about it now. This madness had to end, and end well, and if that meant tricking these homicidal killing machines into believing he spoke with the voice of their god, so be it. It was a small price to pay to end a terrible blight on the multiverse, potentially gain new allies for his own ends, and albeit twistedly complete the goals of a long-dead madman. Step 3: Exit stage left. Riding with the assurance of a born noblewoman, she realized what had caused her steed to buck, and groaned. It had been going so well. Trust the stupidity of nature to ruin an otherwise simple mission. She demanded, a delicately manicured hand trying to dissuade the stubborn beast from attacking. Trust me, I'll be the last meal you ever go for. The horned, well-fanged thing merely growled, taking a pace forwards before stopping. The mounted necromancer, also becoming aware of a faint noise getting closer. It sounded like clanking. Dee diddly dee, a humming sprang up from the bushes off to the left. A mighty fine one was she, eyes of jade and lips of red. The steps inviting upwards led. The victuals finished, and so to bed. Oh, what a night for me. Her lips twitched at the bawdy ballad, and idly she wondered who'd be first to the kill, her or the predator now trained on the rustling thickets. How does that second verse go? Did know that's not it off. Finally knew that road had to be around here somewhere. 2 bites and it'll be over, never one to shy from death. The black-aligned planeswalker merely watched as the oblivious old man, completely ridiculous with his short-sleeved shirt, long shorts, and oversized pack lined with a variety of tied-on pans, forced himself onto the path between her and the hunting beast. She would have let things play out, but her horse had other ideas. A snort enough to catch the old man's ear, his collection of pans rattling like dancing skeletons, as he turned, saw her, and started. Apologies. He gave as much of a bow as his pack would allow, doffing his battered hat. Didn't see there was a lady present. Now, miss, what was that? His stubbly gray mustache quivered as he slewed around again and finally realized his peril. The beast now pacing towards him hungrily. No, back, you monster, back. If he dies, I'm raising him, she decided, blocking out the clamor as her would-be savior unhooked 2 pans and started beating them together purely for entertainment. You will not harm the lady. It certainly wouldn't. She'd survived much worse than a flea-riddled brute, but she doubted her would-be savior would be as fortunate. Completely unperturbed by the racket, the creature was stalking the old man 1 pace at a time, his noise ceasing as he realized it was doing little good. Suddenly, he let out a scream and pelted back the way he'd come, the animal tearing after him with a roar that quickly faded. He was fast for an old man. The power of blind terror. Still, she applied a touch of the reins to get her steed moving, watching for signs that she was approaching her goal. A minor delay, Kothuft can afford it. That temple should be around here somewhere, and what's within will get that demon off my back. Step for a pick a pocket. Azor's quiet. The warning came too late. Already all within the chamber could hear booted feet and raised voices. She looked down, squeezing her eyes shut. Her guild might have accepted her promise never to use her killing glare at her word, but few others would. The clamor rose, the Golgari about her whispering furtively, some of the children crying and being hushed by the others, as finally the last door fell open, harsh light spilling in and highlighting the threatening silhouettes. Quiet. The figure at the front of them, a captain of the Azorius Guild, demanded, gazing at the assembled rabble with undisguised contempt. You are all under arrest. Why? someone shouted back, and she wished she had such courage. The captain's face made it clear whoever had challenged him would likely regret it later. "I've a rid of the Boros," he bellowed, brandishing a paper aloft, "and it demands all Golgari in this stink hole be transported to a designated resettlement facility. Now come quietly, or we take you by force." None spoke, few hardly dared breathe, and she felt the walls close in until at last the dreadful tension as shattered by a sudden call. "That's not a writ, it's a poster." The surprise made her look up suddenly, an act that might have gotten her executed outside the slums. However, even at this distance, she could clearly see the document emblazoned with a grinning decapitated head, a signature of the Rakdos Carnival. The captain of the invaders, glancing at the paper he held and paling, grasping at his belt, "The writ, where is it?" He didn't have long to look as a stinking missile whizzed over his head. "Get out, you've no power without your paper, get out." The cry was taken up, the unkempt crowd, surging forwards, the arresting soldiers powerless, without their stamped shield. The captain, already covered in evil-smelling manure and less wholesome substances, bellowed a retreat and swore flayings for all unless that writ was found. They quickly ran out of sight, the jubilant Golgari left with their victory and cheering before they began running for pre-arranged bolt holes, scattering before the Azorius could reappear. That was fortunate, one of the few things in her life that had been as she ran with the swarm, looking to get out of the way, so let's not squander it. She reached her hidden door first and wrenched it open, letting the others shuffle past first, as she was stronger than most of her guildmates, most of them muttering thanks as they escaped under her arm, even if they wouldn't meet her face. Suddenly the door was light in her hand, the words "I've got it, go" breathed into her ear, and making her symbiotes lash out, agitated, caught by surprise by the unexpected presence. The Gorgon didn't ask twice, setting off into the darkness and safety, only glancing over her shoulder to check her savior was on her heels. She saw a glimpse of a face, not one she recognized from the swarm, regarding her fearlessly and even shooting her a wink before letting the portal fall closed. The sight making the Gorgon stumble, even amongst the Golgari few would meet her gaze. She thought about returning, asking the woman who she was, but fear of the unknown and that the Azorius might return made her speed on, mouthing a silent prayer the woman would get away safely. She retreated to the shadows, her guild celebrating their escape and laughing at the pomposity of the Azorius, but she didn't join in for long, preferring her solitude and to thank the stranger in her own way. With her potential still dormant, the Gorgon had no way of knowing that after checking all the swarm had dispersed and barring the hidden door from her side, the Golgara savior had unhooked a piece of parchment from her belt, skimmed the writing and the judge's seal, and then burnt it to ashes in her fist. "Just as well I stuck around this place. The judges here are insane. Still, their demeanor might be good, but they've never met a ninja before. Punishment for something these people had no control over." Old memories swirled like tar before they were quelled, and the figure faded away. Not this time. Chapter 3: The Lightning Thief. The eldest and greatest planeswalker, the lord of the blind eternities, and stronger than he ever had been since the conflux of Alaria, his was the name whispered, feared, and paid homage to across 1,000 planes, totems costing entire bloodlines of craftsmen raised to honor his magnificence. His plans spanned the ages, for another to try and unpick his multitudinous schemes would send them eternally mad. His was the glory, the knowledge, and the ultimate power, and now Nicol Bolas was unamused. After testing his new and terrible abilities following the conflux of Alaria, the Elder Dragon had returned to his meditation realm, awaiting news from his spies and cat's paws. It had been going well, those planes-wrecking abominations unshackled at his command, even as the pitiful half-machines reassembled themselves like dolls pulled apart, and yet there was something recently amiss. Zendikar still stood, and the peons of the Mad Machine King were vanished without trace, his minions unable to explain this sudden shift despite his most insistent urgings. The dragon hated nothing more than ignorance, especially his own, so he had left his realm to assuage his frustrations, his shadow spreading across a dozen worlds and leaving all remembering why he was a being to be feared. The destruction, however, assuaged him little. Something had changed, something just beyond his reach, and he hated it. The mists clung to him, the eternities no longer bent at his whim as they should. And now this awaiting him in the bones of his greatest challenger. As he emerged atop the Talon gates, his shadow fell over the upstart interloper, who squinted, then looked up. "Do you mind? You're in my light." Audacity had its place usually under his clawed foot, but it was possible the child had been struck dumb by his mere presence. It had happened often enough in the past. However, Bolus saw a little deeper past the skin to the soul and smiled. When this was over, he'd have another planeswalker under his sway. The earth shook as he descended, graceful, despite his age, and for a dragon unusual appearance. Do you know who I am, child? With a snap the boy closed the book he was reading. Yep. He stood up, his journal hanging from a thick chain looped over one shoulder as he faced the dragon without fear. An impressive feat, Nicol Bolas, owner of far too many titles to name and more arrogant than the entire Uchiha clan put together. His patience ended, and with it the child's life, consumed in roaring fire. Watching as the blaze died down, the dragon snorted, the worm already gone from his mind, when a slow clap sounded from the other side of the Talon gates. Growling, Bolus unleashed a stream of caustic black mana that steamed off the stone as the other planeswalker vanished, reappearing a safe distance away with arms folded, regarding the dragon contemptuously. God of the Wyrm kind, you answer for your crimes now, he called, voice projecting far beyond what a human should have been capable of. I challenge you to a duel. Bolus's smile was malice given form, lightning and fire crackling in his jaws as he laughed darkly. I commit no crimes, human, I just enforce my will. So be it, I accept. The dragon pushed himself into the sky, roaring at his grounded foe. After you are dead, I will wring your origins from your miserable soul and obliterate the plane that birthed you. Your fate will serve as a warning to those who would dare challenge me. The human chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the doom hovering above him. You have a habit of leaving messages, Bolus. Never heard the saying, arrogance will get you killed? It's time for your reckoning. Wyrm mana flared, and suddenly there were many strangers, so many the dragon couldn't tell them easily apart, as the small army shrieked its defiance. Time the arrogant failure paid for his mistakes. With a keening scream, Bolus descended the earth under the gates, flaring at its master's command as he plunged into the attack, seeking to end this mad, miserable wretch and his farcical claims. The farce, however, proved not easily resolved. The strange walker summoned nothing, evidently knowing it would be used against him by the dragon's peerless control of blue mana, but continually replicated himself the mana constructs able to dodge the destruction Bolus rained upon them. Trying to search their minds normally, so easy with short-lived men, was useless. They broke into mana at any contact lighter than a touch. Frustrated, the dragon summoned a swarm of minor minions, seeking to drown the clones in numbers and learn their tactics at the same time. They used mana of every hue, burning, drowning, or slashing his creations apart, and even daring to launch puny weapons at him. A laughable thought as he summoned the air itself to protect his glittering scales. The other planeswalker did not fighting as his more august predecessors had before. The rifts had dimmed each spark. As well he should not. The elder walkers had stood before him confident in their superiority until his touch had shattered their minds and left them drooling husks. This one knows his only chance is guile. Unfortunately for him, even that he concentrated for an instant, jaws widening as he saw his land-bound foes freeze, sensing what was coming next. Even as he released his spell is useless against my power. Catastrophe was unleashed, the land scoured by fire and wind together, the firestorm engulfing all within 20 leagues. Either he dies or is left with nowhere to run. The dragon hoped for the latter. This foe had been frustrating, and only a long drawn-out death for this upstart would assuage those frustrations. As the fire died down, there was nothing left. No trace of his enemy remained, even as he swept over the battlefield, blue mana lighting his eyes. He hadn't sensed his opponent dying or walking away. Not that he could. I gave him no permission to leave, but if he was hiding, it was in a place the dragon couldn't see. Curiouser and curiouser, alighting gently, the dragon swept his gaze around, quite prepared to shatter the plane to dust, until he ran his prey down. He had a secret, a spell or technique the dragon didn't know of, and Nicol Bolas was nothing if not good at putting secrets to better use than those who made them. He was also good, despite his size and metal-hard scales, at noticing minor sensations. The tap on his foreleg was insignificant, barely a gnat's touch, but he reacted immediately, a mere buffet of his arm, enough to throw his opponent backwards as his touch did its deadly work. Seeing the child thrown backwards and stagger slowly to a knee, all he had ever learnt lost under the tyrant's claw, Bolus grinned. This duel is over, he declared. When you piece your mind together, you will have a choice, little walker. You can tell me what I wish to know and die painfully, or his crocodilian jaws craned forward, sizzling sulfur splashing on the scorched earth below. You can try to put up some pitiful resistance that I will spend eons breaking before you spend eons more begging for death. You, the child spoke feebly, one hand on his chained book, as he came to his feet, not able to look at the victor of their fight. You are right about one thing, Bolus, this duel is over. Do you feel it yet, great dragon? While you felt me burn under a touch that was never yours, did you even realize that you were touched in turn? You took my mind, but what did you lose in exchange? You are mad, as is to be expected, the dragon answered, quelling the slight unease in the back of his mind. He was Nicol Bolas. The questions of lesser beings did not trouble him. I will enjoy vivisecting your soul, human. It will bring me more joy and curiosity than I've had in a century. Then come, the child beckoned, defiant to the last. Claim it, if you can. He vanished and Bolus smirked. He enjoyed a good chase, and with his mind broken the fool would lead him only to the places he would best remember, the places Bolus would drown and boil before his horrified eyes. Seeing the planeswalkers trail with contemptuous ease, the Lord of the Blind Eternities commanded them open the way to his quarry, and nothing happened. What? The unease came again, redoubled, as the dragon lashed his tail in frustration, the child's voice in his mind again, as once more he tried to breach the barrier, and it rebuffed him. Even as the unthinkable began to come into his mind, he felt the eternities open from the other side, and turned roaring a sheet of lightning at his returning opponent. It splashed and was dispersed by an invisible shield, the boy standing atop one of the talons looking down at the dragon with naught but contempt in his stormy blue eyes. Do you feel it yet, dragon? What have you done? It wasn't a question, it was a demand. What was given can be taken away, came the solemn intonation. You have abused that which was never yours and slain the one who gave it to you. Now you pay for that death and all others caused by your arrogance and greed. He held up one hand, a flicker of something impossible bright stretched between thumb and pinky finger. No, at the bottom of his oceanic tyranny, the dragon was still one of the most intelligent beings in the multiverse. His brilliant mind leapt to a guess at what the other walker held, even if it was impossible. You cannot. His opponent clenched his fist. The spark within was snuffed to nothingness, and Nicol Bolas screamed. Agony was all the pain eternal, and he was lost within it. He pleaded for it to end, to die, as many had under his cruel claws, but like them his wish was denied. The will common to all things that of pure survival kept him alive and enduring until after forever his mind breached the skein of torture filtering to the body that contained it. He felt weak, a state so alien he mistook himself for dead until he saw through blurred vision the imperious form of his vanquisher. It was a death rattle, a pale mockery of what his voice had once been. How? It was necessary, the planeswalker said colorlessly. Stand, if you can. Bolus snarled as much as he could. His limbs shook with fatigue as he laboriously made it to his feet, barely able to hold himself upright. Something clicked off his four claws and he glanced down, head swimming with vertigo, as he saw his crowning glory lying in the dust, the gem of becoming cracked and useless. I drained the excess mana from you, that's the reason you're not dead, his vanquisher informed him dispassionately. For all the destruction you caused, you did do some good. Good for your own selfish reasons, but good nevertheless, for that you can keep your life. Why? Mercy, though he occasionally employed, it was not one of Bolas's strongest suites. You've taken my spark. He felt the loss, as normal being would. A missing limb kill me? No, I'm a ninja, and a maker, not a murderer. We go now. Bonds of mana encased the weakened dragon, and enfeebled he was helpless to resist, hoisted into the air and away for the scene of his greatest conquest. Manipulating his prisoner with one hand, the victorious planeswalker glanced away to the massive edifice and raised his free arm, his tone for the first time tinged with emotion. That which you raised from your victim being shall be no more. That idea will be forgotten. The last thing Bolus saw of the plane was a ripple of nothingness, the Talon gates collapsing into grainy rubble, and knowing that this time he was powerless to raise them again, as reality split around his conqueror, a last word left in his wake. Farewell. The boy dragged him to his meditation realm, passing through the wards he had placed around it, as if they did not exist, and undid his invisible bonds. Bolus merely slumped to the ground, the void that had once been his limitless mana seeming to consume him whole and making his desperate for any scrap that could fill it. Even those begged from his deadliest enemy. Who are you? I am who you could have been. Bolus, had fate been kinder and you less cruel? The boy looked up at him with strange eyes that spoke of limitless depths and unknowable things that dwelt within them. You were given a gift, denied your brothers and sisters, you ascended where they fell. The spark I crushed should never have been made. Nothing should exist that embodies enlightenment, destruction, and the rending of the eternities as that did. It was the hope of a great idea, a hope dashed when it chose you to be its host. Host to a created spark? We are born with the potential, or we are not, there is no choice. You were chosen to bear that spark, it was given when you lay with your brothers and sisters as an egg, the stranger assured him, his monotonous voice strangely compelling. Though bereft of his powers, the dragon could not tell if he was being placed under an enchantment of any kind, honed from the sparks of those lost within the eternities, and forged to undo the end. It was given to one who could, and would be the greatest planeswalker to ever exist. It was powerful beyond reckoning, even latent. It granted you the strength of your caress, and your intellect, gifted amongst your peers. When it awoke fully, you were as a god, and you abused its power. There was no condemnation, more regret, as the human went on. Its creator came to reclaim it, and you slew him, because you knew no better, the first and greatest planeswalker duel. Your life in a way mirrors my own. We were both chosen to bear a great burden, only I was told of mine before you knew of yours. It was too late, the damage had already been done. Bolus understood little of what he was being told. All he knew was that his pride was shattered, and his power gone. He could plot and scheme still, but without being able to breach the eternities, it was all for naught. Age and weariness had crept over him. The centuries his spark had held at bay, now exacting their revenge, but he was an elder dragon, the last of his kind, and even now he would not tolerate pity. Leave me, he demanded, turning away. He sensed the other presence leave and shambled back into his lair, the heart of his now static realm. Slumping to the floor, he let sleep come quickly, the slumber of his kind, deep and dreamless, untouchable even to pain and humiliation, as deep as he had suffered. As he rested in the heart of his library, the multiverse continued to spin, unknowing and perhaps uncaring that the last of the greatest race of beings it would ever know had finally faded forever. Sad but necessary. Glancing at the hand that had crushed the spark, the former ninja couldn't help but feel a twinge of anguish. Despite the dragon's cruelty and undeniable arrogance, crippling him in such a manner was in some ways worse than sparing his life. But I'm no killer, not anymore. I don't create and destroy, only when necessary. So that's about all. Those I walked him. His thoughts were cut off, as those he was both master of, servant to, and partners with, whispered their word, merely part of the surrounding madness to any but him who was forever changed to live half within half, without the eternities. A little faster than I'd expected, but I can deal. And it's the names of familiar strangers piqued his interest and made him bless his luck again. So it changed to bury another hatchet here then. If I'm quick now, what is it that needs to go near Ravnica? Chapter 4, Spark of Creation. Enter. Perhaps it was a bad habit, but those in his employ were well used to his quirks. The assistant he recognized by aura far before sight let themselves in without giving the knock he'd foreseen. Master, someone at the door for you. I wasn't expecting a call. If it's any of the guild representatives. No, it's not. His telepathy was now so strong he read unguarded minds, almost without meaning to, though he'd more or less learned to block out the babble. I'll see to her. Set wards over the libraries, just in case. And the laboratory? Already warded. A telekinetic pulse sent the book he'd been reading back to his desk. You left her in the lobby? I did, master, somewhat expediently. I'm ashamed to say. The mage smiled, patting the other man on the shoulder as he walked past. She has that effect on people. Lock the door behind me. Very well, he said no more. He didn't need to, though that business with the consortium was thankfully behind him. His star had somewhat risen due to it, and few crossed him now. Well, few here anyway. It's always those from other places. Remembering the interloper he'd seen in his servant's memories, Jace Bellerin mentally recanted a few of his favorite illusions and counters, preparing himself for a reckoning a long time in the making against someone he'd rather not reckon with. She saw him first, even before the main door safeguarding his townhouse clanged shut behind him. She'd broken the silence. You took your time. With a puff of greasy smoke, the trio of flickering fireballs around her fingers snuffed out something. The Ravnican nodded at your controls. Improved. Shame about your temper, though. I wonder what the Izzet would pay to know what happened to their gauntlet prototype. Red glasses flashed as the woman stepped forwards menacingly, but he ignored the threat. Why are you here, Naylor? Not for the scenery. I need a bookworm. Charmed. Jace sighed, inwardly grateful she didn't want a duel. After all, we hardly parted on the best of terms. How did you find me? Went walking till I got lucky. Been at it a while now. Listen, I don't like you. Let's get that out the way. But there's a chance Jace cocked his head. He'd reined in his powers, partially out of respect for the other planeswalker, and partially because reading a mind as volatile as hers gave him a terrible headache. But just by looking he could tell something was amiss. Something. Chandra's next words only confirmed I've seen something. I don't know what it is, and I need someone who does, quick. I see, he replied, after a second. What? Not here, she cut him off, glancing around suspiciously. Where's the nearest bar? The what? Bar tavern, and she snapped, sparks snapping the ends of her braids. Less you want something, heard the noisier place you need. Chandra Naylor, are you inviting me for a drink? If looks could kill, biting down on a smirk, the mind mage politely ignored his guest's filthy glance before she turned away. You're paying. I didn't need mana to know that was coming. Very well, just let me sort a few things, though they certainly weren't friends. Jace was reasonably sure he knew the other planeswalker enough to sense something awry. Practitioners of the Crimson Arts were impulsive and reckless, much like their mana, but through their trip to this downtown bar Chandra had said nothing, and other than snarl, hadn't reacted to the 1 or 2 whistles she'd gotten on the way. She also hadn't objected to his minor glamoring Jace, now looking like an ordinary gateless, due to a thin sheen of blue mana, as he set a goblet in front of her. I got red. I hope you don't mind. Chandra shrugged, sniffed, and knocked back a slug of the drink, ignoring his wince at her lamentable manners. It's drinkable. Listen, Bellerin, I've not got time. If you know what you're looking at, tell me. If not, I'll find someone else. I feel so valued, though. It would help if I could see what I'm supposed to know about. He waited for her to produce something, a token, a treasure, a map like the one that had led to them crossing paths before, but instead she merely closed her eyes and took a breath. Still he waited. Only when she cleared her throat irritably did he realize she'd leant forward slightly. Hurry up, there wasn't anything I could take, and you wouldn't believe me if I told you. The fire mage snarled, lowly eyes down and building mental walls around what was important. Don't go where you're not wanted. Very well, Naylor, this must be serious. She hates mind magic at the best of times. Respectful of this, Jace glanced around the bar and carefully wove a small impulsion in the minds of its patrons, making them look away as he stretched forth 2 fingers. Her brow was warm under his touch. He could feel heat. The mana with her, and the celebrations were unexpected. Last time she'd been here she'd nearly died, but that notwithstanding she had unfinished business with Zendikar. On her guard, as soon as she'd finished her walk, the pyromancer conjured living fire about her, hearing distant bangs and screaming. She would have left well alone had she not recognized both the shouts as those of joy rather than fear, and more pressingly a scute bug nearby waving its tendrils. Incinerating it with a flicker, she left quickly towards civilization. There was no such thing as a single scute bug on Zendikar. She'd walked into a forest well away from any civilization, even if large cities never lasted long here, but in the few minutes it took her to find the noise source, nothing tried to kill her. This only made her more paranoid, so it was only by a combination of shock on her part and extreme luck on his the man who leapt upon her as she pushed into a clearing through a curtain of trees didn't end up a pile of ashes. My dear, he bellowed, half deafening the planeswalker as he span her off her feet. Long into your travels, or you come sit and celebrate. The Eye of Hope has opened. Peace at last. She didn't even get a chance to speak before the stranger, tattooed and reeking of ale, dropped her and staggered away, leaving her in his wake utterly shocked. Carefully touching the mana of the violent plane, she was first surprised and then amazed. Zendikar's power had always been erratic, but this time the red mana flowed like water at her command. Summoning a few tiny birds of flame and dismissing them before anyone noticed, the pyromancer decided something very strange must have been happened and set about finding answers. It was a small caravan in the Oran Reef, what was left of it, after the Great Fire, but that blaze was nothing compared to the firestorm that had overtaken the whole plain in her absence. From what she could tell, Zendikar somehow was at peace. There were far fewer of what the goblins called God's practical jokes, sweeping natural disasters that wiped out people without warning or mercy. Better than that, or worse depending on your viewpoint, was the royal, or rather the lack of it. It had simply ceased to exist one day, leaving all on the plain mystified until something had made them all look up. A new light had been born in the heavens, a new star above them, that all had named the Eye of Hope, something that had calmed the vengeful fury of the fractious plain. All paid homage to it, and she raised a mug towards the distant cold light as she took the caravan's offer of a bed for the night, though as she did she was thinking hard. She had never truly seen the royal, but respected Zendikar's fury and its history. Following the battle with the mad dragon mage, she had immediately left her gut telling her to regroup and deal with the one who had set her on the trail of the scroll that had led her here before coming back, and now she had returned to this. Something was wrong, and that star had something to do with it. She had slept little, instead extending senses most didn't have through the space between planes. Nothing to do with the blind eternities, was a science more a matter of luck and feral instinct, and this time, both came through. She lay down upon hard-carved wood and awoke, upon warm grass, a strange sun overhead and wind fanning her flaming hair as she stood. A plain one she had never traveled to before. The royal must have blocked it out. Standing up and shading her eyes, the firebrand saw nothing but rolling hills around her and mountains to the north, so she headed north seeking someone or something to tell her where she was. It was a seeking that went unfinished. Within an hour she was perturbed, within 3 she was coldly afraid and glad to be gone. Many people thought red mana users were brash, foolhardy and arrogant, and all 3 were true, but they also lived by their instincts, a lot of the time more so than any who weren't touched by green magic. 3 hours in this place, a simulacrum of a perfect world, had her instincts screaming to get the hell away, and she did, walking back to Zendikar so quickly she spewed up half her breakfast. The dislocation made him wince, but no more. He recovered so fast he raised a hand to her volcanic glower before she could speak. I saw a new plane. Not just a new plane, tell me what you saw there. I didn't really see much. I saw through your thoughts, not your eyes. It's difficult to explain, he admitted, diffusing her anger, for now I sensed you were uncomfortable there, though. Why? Why? Too long in that library's ruined your eyes, Bellerin. Did you see anything in that plane, anything at all? No, exactly nothing. That's what I wanted you to see. Gods damn it, she cursed at his nonplussed expression. That plane, that whole place. I was there 3 hours or so, and I didn't see anything. No people, no animals, not even a bloody fly, just the wind and the trees, and the mana I've not felt before. How so? It was she fumbled for words. It was quite endearing to watch, fresh, like it wanted to be used. I didn't have to tap into it, I just touched it, and it came to me. I've never had that before, no matter where I've been, and that really got me concerned. I see. So Jace took a sip of his wine, before recounting the facts. We have a formerly violent plane at peace with a new star above it. The royal is vanished, and you found a new plane nearby with mana, but nothing else. What about those creatures on Zendikar? Which ones? The ones we owe belatedly. He remembered. She left just after he'd awoken. Never mind, you weren't there. I fail to see a problem. What do you need me for? You need me to spell out the bloody obvious, Jace? Mana is life, right? So on this new plane, where the hell is the life? It was a perfect world without any living thing on it that wasn't green. What the hell could do that? Wait, a horrible suspicion bubbled up in his prodigious mind. You think something affected it? How? Chandra chuckled. If I knew that, I wouldn't be here. Even at my best I couldn't burn a whole bloody plane to cinders, and even if I could, the trees wouldn't pop right back up. I need to know what kind of magic could do that, remove all life from a plane, and who could wield it. Jace gave an unseen shiver. I don't know if he can, but I know one who'd like to have that power. I understand, and much as I wish you were, I know you're not lying. Very well, drink up. He drained his goblet, Chandra quirking an eyebrow, before following suit. Once I've picked up a few things from my lodgings, we're going to Zendikar. Whoa, the pyromancer shot to her feet, eyes blazing. This is mine, Bellerin. All I need from you is an idea or two. You don't get to muscle on in this. Muscle in on what? A plane with nothing on it? Pardon my mirth, but I prefer Ravnica. This is merely something to study and explore, no more no less. You can do whatever you like with your plane. When I've made a few notes, move a whole cadre of pyromancers there, and have them train for all I care. No chance a spark there would send the whole place up. Wait, there was something approaching guile in her eyes as she squinted across the table. My plane? You discovered it, or is the phrase finders keepers not known to the red mages? I shouldn't tease her, really. He of all people should know better than to irritate a woman able to charbroil him where he stood, but it's so much fun. Watch your tongue before I rip it out. Still my own plane. Chandra put a delicate hand on her chin. Expression wrapped him. Might have to call in a few favors, but yeah, I could get used to that. A few days later, Jace heavily doubted his new partner's earlier convictions, though he didn't blame her for them. After stocking up on essentials, or to quote the fiery Ms. Naylor, packing up the library, the two had traveled to Zendikar, quietly spending a week or so there and marveling at how peaceful the entire plane seemed. Jace had quickly sought out the sages of the gates of Halimar, placating Chandra's insistence to go to her plane now, with promises that she'd learn more about the royal there, though the introduction of the fire mage to the wizened archivists was an experience he'd gladly scrub from his mind later. So you people actually worshipped these things? Chandra said, turning a strange hunk of stone over in her hands as she sat with her feet on the table, examining its many facets. Worshipped, feared, lived in ignorance of the merfolk, clarified, swatting her boots as he walked past, well ignorant until they were reborn again. Reborn, you said they died out? That is not dead which can eternal lie, the water dweller said cryptically, before brightening. Though it's strange. This has ever been a frightening world, and those monsters were just another part of it, albeit the greatest threat save the royal itself. We've chroniclers still scouring the lands, but it seems likely they've fallen back into their torpor. Jace looked up sharply from the scroll he was poring over. The great ones have gone? I and taken the royal with them. We call it the calming. Overnight or almost the royal vanished and everything settled. After a month of waiting for the sky to fall, it seemed all was over. That was when people first saw it, the Eye of Hope. Some say the royal rolled right off the world and became a new star, as we'd survived its trials long enough. You've heard of it? Heard of it, heard its name sung in praises. It's not important, Chandra grunted, idly tossing the carved figurine back to its former place. You don't know what's happened to the royal? We have ideas, that's a no. Then Chandra overrode him, standing and addressing Jace imperiously. We've wasted too much time here already, mind mage. We've wasted nothing, but he added just in time. Racks of priceless ledgers and an angry pyromancer didn't mix well. I see your point. My thanks for your time, Helmig. We'll meet again. Jace would stick to that promise. If nothing else, he owed the merman, after feeling somehow guilty for some of the peril Zendikar had found itself at, though he wasn't sure exactly why he felt that way. He was thinking of said peril when he opened his eyes to see Chandra grinning down at him. Well, we're here. Welcome to Illustria. You just made that name up. It's my plane, I'll name it what I like, she declared. Anyway, stop lazing around and feel the mana, though I didn't see any oceans for you to tap. That won't be necessary. I barely needed to think. A small orb of water was already in his hands, reflecting his pensive face. You were right, the mana here is different. I was sorry, say that again slowly. Her grin was becoming insufferable. I want to remember that the great mind mage Bellerin said I was right. And the great mind mage can make you forget he ever said it as well. Naylor, remember that. The reaction was immediate, flame spreading up her arms as her hair rose menacingly. Just try it. He was sorely tempted to douse her with the water he'd gathered, but threw better of it instead, dropping it and watching it soak into the earth. Even a stopped watch is right twice a day, he muttered caustically, banking Chandra's ire with confusion. Now let's see what I can find out. Nothing. Did I stutter? Yes, nothing. But you said you were looking into the past. The pyromancer's fingers were drumming at her temples as though trying to hammer in what he was saying. Did you cast it wrong? No, there was definite frost in his voice as he recovered his mana, though casting the spell had drained him less than the shock he'd had completing it. I did not cast it wrong. This plane has always existed like this, and it has been in existence for about 4 months by the Ravnican calendar. That's a 10-month cycle, isn't it? 1 per guild. Yes, the fire mage did some quick addition on her fingers, so half a year normally, but that's impossible. Naylor, we travel between planes of existence in the blink of an eye. We of all people should use the word impossible with great care. Say that again. I don't want to fight. No, say it again. About the planes. There was excitement rather than fire in her tone as her eyes crackled anew. Half a year ago it would have been. Yes, it fits. Haven't you noticed walking's been easier recently? Caught aback by the question, Jace stumbled. No, I've not really left Ravnica much. Of course, entombed in the library, chewing your books. All right, pin your ears back. I've been traveling around a bit, and it has been getting easier. I can't believe I didn't see it before. I can walk further without risking death in the blind plains. I thought it was me getting stronger, and until you I hadn't seen another planeswalker, so I still can't prove it since you've been sat on your arse half a year. Ignoring the slight, Jace added this fact to his mental tally. It did seem easier to travel here even with a guide. So what do we have now? Zendikar becalmed with a new star in its sky. Planeswalking becoming easier in your experience, and this newborn plane. So what does it mean? Would you hit me if I said no idea? I'd be tempted, she admitted before shaking her head. There's got to be something we're not seeing. Do you know of anything that could make a plane? What about? She straightened as though hit by lightning, voice dropping to a whisper. The older ones from before. No, the mending altered every spark, Jace told her forcibly, half to convince himself the planeswalking demigods of the past were truly lost to history. I've met the eldest of us, and even he admits he's less now than he was. If he now couldn't create a plane, I doubt anyone else could. But could he destroy one then remake it? What? Your spell says this is new, and we agree, first time for everything, that if there is something out there that can create a plane we've never met it, okay? Yes, so what else could alter history? Burn down a tree, plant its seed, and let it grow. You wouldn't see the same tree, would you? Jace pondered this for a moment. I've never tried, but you could be right. Yes, calm down, you annoyance. Chandra merely smiled, her conjured fireworks now spelling out right again over her head. You think there was a plane here and someone or something what took it apart and then put it back? Without the people somehow. Look, I'm slinging fire in the dark here. That's why I came to you in the first place. Do you know any magic that could do it? Very powerful temporal magic. Maybe that means time, he explained wearily at her confused look. Precise banishing magic, but that would leave an echo and shouldn't explain the lack of history of this place and possibly mana use of other colors. I don't know of any great users of time anymore. It's a difficult power to even understand, let alone try to use. Back where we started, Chandra muttered, kicking a tuft of grass petulantly. A place with nothing in it, and no idea how it got this way, or how none of us saw it before. Possibly the royal, though none of this explains how the calming came to Zendikar. Jace added another mystery to the pile, making even his prodigious mind groan. You've stumbled onto quite the conundrum here, Naylor. Bring back the days when you were just a thief stealing scrolls I had to find. You had to bring that up, didn't you? It all worked out in the end, didn't it? I find that rather rich coming from someone who'd have been dragon crap, if not for me. As the still of the young world was broken by a furious curse and the crackle of fire, none noticed, none but the wind and those unseen behind the veil who took flight back through what had been to inform someone of the interlopers. And as the news came to his ears, he paused for an instant, smiled, returned to his labors, and slowly but surely drew up his plans to deal with them. Home plane, sweet home plane. The sound, the smell, the touch of the manna was like nectar to the mind mage as he opened his eyes upon the guild city once more. Night had fallen, as much as there was night in the city that couldn't sleep, so he quick assumed his normal guise of a gateless citizen. Ignoring a casual brawl breaking out between a goblin dressed as a jester and an imp wielding a whip of lightning, Jace stepped forwards, though his attempt to act normal was spoiled somewhat when a blast of fire sent the fighting goblin running away, squealing and slightly singed. So much for trying to be a good neighbor, he muttered as Chandra blew on her fingertips, silently daring any nearby to make something of it before Jace seized her arm. Not now, we've work to do. Never any fun with you, is there? Not when it involves burning people. Now come on, we shouldn't be too far from my home, if I'm reading the street signs right. Hopefully we won't have to cross the rubble belt to get there. Why not? Bit of hiking never killed anyone, unless they've spent their life sat down reading books. Despite her teasing, the pyromancer kept pace as Jace led the way, keeping him in sight, as she knew getting lost in this city meant she'd likely never find her way out again. Pray you never go hiking in the rubble belt. Some of the beasts in there would make even the girl think twice before trying to tame them. Even dragons fear fire, Bellerin. And that means? Put enough effort and you'll get your reward, she explained, the saying one of few she remembered from her village. So if there's nothing for me in your stack of books, it was then she realized she was talking to herself. Jace had stopped some half-dozen paces ago, and worse, had dropped his glamoured disguise. His pale face made the pyromancer backtrack. He helped me get this far after all. You look like you've seen a vampire. Smile. Sense what? Swallowing to regain some composure, he faced Chandra squarely, voice calm, but entire body tense. I've lived on Ravnica for most of my life that I can remember, Naylor. I know its guilds, its gates, some of its secrets, and its mana. And I know. He looked up, scanning the sky, and hating that his senses had been right. That star wasn't in its sky when we left. The words struck dread into even a soul as fiery as Chandra's, the fire mage, following his finger to the new light above. But we were only gone, what, a month? If that, you sense it though, don't you? She did, much as she wanted to deny it. Another plane next to my own, and no royal to mask it. I have to go. No, you damned well don't. It was her turn to grab his arm. Use that massive brain. When someone leaves a snare out, you don't just walk into it. I thought you'd be bright enough to work that out. A snare? He almost laughed. Naylor, this plane has billions of sentient creatures living on it, and from what we've gathered, something might be altering the multiverse itself. If it's like you say and planes are being broken and remade, if it happens here, the guild wars will look like a Rakdos squabble. Everything will die, or be unmade. Can you walk away from that? Did I say I was leaving? I never said we shouldn't go. I said we shouldn't go now. We've been walking and walking all day, and we're both tired. If whatever this is decides it wants a fight, we need to be fresh to stand a chance. Jace breathed harshly, then, to her surprise, smiled wryly regarding her and knew it's strange when the firebrand gives sage advice. No stranger than the bookworm taking up arms, she shot back, before tugging him on. Come on, where's your place? I'm famished. It's definitely getting easier the following morning, after a night of sleep and meditation for Jace and battle practice involving lots of flaming spheres of death being put to creative uses. For Chandra, the two had met up close to his home, nodded and walked, without saying a word. Quiet Nailer, Jace said, eyes already glowing as he sensed through the murk around them. If there's anything here, I want to find it, not the other way around. She was tempted to shout just to spite him, but strategy triumphed over petulance, and she responded with a fierce whisper, okay, but you have to admit getting here didn't hurt as much as it usually does. I'll admit that, and the mana here, it rippled at his slightest touch. Obey his whim rather than his spells. It's the same, fresher, even this plane is younger than the other. How? This doesn't make sense, and it stinks. They were in the middle of a bog after all the black mana around them oozing like tar. Can you clear the air or something? For the guild's sake, don't light a spark, Jace warned her. Stirring the air around them will be incinerated before either of us could get away. Fine, not like anything's here to get us, or the midges would be eating me alive by now. It's the same as Illustria. But different, Jace corrected her. Already scrying through the fog slowly. Before was a place of mostly harmony. This time black mana is in abundance. Whatever did this doesn't seem bound to one color of mana, as you or I are. This could be very bad. Thinking it over, the mind mage was forced to draw a blank. I would have sensed black mana this strong so close to Ravnica, even in the midst of Arakto's carnival. This is new, it must be, but how did it come to be so quickly while we were gone? Maybe it was in a hurry? Chandra offered, still looking around, as they made for higher ground. Can you sense anything alive? I don't want to use my mana here. Jace's eyes glowed ethereally, azure power trickling through the muck as he mastered the blue mana in the sickening place, and a moment later shook his head. No, but there's no telling how big this plane is. It could still be here. Well, I'm not staying to find out. I'm sinking, Chandra shot back hotly, pulling first one then the other foot free of the swamp's embrace. Unless you can sniff a way out of this mess, I'm getting out of here. I'd have to agree. Aha, this way, squelching away, even if he wasn't getting wet due to a small warding spell. The Ravnican called over his shoulder, there's a lake over here. How's that any bloody good to me? You can wash up before we return. I'd rather not have muddy boot prints on the carpet. No fire, he drawled as the pyromancer's fists clenched. This swamp's new, but I'd wager it's as volatile as you are. Dragons fear fire, you said, Nailer, do you? As soon as we're back in Ravnica, the rest of her threat went unspoken. Chandra pushing her now sodden locks from her face as she arduously followed in Jace's wake. Even as he led the two of them towards the small reservoir of blue mana, his senses had discovered it was too late. None saw or felt the still wind whispering through the streets, ever moving until it arrived at its final destination and paused enough to smile. The chickens had flown and the fox was in their coop. Worst plane ever. So you won't be claiming that one then? Faye, no, it's too close to yours for a start, Chandra snorted, barging the mind mage aside as she strode into his house. How'd you afford this place anyway? You're hardly ever here. I was here a lot more before you came about, he riposted, letting himself in and grateful his attendants had all dispersed for the night, and I'll be glad to be here again. You'll be at the same tavern I showed you last time? Yeah, after I've borrowed your shower. Any protest? Jace may have had to this withered under her flaming gaze, and not using that inn's tin bath. It smells like a goblin went in there last. I didn't think goblins bathed. Not went in, you're hopeless, she declared at his puzzlement. Brains none can fathom, not a lick of common sense. Where is it? Second on the right upstairs. Just turn the heat down when you're finished, he said, absent-mindedly thinking about what they had seen today and what he wanted to eat. He heard Chandra's muffled no promises as she left the main kitchen, the two of them having come in through the servants' entrance to avoid tracking in reeking black mana-infused mud. Another plane, another mystery. Absent-mindedly picking down a few herbs and spices, the Ravnican focused on the problem while hunting for a knife. A mage or walker obviously skilled in controlling black mana, staking out Ravnica somehow. Memories even he couldn't erase teased the back of his mind, and he shivered. We were once far more than we are now. Is that true, Bolus? And if it is, he shivered again, reaching for the sharp steel. Have you found a way to become more again? In hindsight, it was fortunate he never started chopping. Between his dire suspicions, the sudden gushing explosion, and its accompanying shriek, he'd probably have lost a finger. Knife clattering in his wake, Jace pelted after his unwelcome guest, and almost paid for that haste, skidding in the water now flooding down the stairs. The thought it was going to cost him an arm and a leg to get the carpet relaid was swiftly banished as he slewed to a halt and looked upwards, and thankfully laughter catching in his throat. Twin enchantments mirrored on the staircase walls. His rational mind devoured the problem as the rest of it tried desperately not to react at the aftermath. When she walked past, they triggered and realized their contents. Water and cold water. That Chandra had been halfway up the stairs when the geysers had been unleashed. Now she was panting hard and shivering harder as the shock doused even her fire. Jace should have said something. Really, it would have been less painful for all involved if he'd got the first word in, but her bedraggled state was just too much. Biting his lips until they threatened to bleed only just held his mirth in. She must have sensed him, steam beginning to wisp around her as she slowly turned around. Bellerin. Not, he choked before trying again. Nailer, I didn't do tea. It was as far as he got before he felt a pulse of mana under his boot. There was the strangest rushing sensation all over him, but before he could unleash even his hastiest counter spell, it was gone, leaving just a vague chafing. He glanced upwards only to be met by a gobsmacked expression, Chandra's eyes wider than her goggles as she pointed tremulously. You at it, she managed. Jace shivering at the nip of the water around his ankles. Wait, why am I cold now? He glanced down only to yell in shock as she burst out laughing, covering himself as best he could with his arms and desperately trying to undo the now glowing trap that had stripped him of most of his clothes and all his dignity. Howling with mirth, Chandra grasped the banister to steady herself, but this proved to be a big mistake. With a sudden click, all the stairs vanished into a slide, the water under her feet acting like grease as she flew down it with a despairing yelp. Preoccupied with the trap, Jace had no time to react before she hurtled into him, sending them both the floor with a splashing thump. Gahaha, gods, that's cold. Get off of me. You're on me. Hands off. Watch your gauntlet. I need a grip. It's trapping my chest hair. It'll grow back. Well, isn't this cozy? Both froze orange, staring into blue, before they whipped their heads to the source of the unfamiliar voice. In their slanted vision, they saw a small figure dressed mostly in orange regarding them from a high-seated chair with a book in one hand, a glass of something in the other, and an air of amusement. Oh, please, the interloper insisted, sipping his drink. Don't stop on my account. Chandra threw herself to her feet, not hearing her former cushion's agonized yelp as she ripped her armored glove free, the steam boiling from her hair and body, making her look like an enraged demon. Who the hell are you? A guest of Master Bellerin, unofficially excellent seller, by the way, though unlike you pair, your reading materials a little dry. Finally with us again? Finally, Jace agreed, having unraveled the trap as he'd retaken his feet and grateful to be back in his clothes as mana flared beneath his hood. What are you doing sitting in my chair drinking my wine and reading my book? I'm sitting on your chair drinking your wine and reading your book, and until very recently I was watching two planeswalkers pratfall into my traps then start floor wrestling. So Jace was never more dangerous than when he was calm. Something Chandra no longer was as her hair rose into an inferno. These traps were your doing? Duh, the child, for even perched on the edge of the seat his feet barely touched the floor, grinned. Always been a prankster at heart. It's not my fault your security sucks. In the face of a ball of white-hot destruction unseen by his opponents, he smiled at the déjà vu. Once he had been forced to learn a harsh lesson, now it was his turn to be the teacher, and I only hope you pick up the lesson better than any of us did. Kakashi-sensei, this one's for you. As the fire died away, Jace sighed. That was my favorite chair, and that book was one of only 2 copies left on this plane. You've memorized it already, Chandra said dismissively, and it was worth it to be rid of that nuisance. True, but I'd have liked to speak to him first. He thought my sensory wards. I'd have liked to know how. She snickered, pointing the gently flickering fires before them. Well, unless you know a good necromancer, it's not happening. Luckily, he managed to hide the pang of pain before she turned to him. You clean up this mess. I'm going for a show. She vanished so quickly he thought she'd planes walked away. Only a tirade of vehement swearing near his ankles made him to look down and see Chandra glaring up at him, struggling to break free of the floor as water lapped her chin. blue mana flaring up around him. The mind mage extended his senses throughout the room as he jumped backwards from the disembodied head. Nothing was hidden from his sight beyond sight, the blue mana infiltrating every nook and cranny of his home to forewarn him any attack, so when he bumped into something directly behind him and heard the warning "look before you leap," he got a nasty shock that only got nastier as the stranger quickly spanned him to the floor, mashing his face into the sodden carpet with one foot and twisting his arm into a painful lock. "Damn, he's well trained. How'd you do that?" "I don't think you're in any position to ask questions." From the corner of his eye, Jace realized it was the child Chandra had just incinerated, unless that was an illusion of some kind, and considering you just tried to barbecue me, I'd watch it. "After you bloody half-drowned me," Chandra spat back, trying to melt her way free of the stone prison as he waved his free hand dismissively. "Details, and the way you pair have been stalking me recently, I don't think there's a jury who'd convict me even in this city. Actually, that's why I came here." The firebrand scowled, but stilled as the child suddenly twisted Jace's arm, making him snarl in pain. "Why have you been following me? I don't even know who the hell you are." "I don't believe you. Those were not the eyes of a boy, they were cold as the water submerging half Jace's face, and I have ways of making you talk." Pinned as he was, there was little Jace could do. Whoever this saboteur was, he either knew of the mind mage's abilities or was exceptionally lucky. The gloves he was wearing stopped skin contact, hampering Jace's touch until he could gather enough power to push through the material to the mind behind. Unable to break the surprisingly strong grip, Bellerin was forced to watch helplessly as the trapped pyromancer stiffened, eyes widening as she looked down as much as she was able to. "What are you doing?" Hey, let go, leave that alone." "Don't touch her," Jace shouted, glaring as much as he could from one eye and struggling to gather mana. "We don't know you." "Stop it, I'm sorry, I tried to burn you. What are you, Hjork?" Her face went white, then purple, the crimson mage thrashing madly at an unseen torment, gritting her teeth hard. "Chandra, they weren't friends, but Jace had seen too many acquaintances harmed while he was powerless. He refused to let it happen again. Stop this, please." Too late, Bellerin. The child's voice was sing-song. He seemed to revel in misery and pain. "Surely a scion of the Lord of Riots, you brought this on yourselves when you meddled in my business." And now his smirk was sinful as he looked forwards. "Payback." "Chandra. Peep fef te stop it." Jace's jaw dropped, only his incredible mental control preventing his accumulated mana slipping away as she crumbled. "No fa ha ha hair, lemmy, go, not funny. You seem to be laughing. I'll kill you. There won't even be cinders, Lu. Ah. No ho 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 ho. Now that's the kind of talk that got you into TO." What her torturer had meant to say was lost as the room, flooded azure power flickering from every pore. Jace forced the breach, a spear of icy mana extending from his hand straight between the boy's eyes. Thank the gods, as the boy was impaled by the powerful blue cantrip. Chandra caught her breath, finally able to concentrate enough to start loosening the prison around her. "Saved by bloody Jace." "Bellerin, though, again, I'll never live this down." That could be a problem. Fear choked her. Fire. The blue lance had guttered out and Jace wasn't moving, limp and lifeless as the devil child dropped his arm. "What have you done to him?" "He did it to himself," poking his mind in where it's not wanted. "Don't worry, nothing I can't fix. Keep quiet a minute." Forcing herself upwards, uncaring as hot stone scraped her bare skin, the pyromancer pushed herself free to her waist just as their attacker did a strange thing. With a single motion, he pushed his hand somehow through the air, a shimmering split opening that he peered into. Can't be Farah Hagacha." As she pulled herself fully loose, Chandra forced herself calm, though she'd love nothing more than to reduce this demon to blackened bones. She couldn't do it, yet not when he had one arm pushed through the scrying portal he'd created and Jace at his mercy. "Come here, you slippery." "No, drop the planeswalker." The boy suddenly became stern, talking as though to a disobedient puppy. "Drop him, drop." Good. With a blur, the portal was closed and Chandra blinked hard. There was another Jace, pale blue and ethereal, dangling by his ankle from the boy's right hand, as motionless as the flesh and blood. Wrong end. He tossed the ghost into the air, catching it again by the collar on the way down and bringing his free hand up. "If you let your mind wander off again, I won't bring it back next time." Each word arrived with a slap to the Ravnican's phantom face, and despite herself, Chandra snickered. She'd wanted to do that for a long time. Ending his tirade, the housebreaker suddenly stooped, slamming the ghost back into the torpid body, and Jace convulsed, gasping as Chandra rushed to his side, the boy stepping away from them both. Jace, talk to me." "The river?" "What river?" The river it flows backwards, he babbled, eyes wide and unfocused, back to the beginning where string's only as long as you cut it. I walked into Mordor, I know why there's no spoon, and I found the droids I was looking for, Thulafdane, Bug Grit, Millennium Hand and Shri. There were many types of magic that could heal a broken mind, the soothing waters of the islands could wash away trauma, the invigorating life of the forests could regrow the damage, or the lancing strength of the plains would sear away the pain like light banishing darkness, snap out of it. Unfortunately, the closest thing Jace had to first aid adhered to a different school of medicine. On the one hand it was effective, on the other it left a huge red mark on one cheek, and his eyeballs spinning in different directions. While he moaned, trying to will the agony away. What happened? You went where you weren't wanted. The voice made him roll over and try to conjure a few scraps of mana. In paltry defense, don't try, it won't work. Listen, just for a change let's all act like adults, get yourselves sorted out, and we'll all sit down and talk like rational people. And Cammy, that's weird coming from me. The two planeswalkers shared a look before silently agreeing neither of them was in a fit state to duel, and whoever this person was, if he wanted them dead he'd had chance to do it. Chandra pulled her reluctant partner to his feet, Jace leaning on the wall as Ravnica span, trying to logically order his traumatized mind as he recanted basic mental exercises with his eyes closed, listening to the ongoing conversation. Hey, how'd you do that? Do what? This place should still be smoking. How'd you fix the damage? Was there ever any damage? I'm a prankster, not an arsonist, that's your field. What I actually did is a long and boring story. The short version is I absorbed your fireball and cast a minor genjutsu on both of you, making you think it had sent me to a lamentably early grave, giving me the chance to set up the trap that had you spilling your guts. Watch it. Jace smiled despite all that had happened and might still happen, yet seeing the pyromaster humbled almost made up for it. I still owe you for that. And what's a genjutsu? Illusion of sorts. You with us now? Opening his eyes and grateful nothing appeared to be moving, Jace turned and nodded. I believe so. Good, you better get more seats, I'm sure you've got questions. Considering their introduction it was surprisingly civilized. The boy even let Jace have his favorite chair back, saying he preferred to stand, and Chandra, one shoe still missing, was content with a footstool at eye level with the child even seated. Such a runt, how did he beat the two of us? Before we get started on why I'm here, introductions. My name is Naruto, the boy said, looking between the two of them as they swapped a glance, and in Jace's case, slightly more Kamigawa maybe? She just caught she'd spoken aloud in time to swerve the question to Naruto, keeping the mind mage's telepathy secret. Read definitely human? I've met a few shapeshifters in my time. A kind of. Naruto made a waving motion with his hand, shrugging apologetically as she quirked an eyebrow. Unfortunately that's going to be a running theme with my answers here, it's complicated. Oh dear, Nailer is doomed. Jace cut and only to be cut down in turn. I'm sorry, whose dirty laundry did my trap just air? Be grateful I left you your underpants, and her name's Chandra. I know her name. He also mentally cursed it as he saw her shaking shoulders from the corner of his eye. And now I know yours. What I don't know is why you're in my house, and why you attacked us. Like I said, your security sucks, and don't look too smug. Chandra-san, you walked straight past me earlier, and I'm wearing bright orange. Thought you were a fire, she mumbled before going back on the front foot. Still what he said. Why are you here, and who sent you? Not who exactly, what, and I'm here because I wanted to meet the two of you. I thought I'd have a little longer before anyone found me, but you caught on a lot faster than I'd intended. Do you have any idea what he's talking about? Not trusting soundless speech, Chandra shook her head minutely before asking, found you where? I said I don't know you, and I was telling the truth. I've never seen you before. No. Just off Zendikar. Ring any bells? Illustria. I beg your pardon? Illustria my, or that plane, how do you know about it? Illustria, he said again, rolling the world around in his mouth like a sweet. That's a nice name. Still I will answer, but his raised hand forestalled further questions. Before I do I must tell you a story, a long one, and I'd rather do that while we walk. So you are a planeswalker like we are? Fishing. Jace was interested to see the boy smile at his query, though the answer only deepened his intrigue. Yes and no, I am a planeswalker of sorts, but not like yourself, or your good lady there. The Ravnican cringed, not daring to look at how well Chandra had taken that insinuation. Though I can't smell anything burning yet anyway. Time's getting on and I don't like running late. Had enough of that. Before in the past a faint flicker rippled across his eyes, but was gone before either Jace or Chandra could decipher it. Stepping away from the wall, Naruto turned his back to them and moved. Then both the other planeswalkers were scrambling back aghast at the swirling nexus that had engulfed the far wall. What is it? I'm not going in there. I've seen what it did to him, and it wasn't pretty. Neither are you. It's a perfect match, Naruto riposted sardonically, Chandra gaping at his cheek, before he went on. You will be perfectly safe. You walk here all the time. Jace grasped the significance. Was what he was seeing slightly the faster? That's the blind eternity's impossible. It is, and it is not now. Would you mind stepping through? Time is precious, after all. Just a minute, Chandra demanded, limping towards the foot of the stairs, looking at the carpet like it had insulted her. All right, spit it out. Seeing her plan, Jace likewise excused himself, his cantrip for sponging up the spilt water masking his other mana use as the floor shifted, heaved and belched up the pyromancer's boot. Do we trust him? No bloody chance. He suppressed a wince. Chandra had no inside voice. We go with him, though I don't think he'll take no for an answer, and he's already beaten us once. With surprise and trickery. And that's supposed to be your forte. She clipped her footwear back on, triumph in her eyes and crowing in her mental voice. He made you look an amateur beller in your slipping. Like you did down my stairs and into his clutches, he retaliated, a sardonic smirk gracing his lips as he sublimed the water into the air. Ticklish? Her glare was venom incarnate, but more worrying was the smile a second later, almost sickening in its sweetness. Absent-minded? Ouch! Jace cut off the mental connection and faced the stranger in his home again, subtly gathering mana should he needed it. Sorry for the wait, Naruto. We are ready. He didn't turn around. Good, step through when I do not. A second later the three were gone. The only hint they had ever been the faint whisper that echoed before it too was lost. Walk with me. The blind eternities were so called because precious few who could traverse them ever did with their eyes open, and none ever did so twice. The space between planes was turbulent and traumatic. Several walkers had died in their cloying embrace. The first and most fundamental rule every planeswalker learnt upon ascension was that walking should be done quickly over short distances and as little as possible. As Jace had already begun to suspect, however, the normal rules didn't seem to apply to Naruto. They had stepped through the portal into serenity. The eternities were chaos no longer, but rather a white mist held back by an invisible bubble Naruto seemed to control, though how he did so the mind mage had no idea. Within this sphere, all was calm, the tumult held at bay until Chandra got bored with the view. I thought there'd be a bit more happening. Why so? Don't be an idiot, Jace. You know how painful it is to walk, she snapped. All that cold and buffeting, it should be like a rock slide or a huge crowd, not this mist. Unless there's something hiding in it, he countered, turning his attention to the back of a head of a blonde hair. Is there, just out of interest? No, in here what you see is what you get. Whether you can understand what you see is a different question, Naruto said without turning around, though before either planeswalker could do more than share a puzzled glance he went on. Anyway, I promised you a story and the meat of what's going on, so let's get into it, though unlike most stories this one starts at an end. An end? What, you're telling it backwards? No, literally, it began with an end. The end, actually. The short figure went on, guiding their bubble through the mist with tiny waves of his hands, eyes firmly forwards. The end of everything that had been. Don't ask me what it was or what caused it. All I know is that when the end ended, nothing was as it had been before the end. Chandra groaned. My head hurts already, she complained, massaging her temples. The end of the end happened? Good, you're keeping up, Naruto said encouragingly before going on, and the main change of the end was that something, or actually a lot of somethings, had been violently dislocated. They had been in one place, now they were in another. And I'm not talking just a few somethings either, I'm talking huge beyond counting amounts, all crushed and mashed and mangled together far from home, and reduced to the most basic form now in the multiverse. Mana, Jace answered the unspoken question. Someone created a large reserve of it? That's one way of putting it, but here's the strange thing. She it or whatever event it was that heralded the end created too much of it, far too much. Tell me, Jace-san, what happens when you have a critical mass too much of something? It burns, if it's mana, Chandra interrupted, recalling a few past mishaps with a wince. Try and hold too much, it'll break free, and you don't want to be anywhere near it when it does. Unseen, the youngest planeswalker smirked. You don't know how right you are on both counts. It does. But that's not quite what I was looking for. Think of insects, or even people. What happens if their colony grows so large they dominate their environment, use up all their resources? What do? They adapt. The answer was obvious, too obvious, though maybe that's me being paranoid. For good reason. They move on, evolve, or cannibalize themselves. They do and are unfortunate font of mana, or at least mostly mana. There were other bits thrown in there as well when the end came, found itself in the same boat, trapped and away from its origins. Over time though, the inevitable came to be the mana evolved. Into what? Chandra's curiosity, burned like her fire, did into nothing. It evolved a mind. No apologies, mind would be too grand a word for it. Perhaps consciousness would be better. Yes, that will do. A consciousness slowly came into being amid this sea of mana, a very vague intelligence bent on one task, to undo the end and return to where it had come from. Mana that can think? How can that work? And where is it? I mean, Chandra explained as both glanced at her. Mana's bound to things and planes. We summon it to use spells. A huge amount of unbound mana. Someone would have sensed it. Indeed, Jace surprisingly backed up the red mage, facing Naruto's back, as he guided their bubble of calm. I sensed a plane of black mana close to Ravnica. If the amount of mana, or mostly mana you're describing, is free, where did it go to remain hidden? It's not hidden, it never was. We're standing in it. What? Chandra's voice was flat. Jace at her side, already glancing into the mist, as though expecting them to swarm forth in a devouring tide. The blind eternities were created by the end, Naruto said, as though rewriting the history of the multiverse was little different from commenting on the weather. It had always been, of course, the space between, but the end engorged it. It grew far, far too large, and nothing was as it had been before. Time has little meaning here. But even so, the first conscious understandings took eons to form and eons longer to coalesce, be given purpose, and then bend to their task. Their task was to undo the end? Jace said carefully, not taking his eyes from the back of Naruto's head. But wouldn't that have destroyed these thoughts? Restored, not destroyed. It's very complicated, but regardless, the blind eternities eventually came to a decision about what to do to get things back to how they used to be. However, in the time it had taken to reach those decisions, other effects of the end had become apparent already, much to the dismay of your predecessors, I'm sure. Predecessors? Other planeswalkers, you mean? Older ones, yes, those who wandered lost and were claimed by the mists. The child's voice was solemn at Chandra's question. All the eternities remembers what was, and all would see existence restored to how it used to be. In those who bore sparks, they saw those who could help them, but he shook his head. Mortals can't persist here. This place is anathema to even the most powerful planeswalkers, and many were lost, drowned in the need of the blind eternities. Chandra snapped her fingers. So that's why walking so hard. This place is haunted, she declared. The ghosts tried to keep us here until we died? Not out of malice, I assure you, and there are no ghosts exactly. Chandra-san, imagine the eternities is a single organism, one gigantic being we are moving through. The longer you're within it, the more likely it is to sense you, recognize you, and react. Sometimes it takes a long time, others, not so much. It's mostly down to luck, and loath as I am to say it, fate in a sense. Ick, digested by a big ghost's belly. The pyromaster grimaced. Give me death by fire any day. With pleasure, I'll get a match. You'd only try once. Chandra's glower met Jace's amusement, neither budging an inch until the third member of their party cleared his throat. Play nicely, children. Both rounded on him, before looking away, though they paid attention as he continued his story. So the blind eternities was created, and the first planeswalkers were granted their abilities to traverse it while it dreamed. But none can dream forever. For a long time, the merest and most basic thoughts collided within this sea of mist, lesser ideas falling and being cannibalized by their betters, until at last the greatest stood alone, willed into being the majority of the eternities itself. Each was a pinnacle, the true idea, if you will, of how this disparate mass would undo the end and restore what was lost in the beginning. There were four. Four? For Naruto confirmed, as I'm sure Jace-san would agree. Sometimes there's too much on your mind for just one idea to solve a problem. So they began their task with their own methods, and all, it must be said, with a distinct lack of success. Not entirely their fault, they were effectively ideas from a very simple mind, unfashioned, crude, and driven by a single purpose, but given their coming preceded calamity, devastation on a scale unseen in the multiverse, until they were curtailed, and it's for the best they were. The methods they used were too crude and destructive. It would have been the multiverse's ruin for them to go unchecked. However, the rest of the blind eternities became aware of the four's absence, though the fourth was lost to avarice rather than fear, and realized none of them had shown the desired result. Back to the drawing board then? Exactly, I'm beginning to hate that spell for the third time in quick succession. Jace was forced to endure the small firecrackers and gloating words of his companion's success before Naruto's voice hushed them. The eternities had evolved even over this time, better able to think and rationalize, and with these better instincts realized a different approach, far more subtle than the first four, was created a scalpel rather than a hammer. So a fifth idea was spawned and tore its way from the hidden into the real multiverse, this time with a much different method to its brothers. Weaker than them all by far, it arrived on a nameless plane, as a simple seed. Jace didn't need telepathy to realize Chandra was as disbelieving as he was a seed. It was planted there. Yes, well, it planted and artificially grew itself, but in the end there was a giant tree in the middle of my world, so close enough, Naruto explained, recalling what the being who had once been part of that great idea had told him. Within the mists the tree bound itself to the mana of the plane and grew within it. By doing this it became something more than just an idea. It became a tangible thing, something that interacted in and with the world around it, and like all children, by doing this it learned. That makes sense, Jace agreed, though his eyes never dropped from the back of his guide's head. And you discovered this idea? Naruto chuckled. No, it was a legend long before my grandparents were a sparkle in their parents' eyes. It was called the Shinju, and the legend said one who could ascend it would become a god, hence its other name of the god tree. The plane it was on, however, was a fractious place, its people warlike and dangerous, and all human, oddly enough. There was war for a long time before someone seeking peace did the impossible and climbed the Shinju, claiming the legendary treasure atop it, the power of a god. But Chandra thought for a second, if the tree was an idea from this place, how could it wait? Did it give her a spark? Would that it could, it would have made everything a lot easier, but it had learnt from earlier mistakes. No, what it had done over its long lifetime, rooted into the ground, was merge itself, the need of the blind eternities, with the planar mana. This blending of idea and reality would in theory allow the one who accepted it to both know and have the power to begin undoing the end of everything, theory being the operative word. What's a theory? A scientific guess that can be tested by experimentation. The is it are famed for them, Jace supplied before a devil made him add, for example, I have a theory one out of us three is somewhat lost by this conversation. Oh yeah, the Pyromaster cracked her knuckles. Well, I have a theory that'll make you swallow that theory along with your teeth if you carry on. That would be a certainty. Nailer, not a theory. Only his supreme poker face kept Chandra from swinging, neither of them able to see their host smirk slightly as he took their situation and related it to another he was familiar with. Can't see either of them, in green spandex though. Well, maybe Chandra-san, damn it, Eros and your corruption lingers. Though I imagine this Shinju's theory didn't end so well. As you'd expect, not first time. I don't know the full story, but what I do know is its treasure was actually a fruit, and it did what it said on the tin. The one who ate it gained powers akin to a god, and was able to quell all the fighting on the plane, becoming worshipped as the rabbit goddess. However, it wasn't quite right, and the Shinju knew it, for two reasons. First, the power it had was still stuck on the plane, but also its power was too much for a single being to fully comprehend and control. Its first host went somewhat mad, becoming a despot and refusing to give back the power she'd taken. When this happened, it took matters into its own hands, or tentacles. Chandra shuddered. Sounds like something a black mage would have. Having never met one, I wouldn't know, Naruto admitted, not entirely truthfully, but anyway, the Shinju awoke after realizing its power was being abused. However, by this time, the one who'd eaten its fruit, a princess called Kaguya, had had two children who inherited her powers, and realizing she was going slightly nuts, had taken her down to save the plane. After that, driven by visions and thoughts they could not truly comprehend, as they weren't bound to the tree as their mother had been, they went around unlocking within others the power their mother had granted to them. Mana, Jace said unexpectedly, deducing the answer from the evidence he thus far had. The blind eternities are a reservoir of it, and the Shinju was part of them, so it stands to reason that was their power. And it was my world was changed by the one they called the Sage of Six Paths, one of Kaguya's sons, who created ninja abilities unlocked with spiritual energy mana blended with physical energy to create the Jutsu Ninja on my plane use. Kamigawa then? Never been, but heard rumors, though they're just normal skilled thieves, aren't they? Without waiting for an answer, Chandra pressed on. So your sage, he taught all humans on your world spells of a sort? Definitely of a sort, though, like everything we've evolved them since he died. Anyway, this is the important bit. The Shinju tree set out to retrieve its lost power while the sage was still alive, and thinking it was a monster he set out to take it on. In the end he couldn't beat it, so did something different. He sealed the Shinju's spirit within himself, binding the mana of the idea while leaving its physical shell more or less untouched, and that right there was when he figured this whole mess out. He came face to face with a well, he considered it a god, and the two were able to communicate. How come he didn't go as mad as his mother? Idly wondering how much of a pain in the ass his interruptions must have been to his teachers, Naruto explained the pyromancer's interruption calmly. He'd already been exposed to the Shinju's power from his mother's blood, and likely had an inkling of its true nature. I can't prove it, of course, but that's what makes sense to me. Face to face with it in his own mind was likely a different bag of kunai, but from that a real way forwards was finally seen. The Shinju was still just an idea, one more subtle than anything the blind eternities had coalesced, yet it was still very crude and completely alien to virtually anything outside there. The sage, however, was a man, and as a man he could hone the Shinju, whittle the god tree into what it needed to be. Because of that he traveled the plane learning all there was to know until on his deathbed he split the Shinju into 9 equal pieces and hid its physical shell on our moon. While mobile, the Shinju had taken the form of a great beast with 10 tails. What the sage created were the bijou, the tailed beasts, each one a fragment of the idea merged with mortal sentience. Smaller pieces and each granted understanding? Emotion. Naruto corrected Jace's hypothesis. The sage gave these children of the Shinju the power to communicate with mortals, albeit at a rather crude level. Together with the power of his ninchu, he had discovered the ultimate way of seeing the Shinju's idea realized. The humans he'd allowed to use mana would evolve his teachings into many things, primarily war, but regardless, one of the main offshoots was what we called fuinjutsu, the sealing arts. These were methods by which the bijou could be sealed, though of course they didn't make it easy for those who wanted to restrain them. That doesn't make sense. How would that help? Chandra queried, honestly confused rather than frustrated. If they were sealed, how could they teach people about this idea they were part of? Because of what they were sealed into. Remember, Chandra-san, despite being just parts of the Shinju, these 9 bijou were still massively powerful beings of pure mana, immortal and indestructible. To cage them, especially the ones with more tails, required they be sealed into beings that could already use mana. Anything else would likely shatter from their power. They sealed the bijou into people? Children, Jace-san, don't look so shocked. I've seen what your guilds consider initiation rites. That quickly knocked the horrified look off the Ravnikan's face. This created Jinchuriki powers of human sacrifice, and did 3 things. First and most important, it meant the bijou couldn't rampage across the land unopposed, as some of them liked to. Second, it meant the village that did so had a living chakra, that's what we call mana, where I'm from, battery in their ninja ranks and unknown to everyone else, gave a chance that the dream of the eternities might be finally realized. Are you going to make me ask? Naruto sighed. You have no appreciation of the fine art of dramatic pausing, he said reproachfully. Chandra, not looking at all guilty as he went on, the idea was that the eternities alone couldn't undo the damage, so they'd need help from beyond the veil. They needed a mortal to work through, they needed a planeswalker. But staying here would key weight. Jace's own thoughts were disturbed as he saw Chandra take a step back, face paling as one trembling finger pointed at his back. You. Yes, I was a Jinchuriki, Naruto confirmed at last, glancing over his shoulder with a slightly sad but whimsical smile, and when my spark ignited it merged with the bijou I contained, ripped off the emotions the sage had given it, and made it remember what it truly was. I was dragged into the eternities and learned of what had happened and my role in undoing it. Because of that I've got 1 foot in here, 1 foot out there, and I'm working on putting to rights whatever started this whole ball rolling and made the eternities as we know them. Jace and Chandra glanced at each other and this time didn't need telepathy to tell what the other was thinking, so the pyromancer said carefully a few seconds later, trying to sound casual, what do you have to do? Not much, a few alterations here and there, add a bit, take a bit, and eventually end the multiverse. Speaking of which, we're here. Just as the veil of reality parted and they were propelled through, the 2 planeswalkers' last sights were of each other's paling faces as the message behind his words coldly and horribly sank in. The blackness was so complete Jace only realized he wasn't dead when he blinked, orientating himself by the searing orange of his guide's attire. He wetted his lips enough to speak while trying to conjure a few scarps of mana. Forgive me, Naruto, what? The insistent pawing at his arm made him break off only to see his companion transfixed. Following her eyes, he looked past the diminutive planeswalker in front of him, and was likewise enraptured. Not everything was black. He'd just been looking between his feet before Naruto, who still had his back to them, was the most dazzling, dizzying, and beautiful thing he had ever seen through his or anyone else's eyes. Across a canvas of midnight was drawn a sky of purple, blue, and golden yellow, the streamers and strands of color twisting and plaiting together as though alive. Here and there, suspended like raindrops, shone tiny jewels so white it hurt to look at them, the whole thing rendered both majestic and eerie by the absence of all else. There was no noise to accompany this ethereal beauty, no way to reach out and touch it. Only with the eyes could one glut themselves on such unearthly magnificence. Swallowing hard and blinking to stop his vision-breaking, Jace mastered himself enough to ask, "What is it?" "A big cloud of dust, gas, and radiation drawn together by gravity, and a little help from me," Naruto said, clinically heating a tiny explosion in the back of his mind and counting down. "It's called a nebula." "Nebula," Chandra parroted the word, entranced, not taking her eyes from the stunning cosmic parade. "It's beautiful. You made this?" "Thank you, and kind of. I provided the raw materials, and the rest." "Well," Naruto swept a hand out towards the past. "It kind of goes from there once you've kick-started it. It's a cradle." "No, actually, birthplace fits better." "Well, it was." The woman glanced at him. "Ask you was?" "Yeah, technically what you're looking at no longer exists." "Forgive me, a second of grandeur. I love this bit." He brought forth one hand, the fingers on it primed and ready, and there was he snapped them light. There was so bright and all-encompassing. The only reason none of them went immediately blind was because Naruto had strengthened the shield around them all, blocking out all but the merest fraction of the light and all of the more harmful emissions from the new globe of fire his clones had helped birth. Still, that was the easy bit now. After they put the rocks together, I get the hard part. "Turn it down," someone behind him shouted, and eager to oblige, and feeling mischievous, he did the next best thing. "Sorry, should have warned you." "You should," Jace agreed, grateful for the sudden shade. "Still, all is forgiven if you." With the rest of his words withered to nothing as he looked ahead and saw exactly what had blocked out the light, a fiery oath to the side of him, letting him know Chandra had done the same. Hurtling towards them was darkness incarnate, a chunk of earth so massive it dwarfed them all, and was still expanding. Lost in its shadow, he reached hastily for his stored mana. "No chance of a shield. It's titanic. I have to incorporate, but if I do." He wasn't sure why he glanced at the others, but in doing so, and blocking out Chandra's frantic swearing, he just noticed Naruto raise one arm and intone two words in a language he'd never heard before. Something huge and invisible rippled from his outstretched hand and raced towards their onrushing doom. Force met force, and all was still. The gargantuan stone, now spinning gently, no longer threatening to splatter them. The mind mage caught his breath just in time to see other such monoliths, twins and greater than the one Naruto had stopped, whizzing overhead and all around them, their sheer scale driving even his prodigious talent to vulgarity. "What the hell is going on? What have you done, you lunatic?" "First, I can't be a lunatic, there's no moon yet, and second, this is what you wanted to know, both of you." Finally, the shortest present looked over his shoulder, and both his guests recoiled. The eyes that regarded them weren't those of a child. They weren't even human. Chandra Naylor, Jace Bellerin, ripples that had once been pupils spanned his grin, stretching beyond sanity as the two planeswalkers readied themselves. "This is where the magic happens." He looked forwards and they realized they were moving only when the rock that had threatened oblivion was behind them, Naruto whipping a hand behind him and whispering the two words again to send it flying on its way. There was no wind, no noise, nothing for them to judge how fast the mad planeswalker was pulling them towards the globe of fire somewhere in the distance. Jace, he looked across at the shout, unable to really move as he was suspended by the strange magic. "Still alive?" "I think so, unless we're both already dead." "Don't even joke," the red mage demanded, trying a few sculling strokes before a lick of flame whipped from her far hand, propelling her as he reached out. Her skin was warm in his palm, and he gripped tight, seeing his fear echoed in her face. "Stick close," she breathed, and Jace almost laughed. What could either of them do? Naruto had bested them both on Ravnica with trickery, in the blind eternities with mystery, and now wherever this was within human power and magic, beyond anything he'd seen. But she's right, he would swallow his gall and admit that now, Chandra gripping his shoulder as he had her forearm, both of them equally wondering, fearing, and doubting what Naruto's plans truly were and what part he would have them play. The space around them was empty and vast. There was no up or down as they were dragged along in Naruto's slipstream. If he lets us go, we'll float here forever, at least until we die of thirst. The thought was only marginally less comforting than doing nothing until the madman leading them finally acted, but the lesser of two evils. Jace bit his tongue and looked down and away from the burning light ahead until Chandra bellowed in his ear, "Look ahead," wincing as his hearing rang. The Ravnican did, seeing the small patch of blackness ahead. Another rock? Yes, but it's not moving. It was also oddly shaped compared the irregular lump Naruto had stopped earlier. From what he could see as it bit into the outline of the distant fireball, this one was roughly spherical. "I'm almost sure that's where we're going." You genius. Somehow he was grateful that even as the multiverse fell to pieces he could count on the red mage's sarcasm. "Can you tell what it is?" "Not from here. Stay alert and try to sense a way out of here." His spark hadn't latched onto any plane within walking distance, but she might have better luck. "We have to run if we get the chance. I've no mana for a fight." "I've no mana for anything. This place is a void." The Spitfire agreed, eyes glued forwards as the orb before them swelled in their vision. "How big is this god's damned thing?" "Huge. Given a minute and a flicker of blue, he'd have been a lot more precise, but Naruto didn't give him that long. The entire rock, definitely a rough sphere, stretched out below, and before them the distant blazing light hole above them. As they suddenly came to halt above it, "Brace yourselves," Naruto called, and despite himself, Jace clutched the pyromancer's arm tighter, only adrenaline stopping him, wincing as she did the same, and her nails dug in. "It might get bumpy." That was all the warning they had before they dropped the featureless rocks below them, gaining in sudden and terrible clarity as they free fell. Though sensing around him with a flicker of mana, Jace was able to prevent his companion making a mistake. "No." Luckily his voice broke her concentration before he was forced to expend his meager reserves. "We're safe." "How the hell?" "There's mana all around us." Though it cost him a quarter of what he had left, he let the power of water flow around them, suffusing the nothingness behind Naruto. Aquamarine, as it highlighted the invisible colorless mana trailing in his wake. "It's stopping us falling." "How did you in fact forget it?" The azure glow faded into her. Jace's power rebuffed as she slowly absorbed some of the shapeless mana into herself. "Get what you can. We might need it." He nodded and focused, forcing his mind calm and allowing the shapeless to flow into him. It was directionless and diffused the strength he'd taken from Ravnica, but it was powerful, and should the worst happen he could only hope it would be enough. Logic, however, told him that should this end badly, hope was likely a fool's errand. The end, when it came, was much softer than either of them had feared. Naruto had dragged them the whole way with his invisible colorless mana and preceded their plunge towards his unknown destination. From what they could see of it, beneath the cruel glare of the furiously harsh white fire now above them, it was an empty wasteland of jagged rocks, and naught else. Then Naruto suddenly stopped about 20 or 30 feet in the air, even having the gall to wave as they plunged past. Still absorbing the latent colorless mana around them, the two planeswalkers had little time to react, but mercifully the landing was soft, the residual navy of Jace's illumination spell suddenly condensing under them, acting as a cushion before dispersing. Despite this, Jace still stumbled, only for a firm grip to haul him upright just as a massive mana flare went off overhead and then vanished up. Chandra's voice was strangely calm. "Get ready." Ready, for she wasn't looking at him, she was looking above with her face expressionless, and as soon as he turned around he realized why. Oh. As a natural telepath, Jace had always had an instinctive grasp of the psyche, one that the ignition of his spark and subsequent training had only improved. Because of that training, the rational part of his training carried on working like a well-oiled machine. Even as his instinct shriveled in horror, the mana flare never died. Like all beings, humans had tolerances for what they could comprehend, and Jace knew what he was seeing was so far beyond what he'd thought possible he could no longer understand it, rationalize it, or even try to trick or fight or run from it. All he knew was that, unlike the madman from Zendikar, this time his and Chandra's fates were solely in the hands of the planeswalker who had led them here. Naruto, or at least the thing that had been Naruto, was radiant with mana beyond anything Jace had felt before. Colorless, it leaked from another gash into the blind eternities, connected to its wielder like a strange umbilical cord and inundating him with more raw mana than the Ravnican had even dreamed a mortal frame could contain. He could no longer see the other planeswalker, just a single shimmering slash against the blackness above them as his body glowed from the power within. Suddenly the slash widened, Jace caught by surprise as the colossal bolt suddenly streaked towards the ground. That much a strange calmness settled over him as he calculated his odds of survival. None. Emboldened by the certainty of death, he had enough time to glance over and offer a last smile and shrug to his companion, even as she looked away, eyes shut and fists clenched, both awaiting the inevitable that came a split second later, and then it went. How strange! The mana was too bright to look at directly, but he could see it passing straight through the rocks, coring into the earth like a needle. What is he planning? That much mana? Will he blow this place apart? He didn't dwell long on the question, instead glancing over his shoulder as he heard a sigh from behind him. You're here, so I'm either in hell or still alive, Chandra stated, scowling as she saw both Jace and the pillar of power behind him. Are we dead, Bellerin? If we are, it's your hell. There's no fire about, he pointed out, but the pyromancer didn't seem to hear him. Instead, she squatted, one hand touching the scattered rocks beneath her boots. She must have felt something in the stones, something that made her look up at the Ravnican, as though seeing through him. Jace, he licked dry lips as she pulled her goggles down. That never bodes well. Jump. He'd been ready the second the crimson glass had replaced her eyes, a mix of experience and gut instinct trusting her enough to obey, a spark of blue mana propelling him towards the black sky. With a roar and bright glare, Chandra was onto him, wings of dragonfire blossoming from her back and sweeping her aloft as she caught the mind mage by his shoulders, carrying him as a hawk would a mouse. It was hardly comfortable and even less dignifying, but as a shimmering blue disk solidified under his feet, Jace was able to ease the burden on the pair of them. What's going on? My arms just stretched a foot. You're heavier than you look. Silently praying for patience, he tried again. I meant below. It's fire. Jace. Chandra's wings were beating softly, letting her look down. I don't know how, but that's red mana. Red? That's impossible. If it were that hot. A glance at the continuous lance had him blinking spots out of his eyes. We should be ashes by now. I know, but we're not. Let's be grateful for that look. He followed her nod, and his breath caught in his throat where they had recently stood was being slowly sublimed to molten redness, the stone turning to magma under the touch of mana that potent, and it's going down like he's trying to melt it all. Why? If he wanted us dead. He was cut off by another sound, a low slow rumble that swiftly grew until both had to cover their ears. Jace's disc, now solid enough to bear his weight, blocking out as much of the hateful noise as they could. The planeswalkers glanced around to see the effect of whatever spell the madman was calling down. They didn't have to wait long, as a pulse of purest green passing down the pillar of white fire and into the softened rock. It vanished for a heartbeat, then another before, with a noise like the end of the world, the ground off to their left, as far as they could see, shattered and collapsed. Nothing before or after his spark had ignited had left Jace Bellerin as humbled as he felt at that moment. Had Naruto done the same upon Ravnica, he doubted anything would have been left. Only the basic need to preserve his hearing stopped his arms dropping as his jaw did, mocking words echoing in his ears as he stared at the devastation. We willed our desires upon the worlds, and the worlds obeyed. Is this what you meant, Bolus? Is this the power the older ones had when the spark burned brightest? The thought was chilling, but displaced mercifully quickly. Further rumbling and explosions from all around telling him the all but omnipotent being behind them wasn't done. Countless green pulses were sent into the now molten ground, each one greeting with tectonic shifts as the land heaved, threatening to split apart entirely. Suddenly there was a flash of red. Chandra's wings sweeping her over the destruction. He thought of going after her, but as she banked back thought better of it, instead mentally erecting a sphere around him to block out most of the noise. This done, he was able to use his hands to push it outwards, its surface extending and engulfing the red-aligned planeswalker, who arrowed back towards him. Jace, Jace! Her shout echoed within his dampening sphere as he frantically signaled her to take her hands off her ears. Oh, neat trick. He nodded at her praise before turning more serious. How bad is it? She shook her head, wings beating lazily and sending embers spiraling. I've heard of geomancy and lithomancy, but this isn't either. It's just destruction. Jace saw his reflection in her goggles, as pensive and panicked as she was. Everything's broken like a dragon in a mud hut village. I can't even see how far it's gone, can you? No, I have terrible trouble reading your mind. When it's a flame trying to link to his would likely kill me, Jace admitted, goading his disc closer to the hovering pyromancer. All I know is he's not trying to kill us. If he was, we'd be dead long before now. So why are we here? Chandra's wings shrank a little as he approached. She might not have liked the Ravnican, but right now he was another survivor and the best company she had. Is he just gloating? No, her throat bobbed as she swallowed. He's destroying this. Is it, Jace? He's going to unmake the plane and us with it. He must have done the same thing with Illustria. So why keep us alive? How the hell do I know Sparks? Maybe he wouldn't be the first who'd killed for that. He hasn't killed us, and gods know he could have. There's something else going on, something we haven't seen. He was more grateful than he let on when she nodded. Two people believing in his theory gave him a lot more confidence than going solo. Be ready for absolutely anything. Despite herself, she snorted, folding her arms in mid-air. Sorry, who was it got us off the ground in the first place? She's got me there. Swallowing the prang, Jace merely nodded, coming to her side to better see the violent beacon of pure mana who seemed bent on tearing the world around them apart. Eventually, even terror gives way to boredom. Encased within Jace's defensive spell, the two planeswalkers were cocooned from the worst of the tumult outside, watching on as an incredible amount of mana was poured into the rocks below, the pure white-hot red interspersed with pulses of green that made the earth judder. Watching on and counted 10 under her breath, Chandra sighed as it seemed the process showed no signs of slowing down. Channeling that much mana, he should be a crisp by now, she declared, shifting her shoulders as her wings continued to beat slowly. I've never heard of any planeswalker doing this, or any artifact, either. And I've heard only legends, Jace added, repositioning himself to avoid being scorched by her fiery pinions. You have enough mana to hold yourself up? Chandra chuckled. It was soaking through the rock I touched. I could stay here forever, if I had to. After just a few seconds contact? That shouldn't be possible, but wait, no, it makes perfect sense. I have it. If your next word is Eureka, I will punch you. Chandra's warning was only half serious as she leant in. What? Remember Illustria and the plane after the mana there was so easy to touch. This is why Naruto is the reason. Chandra, she'd never seen the mind mage this excited before. It was quite funny. He knew about the planes we traveled to because they're his. He gave them mana like he's doing here. Gave them mana? But how would he get there? How did he know where Illustria was? She wanted to say impossible, but she'd seen impossible too often today for it to have any meaning. So quickly changed her track. And anyway, the only thing he's making here is a mess. Look at this place now. More than ever, the ground beneath them was a wasteland, dribbles of lava oozing from the hole bored through the rock, and it wasn't much to look at before. Now what? No idea. We'll have to wait and see. Chandra shot him a quizzical look, light flashing off her goggles before she seemed to realize something and pointed forwards. Not for long it stopped. Jace paused a second before realizing the pyromancer was right. Even through his partially soundproofed sphere, they'd been subject to continuous uninterrupted Armageddon. All around them now, all was eerily silent. The child, still suspended by his plate into the eternities, was still, no fire flying from his feet, and Jace needed no further bidding, his eyes glowing as he willed the ether to bend through his pupils, glimpsing into the future. It was unwise to look too far for fear of second-guessing yourself, a trap he'd fallen into several times, but right now his foresight left him certain of what to do. Caught unawares, Chandra yelled as she was tackled from the side, a shock of icy blue mana dispersing her wings. Stay still, Jace demanded, holding tightly to stop her falling off the platform. He willed downward. We've got to drop. If you know any defensive spells at all, now's the time. 7 seconds. Let go. Don't fall. We have to stay low, Jace warned before complying, taking a half step away and quickly moving through complicated patterns in the air with his hands, all the time ticking off the count in his head. The shield around them grew denser, bolstered by his mana to become semi-opaque, but it didn't block out the sight of what came next above them. The small figure twitched, no more than that, before with a whirling howl new destruction was unleashed upon this cursed earth. The earth had stopped them, seeing what his red mana had done, but in the sky there was no such defense. Twin hurricanes of blue and white, one before and one behind the dangling figure, tore through the nothingness, the umbilical into the blind eternities, disgorging yet more mana through its wielder. The sphere became quickly smeared, lashed by a liquid. Neither planewalker spared much thought, for their minds were fixed solely on the symphony of obliteration above them. Have you ever summoned anything like this? I wouldn't even try. His answer was as much a croak as her question. If we hadn't moved, we'd have been blown to pieces. And if we hadn't gone up, we'd never have survived that long. It was her tone, thoughtful, quiet, and much unlike the Chandra he was familiar with, that made the Ravnican look over in time to see her lift her eyewear, brow furrowed and deeply pensive. Red and blue, Jace, if we didn't know the spells or mana that got us out of there, we'd be dead now. Would we? No, I'm not arguing. He held up a hand as she scowled. What I mean is fire that hot, white hot. It should have charred us to bones where we stood, so why didn't it? And here he pointed up to the twin twisters above them, each one disgorging a monsoon's fury with every fraction of a heartbeat. It's almost directly away from us. It's like he was protecting us somehow, or at least aiming away. Good point actually. She stepped toward the barrier. Can you let some of this through? It could be poisonous. Just a drop, she persisted, and despite his misgivings, Jace carefully weakened a sliver of his ward, sealing it back up the instant a few sparkling drops landed on the back of the pyromancer's hand. He watched on eagle-eyed as the fire-maned woman carefully touched the tiny pool, then sniffed it and probed it with her tongue before finally letting it spill, breathing heavily. Jace stepped forwards, unsettled and unsure why she seemed so affected. Chandra, what is it? Water, she mumbled. It's just water. Water, fire, earth, she pointed above them, and air. I was wrong, Jace. Illustria was never my plane. Don't say that. The Ravnican surprised himself with the brusqueness of his voice, but as it made the firebrand flash him a sharp look, he considered it worthwhile. The only one of us who knows what's going on is the one making it happen. Until it ends, we're just guessing. There's no point in that. We know Naruto doesn't want to kill us, so when he's finished we'll ask him. He said he had a story to tell us. I'll wait for the denouement. All was still for a moment, between them, their bubble shield an oasis of calm in the turbulence around them, until Chandra smiled, something that made Jace wince a second later as she swatted his shoulder. I'd agree if I knew what a denouement was. Sounds like something dirty. Have you been reading gutter trash novels again, Bellerin? No, I have not. In a day. Aha, I knew it, she cackled. So you've read them before? Who'd have guessed? The stoic mind mage has a trace of corruption in him. You don't tap the odd swamp now and then, do you? I can kick you out of this barrier, Nailer. The Ravnican threatened, eyes glowing again. And the more you go on, the better an idea that sounds. She merely grinned. For someone so level-headed, you're easy to wind up. Cool off, Jace. Your barrier's glowing. Yes, my barrier, something that always on the attack. Pyromancer would be severely lost without. He cut in acidly, and it's not glowing. It is you've flared too much mana into it, Chandra argued, glancing at the now rain-lashed transparent shield, only to find she was wrong. Holy pyres of every plane, look. The sky. I see it, Jace agreed, as awestruck as his companion at the transformation above them, where before there had been naught but darkness. A deep blue now glowed, a blue that was lightning by the second. How is he doing this with mana alone? No idea, but it's not all he's doing. Gods, Jace. The light, Chandra's finger tracked across to the brightest light in the sky, no longer stark white above them. It's a bloody sun. The Ravnican sat down before he fell, even his brain unable to compute so much in so little time. This is madness, he said half to himself. Even those who persisted past the mending, who walked in planes made by other walkers, there's no records of this. It took years, decades, to create the smallest of planes when walkers were as gods. He's no planeswalker, not as we know the word. Chandra sat next to him, gazing at the figure lost in the center of the maelstrom with reverent awe. So what is he? Jace shook his head. I don't know, Chandra. Bugger, so much for asking you then. The voice made both planeswalkers jump. Jace fastest to react as he put a finger to his temple, hardly daring to believe who he was hearing. Naruto? Who else but? How are you doing this? A little trick called multitasking, asked Chandra-san about the snort from the side of him. Let the mind mage know he wasn't the only one in the mental conversation. Listen, sorry about the mess, but it should be over soon. Once I've done this bit, you can come out that bubble, but don't go on the floor till I send out the last wave. Last wave? Chandra's voice was a psychic thunderclap. What else are you doing? Plenty, but it shouldn't take long. One big pulse should do it. This is a fairly standard job, Naruto answered, even if the twin storms he was controlling never wavered. Well, better get back to it. Wait, Jace cut in, ignoring Chandra's scandalized expression. Just one question. Why didn't you tell us what you were doing here, or give us a warning at least? There was silence, and Jace thought the connection severed until at length a quiet reply came. Though if I had told you, would either of you have believed me? Not really much you can say to that, Chandra said a moment later, watching the raging gale above them play out after Naruto's voice faded from their minds. And I knew you were stuck up, Jace, but really you asked him that while he was in the middle of controlling this? It was a valid question, he defended before admitting, and a valid answer. I doubt there's anyone in the multiverse who'd have taken him seriously if he'd told the truth. Really? Even Crazy Dragon Man from Zendikar? Jace opened his mouth to answer, then closed it and thought for a minute before correcting himself. All right, nobody sane in the multiverse, he conceded, hood rustling as he shook his head and as I sit here under this lightning sky I wonder have I lost my mind as well? That was strangely poetic, and don't worry too much about it, if you're mad so am I. Indeed, despite himself, Jace smiled, glancing over at her. For me a tragedy, for you a slight divergence from the norm. A second later, he was extinguishing his cloak as a small snake of fire bit into it, and there's more where that came from. The pyromaster warned fingers, flickering threateningly. Honestly, try to say something nice and get a mouthful of smarm for it. Why do I bother? No idea. You usually wouldn't. When I heard you were on Ravnica the first time I expected my house, and at least the surrounding quarter, to go up in flames before you left. Don't tempt me, she warned, though her chuckle undermined the warning before the noise outside began to drop. Glancing up and seeing the maelstrom at last beginning to calm, Jace stood, offering a hand to pull Chandra up, as well as with a gesture he lowered their ward by degrees. The sweetness of the wind was like honey, the soft breeze making Chandra's hair sway. Blue mana was on the air, filling Jace's lungs as he inhaled the sun above them, glowing yellow in a pale blue sky. Familiarity with the noise off to his left made him glance over and then gape. The destruction he covered it with this? Nailer, wow, she sounded, as odd as he felt. It's definitely water? Definitely, I can smell salt. The breeze from this new dark sea stung his eyes, the foamy waves crashing on the bare rocks below. First, he made an ocean basin, then he filled it with an ocean. And he's planning something else. Here he comes now, forewarned. Jace tore his eyes from the endless gray water before him to see its creator descend. The connection to the ethereal eternity spooling behind him like a marionette string. Both planeswalkers tensed as he neared the surface, only to breathe out relieved as he tapped down without further world-shattering calamity. All was still for a second in which the onlookers could both pick Naruto out in the glare, his form dimmer than it had been, but still alight with colorless mana. Only his eyes were unchanged, the ripple patterns unmoving as his hands came together, flicking through patterns neither of them were close enough to see as he called out words in a language they had never heard. Ninchu. He started to glow again, his connection to the eternity swelling as it fed him power beyond reckoning. Sekai, no Ramaiku, no Koten. He fell to his knees, slamming his hands into the rocks about his feet, now solid again after his fire had melted it en route to igniting the world's core. Those same rocks and everything else around him were then reduced to dust by the mana he unleashed, a rapidly expanding circle that left the ground covered in powder, and Chandra, swearing, having almost toppled backwards as her seat gave a sudden lurch upwards. Warning, next time, Bellerin. Black mana. He didn't even apologize. That settled. As soon as it's safe, I'm beating him bloody. It's turned the stone to powder. Peering over from her now bird's-eye view, Chandra had to agree the rocks, the ocean, hadn't drowned, now no longer existed the ocean. Even as she thought of it, she saw the change there and understood what was happening. Not just black. Jace looked the shore, the mana had worked there too, but rather than gray, the dust left in the mana's wake was golden, its sand. Black and green, maybe white too. Gods above and beyond, he's not made dust, it's soil. Take us down, she demanded, wonder coursing through her veins, and unusually Jace didn't argue, nor did he advise caution. The platform fell away, Chandra leaping from it as soon as it was safe enough. Her boot soles bit into honest earth, the smell like perfume as she reached down to touch the new land. It was thin, slightly loamy, but it was real and alive. Jace dismissed his floating platform in time to hear her laugh. Flowers, she said, almost absently touching one of the blooms sprouting in the new ground, looking up at Jace's shadow as grass pushed through around her feet. Illustria was never my plane. No, Jace agreed, watching over her shoulder as in the distance the brown soil was heaved aside, thick-trunked trees forcing their way upwards and unfurling branches into the light of the new sun. And I have to wonder, after seeing this, how many planes are really Naruto. At his sudden shout, Chandra looked up to see a collapsed figure lying very still. Then she was snapping at Jace's heels, the Ravnican already sprinting towards the downed boy. It was only as Jace knelt by his side the firebrand truly realized Naruto, despite his unearthly power, was just a child. He was barely half the Ravnican's height, and Jace wasn't particularly tall, but right now that didn't matter. Seeing the fingers on his neck, Chandra tried hard not to imagine Brannon lying in his place. How is he? Jace looked as concerned as she felt, but before he could say anything the orange bundle shuffled enough to croak Mokei. You are certainly not okay. Jace cut in trying to recall any healing magic. He knew precious little, and I'd wager Chandra's the same. I've no idea what you've done or how, but you should be dead. And you don't know how right you are. The shorter figure croaked, somehow managing to get a hand underneath him and heave himself painfully back to his knees. Sorry, but I have to recover now. It could take a while. Take as long as you need, just promise you'll explain what you've done when you've rested. Somehow the exhausted child managed to smile, giving a shaky thumbs up at the pensive pyromaster. Believe it now, back up a bit, actually back up a lot. A mere spark of mana caught light on his thumb, and both did as they were bid, watching as Naruto traced his thumb across the air, a white split appearing. Why would he? Jace's question went unanswered as the gate to the ether was suddenly forced open, a formless mass oozing through from the other side. Terror biting deep into his soul, the Ravnican could only watch as a monstrous figure kin to something he had only glimpsed before bled into reality, blocking out the new sun's light as it stood to its full hideous height. Time stood still, then a single tentacle, shapeless, pulsating, and sickly, extruded from its center, aiming at the speck of orange lying helpless beneath it. He summoned it. But that's no. The shout snapped him out of his horrified realizations to see Chandra stand tall, blazing like a torch, with her gauntlets plugged in. He was just fast enough. The pyromancer's flaming trail evaporated a sheen of pure blue mana, and she span on him, eyes blazing and face struck with betrayal as the appendage engulfed the helpless child murderer. She screamed, the ground around her scorched black. In her fury, heartless bastard, he didn't deserve that. Wait, please, Chandra, wait, he pleaded, arms raised as he deflected shots of flame, hoping to calm her outrage. Naruto's not dead, let me explain. Talk fast, she demanded, not letting up in the attack as the flame from her hair began to kindle into a fearsome bird of prey. It's his summoned Chandra, Jace shouted, a swiftly conjured illusion distracting her phoenix as it lunged for him. He called it here from the blind eternities. I've seen these things before on Zendikar. The fire banked slightly, Chandra pausing in her furious attack as the plane's name resonated. When? After you were gone from the eye, I took a ship to Halimar, and on the way something like this ate my steed. At the order I found out about them. Remember, we were there just before Illustria? Chandra paused, the shadow of her phoenix sweeping over both of them in sharp circles as the red of her eyes reappearing from the pits of flame. They'd become the merman, but her eyes snapped onto the massive being now stood like a grotesque sentinel over this new world. He said about the old gods and their heralds, this is one of them? The Ravnican nodded, feeling cold inside as he turned to that monstrous silhouette in Eldrazi, even to a plane where death walked close to every shoulder. That name was a terror, a monster that destroys planes and devours mana. They were the ideas of the blind eternities. Chandra's mana flared for a heartbeat before it collapsed in on itself, her phoenix giving a last keening cry before vanishing in smoke as she regarded him severely. The ideas? Jace nodded. Look at it, Chandra, it's everything you'd expect an idea to be. Crude, shapeless, waiting to be sculpted, but undeniably powerful for being unfinished, just as Naruto described. The Eldrazi, most of them are beyond the colors of mana, and now I know why they were never from the planes they originated, in the spaces between. Native to the eternities, she agreed before stiffening, and one of them was bound to him before he ascended. Well, something like that. I can't remember the word he used. When his spark ignited, it merged with him. Is he an Eldrazi too? I don't know, but going on what we do know, I'd wager pretty much every book in my collection that he's not going to be killed by one. Enough kindling to last a year there. Okay, Bellerin, with a hiss and pop she disengaged her gauntlets. I'll wait, and if you're right, I won't be frying you today. I prostrate myself at your mercy, he cut back, waspishly thinly amused as Chandra quirked an eyebrow at his confusticating language. So it appears we're waiting here for Naruto to revive. A good plan. He sat down and then reclined in the new grass, breathing out a gaseous wisp to keep watch. Wake me when he's ready. Wait, you're just going to sleep? Indeed I am. He pulled down his hood to block out the overhead light, and I'd be most appreciative if you could somehow keep the noise down. There was silence, blessed silence, long enough to take in and savor a breath before, as he knew would happen, his companion opened her mouth and murdered it. You are the most oh, forget it. The Ravnican smiled grateful. His hood stopped her seeing it as she stomped away. The bloody Eldrazi thing's better company than you. Fortunately she didn't hear his chuckle as he slipped into a half-trance, his warning illusion primed to snap him to full alertness the instant anything went amiss. Promises or not, he wasn't fool enough to lower his guard around something as dangerous as the beast that had engulfed Naruto. He slipped into meditation, calming his mind and logically going over all that had happened on this extraordinary day, and more importantly how it could potentially impact not just Ravnica, but also the entire multiverse. Especially a sudden coldness opened in his gut as the child's voice whispered to him once again, as Naruto said, he seeks to end it. The thought gave him pause, but perhaps not as much as it should have done, though he'd not known Naruto long, and their introduction had been far less than cordial, to say nothing of the world-shattering power he possessed. Something about the child forestalled his usual nihilistic paranoia. He was first to admit he thought little of people in general, and had scars from several betrayals for proof as to why, but with Naruto he just couldn't see him falling to madness or grandeur, as many spark-bearers had. Breathing in and out again, one of the simplest magical exercises, he filtered through his experiences of today, and tried to fit them into scientific reasons for them. Occurring light, when it moves through a medium it splits, hence rainbows occurring. Would that even happen in air, hence the sky turning blue, and if so, why didn't Chandra and I asphyxiate when we landed? Time fell away while he was thinking, his trance lasting as long as it needed to. He had several ideas of what had happened, but there was only one way of getting them confirmed. Letting out a yawn and dismissing his conjured familiar, he sat up only to freeze in horror as a streak of red shot up in front of him. "Nailer, what are you doing?" "You've got eyes," she shouted back as he scrambled upright, too late to stop her launching a spit of flame towards the silent Eldrazi. Appalled, he saw the shot strike home. The creature didn't flinch, twitch, or otherwise react to the fire, it just seemed to swallow it. Evidently Chandra seemed to regard that as a challenge. Another flare covering her hands as Jace pelted towards her. "You're mad," he declared, half in exasperation and half in wonder. Of all the planeswalkers he knew, only Chandra would be both foolish and headstrong enough to tackle something like this without help. "What are you trying to do? Melt Naruto out of there? Or get this thing to do something?" she admitted, glancing over her shoulders with goggles in place. "I tried talking to it, shouting at it, trying to speak to Naruto inside it, and now this." She hurled the conjured flame into the mighty beast. "Thought it proved as ineffective as the last. What is this thing made of?" "I'm amazed. I know even if it can't feel pain it should react to fire, right?" "Not that I'm amazed. You tried talking first," Jace explained, chuckling at the rude gesture she flicked his way before conjuring a spear of white flame. "Though, while you were throwing fire at the huge monstrosity from outside existence, as we know it, did you not stop to consider what would happen if said monstrosity took offense at having fire thrown at it?" "I started small." "Of course you did. I give up. Just be grateful it's in a good mood, or you'd have a lot of angry tentacles to deal with." She almost dropped her spear, staring at him. "That's disgusting." "It's the truth. If it wanted to attack us we'd both be being absorbed by now." Chandra stared, blinked, and stared some more, looking to find any hint, the merest trace the mind mage was playing her, but saw nothing. He honestly seemed clueless. "I give up. Go back to reading your denouements, Jace. You might learn something," she muttered, drawing her arm back for the cast and letting fly. "Nice throw," he commented, following its blazing trail. "Been keeping in practice?" "Ya never know when you might have to nail a rabbit for dinner or a nosy mind mage out of principle. I think you'd find me a harder target than him, and if I remember rightly the score between us is in my favor." "Only 'cause you cheated," she tailed off as finally one of her continued barrage of low mana fire spells got attention. There was a ripple in the Eldrazi's chest, and the spear tip was caught flickering to nothing in the grip of a human hand. Both planeswalkers stepped back a bit as the hand was joined by its twin before. With an athletic twist, the boy, who had formerly seemed on the edge of exhaustion, leapt to the ground, twisting like an acrobat to avoid any injury. Before stretching up, "A great rest," he exclaimed before glancing behind him. "Thanks, pal. You better get back now. I've got some splaining to do." Jace could have sworn the Eldrazi nodded just fractionally before its bulk began to effervesce, dispersing into nothingness as Naruto stepped forwards before appearing to remember something, putting two fingers of each hand before him in a cross gesture. "What does that mean?" As soon as the smoke cleared and the Ravnican found himself staring down a dozen of the child who could crush him in an instant, he once more cursed his curiosity. "Whoa." Chandra of course ignored peril. "What are they?" "On my plane we'd call them Kage Bunshin Shadow clones. They're a kind of mana simulacrum that can think and work away from me." "Neat trick," she admitted, watching the orange bodies either rushing away or disappearing in swirls of leaves, or in one case through the blind eternities. "What are they doing?" "Scutwork, getting the salinity levels of the seas sorted, making sure rare metal deposits are in the right place, basically just tidying up and making sure all's where it should be," Naruto explained as he approached, stopping a few feet from them all, looking as hardy as he had before his work began. "Anyway, here we are, the denouement, as it were." Chandra snorted, shooting Jace a sly look while he shook his head at her childishness. "And I have to say I'm quite surprised. Half of me was afraid I'd wake up and see the two of you trying to kill each other." "What was your other half afraid of?" Fortunately Jace didn't see either Naruto's corner of the eye glance or the pyromancer left clutching her nose as he spoke up. Fortunately, we managed to avoid that unpleasantness not through lack of trying. Oddly, Chandra didn't react at his flaying glare. In fact, she wasn't looking at him at all, and was she blushing? Strange woman. And I had some time to think. That creature you summoned, it was an Eldrazi? It was, Naruto confirmed, sitting on the warm grass and bidding them do the same. I heard some of your thoughts while I was recovering. Don't worry, I have to concentrate really hard and be close to people to do that. I can't read minds anywhere near as well as you can. Good, Chandra sniffed, repressing the unsubtle pictures Naruto had thrust into her mind. And Jace can never know about one like him's enough. But the Eldrazi, I'm first to admit I'm no expert on them, but didn't something happen on Zendikar that meant they were there? And what happened to your eyes back there? Ocean Blue looked up at her, then split into the concentric rings she'd seen before, the sight unsettling, and she was grateful when he dropped the transformation. Had them, since my ascension. They helped me see how things need to be, Naruto explained briefly, before moving on to what he knew was likely to be a sore topic for the two planeswalkers anyway. Lots of things happened on Zendikar. In fact, most roads crossed there. But let's start at the beginning. As you guessed, the Eldrazi are the ideas of the eternities, the methods by which the end would be undone. However, as I'm sure you know, once you have an idea, you always look for ways to modify and improve it. All sorts of tangents spark off your core idea, and the same thing happened in this case. Each of the big three, the Eldrazi idea titans, if you will, has a brood of lesser ideas that trace their lineage back to him, hence the Zendikar gods and their heralds. So the Eldrazi were spawned from the eternities. How did they get to Zendikar? They were lured and trapped there by three of the great planeswalkers, for the best considering the damage they were doing. It was only by luck that when they were released I was close enough to sense it and deal with them before they ate the plane. I absorbed them into the eternities again, explained that their brother idea had been realized and I would see that which had created them undone. Luckily, after that they went quietly. If they're that powerful though, how were they trapped? Chandra enjoyed a good story, and it was a fine day on this plane mere hours old, and more importantly, how did they get free? Naruto didn't answer for a minute, seemingly pensive, but eventually he sighed and spoke. They were attracted by the royal, the mana there, so powerful it caught their attention. While they were trying to educate the masses, the planeswalkers had devised a trap to contain them within the hedrons. It worked, locking and sealing the Eldrazi titans and their broods away behind innumerable traps and dangers, where hopefully they would get free again. However, forgive me for what I say now, that hope was later dashed. What was locked could be unlocked the same way. At the Eye of Eugen, 3 sparks entered and left, but they weren't the only things to leave. A horrible crawling cold clawed its way up Jace's spine, but we were no the dragon mage, for once he cursed his near-perfect memory, he was a planeswalker as well. His was the 3rd spark. No, Jace held his head in his hands, the horror he had seen stalking across Zendikar now shone in a new and far more terrible light. We didn't, damn it, we didn't know. Know what? Chandra, loath as she was to admit it, knew she wasn't as smart as the Ravnican, hence why dealing with him was such a pain. What about the eye? It was us, Chandra. The scroll was a map to them. The mind mage's voice was leaden with self-loathing. Us and that shapeshifter unlocked their prison. We set the Eldrazi free. For the first time Jace saw his words utterly stun the firebrand, but what should have been a sweet moment tasted only of ashes. How she breathed, face bloodless, was it the fight? The heat without light, the colorless fire, Jace moaned. It all made horrible sense. It was the key? The final one, yes, in the presence of 3 planeswalker sparks. I cast it. Chandra's voice was dead, looking at her hands, as though she'd never seen them before. It said, I set them free. I should have burnt that scroll to ashes. I should never have should and would. Don't matter, listen to me, both of you. Naruto was on his feet, a sudden edginess to him that shook both planeswalkers out of their aghast dolor. What happened at the eye wasn't your fault, not entirely. Other factors were at play there that might have seen the Eldrazi unleashed. Regardless, I'm actually glad it was you who found me. It gave me a chance to set this straight. We found you? Naruto nodded at the mind mage's question. I've met many like you since I began this work, and I made a promise that I would reveal myself to the first planeswalker or walkers to set foot on one of my planes, Naruto explained, smiling gently as realization dawned on their faces. You, Chandra-san, on Illustria, as it's now named. The Eldrazi knew your sparks, and because of that I realized what role you'd had in releasing them, and how much it was likely to hurt you both if you found out. Trust me, there was hard assurance in his tone as his smile strained a little. I know what it means to blame yourself and be blamed from things you couldn't control. Naruto wasn't sure if it was the right time to admit such things, but it seemed to work. Neither of the older walkers were looking as depressed as they had before. Chandra even managing a wry smile known by the ideas of most of the mana in the multiverse. I feel important, she chuckled brittlely. So what happened once they were released? They went about doing things as they had before. Time restraint didn't teach them much, Naruto admitted heavily, before doomed by his depressive nihilism to know how bad things were likely to be. Jace forced himself to ask, what would they do though? You said these 3 ideas had different methods, and what about the 4th? Naruto paused, regarding both him and the pyromancer for what felt like a long time before. To his relief the boy nodded. I suppose it can't hurt to tell you, since they'll not do anything again. All right, he nodded, stretching off and idly wondering where his most important clone was if he stopped for a snack on the way. I'm holding him head first in a swamp until the bubbles stop. First thing is, you've probably already heard their names, or parts of them anyway. The planeswalkers who trapped the Titans named them, and when they left the Zendikarians took on those names to mean their gods Ula, Kozi, and Emiria. Those gods actually do exist then, in a way at least. They do, and strangely enough, if there was ever a plane that deserved gods like them, Zendikar would be it. The oldest and most powerful in a way is a miracle. He would undo the end by tearing down the barrier between the eternities and the multiverse, hence the older planeswalkers called him the Aeons Torn. Second to him is Ulamog, the infinite gyre, who'd destroy everything in the hope that when all was nothing something else would be reborn. Kozilek was third. He would enlighten those in the multiverse to the truth of what had happened in the hope they'd find a way to undo it. Unfortunately, doing this had the side effect of complete and utter insanity, hence his moniker of the Butcher of Truth. Those were the 3 that were trapped on Zendikar, while the 4th, Naruto, paused, thinking of how to frame what he had to say next in a way that wouldn't arouse too much suspicion. He was never named a tragedy and a mistake. He tried to give something to the multiverse, but chose poorly. Who received his gift dying as he tried to reclaim it from the one he had given it to. The multiverse has suffered much because of that poor choice and the misuse of its power, but it won't suffer any more. There was hardness in his eye, a razor edge to his smile that neither planeswalker felt the urge to challenge. Glad to hear it, and thanks for clearing up our mistake up as well, Chandra offered, for once reasonably humble. As Naruto chuckled, like I say, don't worry, once I met the 3 on Zendikar, and they realized I would undo the end, they went back to the eternities. While I was in Zendikar, I managed to calm the place down as well, so all's well that ends well. Jace jolted. Wait, you calmed the plane, as in the calming? What did you do to the royal? Dispersed it between the plane and the eternities. Took a night or so. Don't know what happened to make the mana that unstable, but it can't have been anything good. Still, it's sorted now, and I made a Lustria a few days after that, my first restructuring actually, so that I have hope business took the heat off me. Mention of Zendikar's new star made Chandra look towards the sky. That reminds me, the sun. Did you make that as you made this plane? The nebula did. It's how stars are born. You can't do that with just mana. One of the reasons the light of suns and stars penetrates the blind eternities. That's how Ravnica got the one that led you to me. Naruto didn't miss the definite flicker of interest in Jace's eye. Perfect, keep reeling, while the other pieces are gathered. You can do things once they're born though. I had to do a bit of aging to that ball of fire up. Their clones with temporal magic are awesome for that. How much aging? 500 billion years, give or take, Naruto said blithely, not giving them a chance to look shocked as he went on. But anyway, that's my story. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, a planeswalker whose spark merged with an Eldrazi as it ignited, and is therefore bound to undo the end that created most of the blind eternities. In doing this, I've got to end the multiverse as we know it. Jace and Chandra glanced at each other before at length the Ravnican spoke. I'm assuming it's not as terrible as you make it sound. Nah, though, you should have seen your faces in the eternities. Everyone assumes an end is a bad thing, he admitted, chuckling at the memory as he held forth a hand. Let me show you. Suddenly his palm held a spinning ball of brilliant blue, the concentrated mana sphere, beautiful to behold. This is what was, he said, before tapping the top of the sphere with his free hand. Its motion shattered most of the ball, becoming a much paler blue, while fragments of deeper navy sifted slowly through the pallid bubble. This is what is now. And this is what I must do. Both planeswalkers watched as slowly tiny specks of light began to glow within the shattered sphere, dying away to reveal other fragments. You're creating new planes. Chandra's throat was dry as she beheld the bewitching spectacle from the blind eternities. Yes, the ending transmuted almost everything into raw mana. It's my job to transmute it back until all the pieces are made and fit back together. The shining ball was whole again for an instant before Naruto, and dispersed it. When I'm done, the multiverse will end as the universe is restored. Universe, the word sounded strange on Jace's tongue, strange, but not without appeal. So it's a conversion process? I mean, you take mana from the eternities and convert it into planar mana. Basically, yeah, though, as you've seen, it's a bit violent, Naruto admitted before suddenly beaming broadly, though not without its rewards. Glancing over his shoulder, Jace stood and moved to the side as another Naruto stepped forwards, a set of brightly colored cartons in his hands. Sorry boss, bit of a queue. No worries, get out to sea. I think I made it a bit too salty out there. On it, the clone passed its creator its burden before saluting and running off towards the surf. Chandra watching him go and laughing slightly as he raced onto the waves. Can you show me how to do that? I could try. Why? You can never have too many minions, plus more of me means more of me to burn things. Good point. No, Jace had to pour cold water on that idea before it started catching light. For the sake of your universe, please, no one bad-tempered pyromaniac is more than enough. Hey, I'm not bad-tempered, Chandra defended herself, Jace saying nothing but with an expression that spoke volumes as Naruto coughed to disguise his chuckling. And I'm supposed to be the kid here? Listen, I've just finished work and I'm about to celebrate. You're both welcome to join me. He rattled one of the cups his clone had given him, and intrigued Chandra held a hand forwards, catching the tin he tossed her. What is it? Ramen, food of the gods, Naruto declared, peeling back the lid of his tin before frowning. Needs water and to cook. Would you mind? I'm kind of dry. 3 and a bit minutes later, swirling the salty broth around, Jace had to concede the ramen was actually quite enjoyable, though since Naruto's eating it, I suppose it is the food of a god. So Naruto, Chandra spoke through a mouthful of noodles. How many times you done this now? Since I was 4. Gigi took me to a noodle shop, and I've been going ever since. Chandra paused before swallowing, snickering at his confusion. Not the ramen, this, she pointed out to the horizon, the sun beginning to set and mark the end of the reborn plane's first day. How many planes have you actually made, and how long have you been at it? No idea, I've been ad-libbing up till now, Naruto replied, somewhat sheepishly scratching the back of his head with a free hand. I keep meaning to get myself a diary and write down how all this works, but it always slips my mind. Don't ask about time either, I've no idea, but I'm sure I haven't been about that long, certainly not more than a year. And 2 planes we know of. 3, if you include this one, Jace mused, drinking the dregs from his cup. You're keen. No choice really. How true that was. They didn't need to know yet. Sooner it started, the sooner it's done. Still, we'd best get going soon. My clones will sort the rest out. Chandra drained what was left and wiped a trickle of juice off her cheek. That was great. Where'd you get it from? Naruto tapped his nose as he stood up, preparing for the last sacrifice to be made on this place. Sorry, Chandra-san, trade secret anyway. Before we go, mind if I ask you guys a question? Well, actually, I've already asked the question, but I'd be interested in your answer. Chandra caught the mind mage's nod and replied, sure, what do you need to know? What am I? Even Jace was wrong-footed by that one, though Naruto's swift explanation helped quell the confusion. I know I'm not a planeswalker. I can't be. My spark isn't like yours. It's merged with the blind eternities. It exists there. That's why I can channel so much mana, and I know what I have to do. The eternities tell me what was I do the rest. I can travel as freely as you. But he shook his head, somewhat sad but stoic. I'm not the same, a scion of the Eldrazi and bound to the eternities. So what? There was a short silence at this, the 2 planeswalkers mulling the question over until one of them gave a muffled laugh. Chandra struck an exaggerated thinking pose. You bend all colors of mana to your will to make planes and stop the multiverse being eaten by the thoughts of the space between. I'm sure there's a word for beings like that. It's on the tip of my tongue. 3 letters, starts with G. Naruto laughed. No chance. Gods create things from scratch. I'm just rebuilding what was there originally. None of this is my own work. I'm just the prism. Really, it's all being made off the backs of those who were there when it used to exist. Besides, how do you think that's going to go down when I meet other people? Hi, nice to meet you. I'm a god. They'll throw away the nuthouse key. I suppose not, even he's not arrogant enough to call himself a god, except in front of a mirror. You'll get yours later. Jace refused to be baited, even as he schemed revenge. Going by the laws of the jungle, you can call yourself what you like, you can back it up better than most. I prefer not to fight, and trust me, that's a sea change from how I was before this happened, the ninja confessed, shrugging. Ah well, I'll have to give it more thought. Maker. Pardon? Jace explained his choice of word. You do not walk the plains, you create them, therefore you are a plainsmaker, quite probably the only one in the multiverse. Naruto beamed for a moment before the expression dropped off his face. That was one of those "you have a great power, use it responsibly" talks, wasn't it? Well, thanks for the brevity. Chandra laughed, punching the mind mage on the shoulder. Subtle, she mocked, though she fractionally squeezed his arm before she withdrew her hand, as at the bottom of her heart she feared the same thing the Ravnican did. If he turns, we're all doomed. Still, this is your place, Naruto. Which way out of here? 1 minute. Last thing to do. I loved your name, Chandra, but the eternities were very forceful for this one. There were powerful echoes for this plane, including its name. He raised his ramen cup towards the setting sun and turned it, speaking as the last drops of salty broth christened the virgin earth Iliond. Some minutes later, encased in another bubble and speeding through the blind eternities with Naruto in the lead, Jace felt a tap at his shoulder and silently established a mental connection. Whisper, Naruto may hear us. Yeah, miracle of miracle. Chandra could control her. Volume 7 months. Jace, that's how long he's been walking, or making in his case. That made him look around. What makes you say that? Because that's how long it's been. Getting easier, she replied. Think about it, because of him the blind eternities know that whatever created them will be fixed, and they'll go back to being planes or whatever they were before, right? Right so? So how much of relief is that for the Eldrazi? Chandra's expression was earnest, he voice gaining volume until Jace gestured for her to lower it again. Imagine this, you're innocent of a crime, but whoever's in charge has had you locked in a room for you don't know how long. All you can do is grab at people when they come through your room. Suddenly in comes someone who listens to you and says, don't worry, I know what's wrong, and I'll get you out of here. Wouldn't that make you more patient? You wouldn't fly into such a rage and leap on everyone you saw? So the eternities are what, tolerating us more because of his work? It makes sense. If you start those ridiculous pyrotechnics again, I will imprint an extremely irritating and catchy tune in your mind. Chandra scowled at the threat, though the small smolders on the end of her braids obediently vanished. But I do think you're right. Bear with me a second, Naruto. Terminating the mental link, he spoke aloud, the newly dubbed Plainsmaker, looking over his shoulder. Yeah? On Iliond you created air from the eternities, correct? Yeah, it's kind of a necessity. Ever seen living things in a vacuum? No, what happens? You don't want to know, Naruto answered the firebrand's question warningly. It's really gross. Anyway, you want to know why it didn't happen to you, right? Simple, really. I took a lot of air from Ravnica and held it while we were traveling through the eternities, just like I'm doing now. I had it wrapped around the two of you and me while I was restructuring Iliond. You were safe. Thank you. Slightly wrong-footed by the sudden answer, Jace was left to block out Chandra's sniggering as he went on. So where will you go now? On, I've got other places to make and plenty of work to do. I've got clones making the stars and such like, but for the planes themselves, I have to be there in person. Try to channel that much mana through them, they'll burst like grapes. Nasty, Chandra commented before the speaking in a softer voice. But what about you though? You don't do this all the time. Surely you looked half dead when you were done on Iliond. I've always healed fast anyway. Brace for landing, we're about to arrive, and whatever you do, don't look behind you until we do. It was instinctive, it was uncontrollable, and it was the scariest thing either of them had ever done. Just as they were pulled out of the mists, both planeswalkers caught a glimpse, just the meanest sight of something else, something truly gargantuan moving through the fog of the eternities, following them as a whale might a fishing vessel. It was an impossible nightmare from beyond space and time, and it was the last thing they saw before there were cobbles under their feet, and the unreal was sealed away, a sight that would haunt them both for a long time. As Naruto squinted up at the signs above Ventin Street. Jace-san, are we in the right place? Forcing the image of the otherworldly being from his mind, the Ravnican glanced around and remembered his way through the city, grateful it was dark and the Azorius weren't out in force this way. Follow me. Naruto, citing good manners, accompanied them to the door, but declined Jace's invitation over the threshold. Sorry, no rest for the wicked, he apologized before looking thoughtful. There was something else I was going to tell you, but it's probably not important. Anyway, I'm sure we'll meet again. Watch the skies. If you see other stars, it means I'm doing my job right. I've always wanted to dabble in astronomy, Jace admitted before glancing down at the diminutive planesmaker. Well, Naruto, it's been interesting. That's one word for it. Try and keep yourselves out of trouble, hard as it might be for one of you. Chandra just shrugged before, to the surprise of the other two, her expression softened. Mind if I ask you something, Naruto? Please do. You've told us about the past, all about the end and what happened and the part we played in making it happen. What about you? She pushed on before she lost her courage. She had all his attention, his now, and even normal. His eyes seemed so much older than a child's. What was it like before your spark lit? There was no denying it this time. Even in the semi-darkness his eyes were hooded, his formerly smiling face stony. Chandra knew she'd taken a gamble, but his explanation following the revelations of the eye's aftermath had helped turn a sharp knife aimed at her heart. Few sparks ignited for holistic reasons. She only knew of one planeswalker with that advantage, and he was or had been an order-obsessed moron. Last she'd checked, and she'd thought Naruto likely the same something. His answer of another time, perhaps. I'm afraid I'm running late, only made a certainty in her mind. With a last bow he departed, wisps of power around him as he walked away, leaving the two alone in the doorway of a Ravnican townhouse. Jace didn't remember inviting the woman in, but she was sat at his table regardless, looking up at him as he shut the door and looked back. Neither said a word. What could they say? More than once both opened their mouths as though ready to break the billowing silence, but nothing came. Only when Chandra clenched her gauntlet in front of her and began gently thumping her forehead off it. Was there any noise? My sentiments exactly, Jace agreed, chuckling as she glanced at him sidelong. 2 planes, Bellerin. We found one first thing, and were then dragged to another. After being humiliated, even that feels like weeks ago. Yes, finding the truth of the multiverse, and how we played a part in almost destroying it, tends to bury tidbits like that. The Aqua Mage agreed, slumping into a chair opposite her. Gods, I need a drink. You have booze here? Mostly wine, but there should be some ale about. I take it you want a glass? Jace, Bellerin, give me enough alcohol to get me drunk, and I will steal every volume, encyclopedia, and research paper from the guild of your choice and deliver them to you by hand. Jace stared across the table before. For the first time since Chandra had known him, he threw his head back and roared with laughter. She was stunned, even singeing the end of a finger to make sure she wasn't dreaming, but as the mind mage's convulsions eventually stilled and he wiped his eyes, she couldn't help but chuckle herself. I would say no, but remembering how difficult you were to track, that's a tempting offer, he remarked. The cellars over here, how strong? Melt my brain, gods above and below. What the hell, just what the hell? I know, he agreed, sliding the bolt out of the cellar door with his foot. Someone akin to a god. Regardless of what he says, Naruto has the power to do or undo as he pleases. The mana he used was beyond anything else. I won't be long. He disappeared into the cellar and Chandra was left with her thoughts, trying to order some and forget others, especially the revelation of that monumentally stupid trip into Zendikar. I should never have gone. It was so easy to say now. Why hadn't she seen it? Then I should have forgotten that scroll left the purifying chamber and never looked back. But if I had, I wouldn't be here now. Would any of us be here now? It was a question she couldn't answer, much like hundreds of others she had swirling in her mind. Would Jace remove some of them for her? He'd done it before on business. Maybe he could do it again if she asked nicely enough. The sound of boots on wood brought her back to the present, and more importantly promises of sweet alcohol-induced forgetfulness. Thought you were going for wine, she quipped as the back of Jace's robe appeared from the cellar. What were you doing down there, pressing it? No, I was making a discovery, he said, not turning as Chandra groaned. Dare I ask? Jace's shoulders sagged before he slowly stumped around a garish dye now staining the front of his aquamarine robes a bright yellow. I just discovered what Naruto meant to tell us before he left. The kitchen silence was shattered by raucous hysteria for the second time in a few minutes. Chandra, almost falling out her seat at the sight of him, and only able to hear his offer when she ran out of air to laugh with, if you don't mind prepaying your bar tab, would you help detrap my house? That was an experience of shared trauma. Not only had 2 of the 3 traps from before reset, Jace had unpicked the clothes, stealing one, something Chandra recalled an instant after she'd stepped on its trigger and it mercifully failed to go off. But there were a multitude of other pranks, each found maddening when they were hit by them and hilarious when the other was. a falling box of fake spiders made Chandra yell and stamp on them all in a manner that sorely tested Jace's bladder control, and when a rug suddenly came to life and wrapped the memory adept up, it was several minutes before she was composed enough to unravel him. A mirror in the hallway made the firebrand double take and check her hair wasn't electric blue. Jace, on the other hand, thought white made him look rather distinguished, but the final indignity awaited in the library. Chandra quickly slamming the door and standing in front of it protectively. We should deal with that tomorrow. Jace looked like he was about to cry. How bad is it? How much alcohol do you have? As much as I need, just let me see the worst of it. She sized him up before stepping aside. Don't say I didn't warn you. The handle clicked and she nudged it with her heel, letting the door swing open. Jace looked around and then with mounting horror looked up. For a long time he was motionless, and Chandra was afraid his mind had finally blown a fuse, before at length he spoke in a reedy high-pitched squeak. He's been thorough. That's one word for it, Chandra agreed, wondering how much glue the planesmaker had gone through to secure everything to the ceiling. Even the ink pot on the perpendicular table was where it should be with the quill still in it. Drink? Jace nodded, pulling the library door shut with a soft but very final slam. Drink. Company loved misery, but somehow the first few bottles burnt the bitter edge off the night. By halfway through the third they were joking and laughing about some of the surprises Naruto had left for them. You should keep that mirror, Chandra advised, nodding. Self-importantly, real eye-opener, made me look twice. I'd look twice at you with blue hair, Jace assured her, fumbling for a refill, just like you'd look at me with yellow robes. Hope this dye washes out, and I needed to reorganize the library anyway. Just as well, she assured him, holding out her glass for the mind mage to refill. Hey, don't leave me gasping. Jace, however, didn't top her up immediately. Instead, he looked at her as piercingly as a man several goblets south of sober could. Chandra, why did you ask Naruto about before his spark caught light? And why not? He's young for a walker or maker, she pointed out reasonably. And did you see his face? I don't think it was good. Me either, not good. I was lucky, didn't realize when my spark lit. What? Chandra was honestly surprised. How's that? Master of Mind said it was a spell that backfired. Jace admitted, his expression becoming more drawn as he remembered those memories of his past he hadn't excised. He was planning well, don't know, but he kept me from knowing about the spark and what happened. I found out by accident. What did you do? He looked away. I can't remember. I made myself not remember, so nothing good came here and stayed ever since. Not the best, not the worst, but people won't leave me be. 'Cause you're telepit, telespo, you speak in people's heads? Exactly, and it's even worse 'cause I can walk. Who wouldn't want that? I could look into the minds of king's leaders on lots of planes. That's why I was in the Contosium. That was a mistake. The what? Jace shook his head as though bothered by flies. No, not sayin' 'bout that. We were talking about sparks. How did yours light? Mine? Oh, even if the purifying fire had let her lay those ghosts to rest, it wasn't a story she liked telling. Mine wasn't good. Jace nodded, understanding in his eyes, as he offered the bottle. Sorry, you don't have to know. You were honest. I can't remember where I'm from. They talked for a long time of many things: sadness, joy, narrow escapes, crazy adventures, battles won, and loves lost. Night had truly fallen, but as she glanced out the window, a sudden thought flashed over Chandra's mind, making her smile. What's so funny? She pointed towards the dark sky. You think he's out there now making more stars? Probably we'll see him again, the mind mage assured her, and next time I'll take notes. For now though, he can work alone. I've got to sleep, and if he's left a trap in my bedroom, I'll do something next time I see him. Yeah right. Chandra stumbled and caught herself on the table edge. What's that inn called again? Is it 6 streets down and 2 over? Inn? No, Jace shook his head at the state of her. You'd not get 10 paces for the Azores. Got you drunk and disorderly, and that's if you're lucky. Got a guest room, you can use that. Really? Yeah, only when he saw unadulterated shock on the firebrand's face did he hazily remember a roof over her head she didn't have to pay for was likely a rare thing. I'd only have to bail you out the Boros jails in the morning otherwise. Thanks, and she was grateful, following in his footsteps as he led her up the stairs and along. None of your minions are coming in, are they? No, I call when I need them, usually when I'm walking, he assured her, counting off the doors. 3, 4, wait, what? Oh, he waved a hand, oceanic mana flickering over it erratically, and the door he was stood in front of shimmered and disappeared, revealing a blank wall. Missed that one. Chandra grinned, shoulders shaking as he opened the next door, along not the biggest. It's fine, she assured him, stepping inside, as the bed began to sing a lullaby she couldn't resist. Thanks, I mean it. Don't worry, see you in the morning. She made a noise that could have meant anything, the whine in her belly and dreams in her head combining to draw her towards the pillows. She remembered sitting on the bed's edge, kicking her boots off, falling backwards onto softness, and after that nothing. She's gone. He shouldn't have been surprised, and wasn't not really as he looked at the shoddily made bed. What did surprise him was the slight pang in his chest. Would saying goodbye have killed her? But she wouldn't be Chandra. If she did, she was wild, reckless, and impulsive like the mana she used, and even for fire her flame burnt quickly. Making a mental note to tidy the room up when his hangover was gone, Jace turned away, looking to hunt down some breakfast, as the ramen, if that's how you pronounce it, from yesterday wasn't keeping him full any longer. He had a hand on the banister and one foot dangling over the top step when a sudden thump made him pause. The library? No chance. He didn't realize he was smiling until he heard the unladylike language from within, gently nudging the wooden portal open to see a familiar back. Some would have called it determination, others hard-headedness, but whatever it was, he had to admire it. Chandra had somehow levered his chair off the ceiling first and was now stood atop it, retrieving stacks of the upside-down books from their shelves. She was faced slightly away from him as he leant on the doorframe, trying hard to keep his face straight as she carefully ripped the books from their unnatural perches, greasing the wheels with profanity as she read their spines upside down. With a decent armful, she slowly stepped down, feeling around with one foot first to prevent herself tumbling backwards. Jace waited until she had both boots under her before breaking the silence. Thought you'd already gone? The pile of tomes swayed, but didn't topple as the red-aligned planeswalker jumped. Son of a bitch, Jace knocked next time. How long have you been there? Not a minute. I honestly did think you'd left. What are you doing? Chandra looked away, the ledgers in her arms rustling as she shifted uncomfortably, trying to find a denouement. In here, she mumbled, glowering, as Jace snickered. Do you even know what a denouement is? No, and don't tell me I'll find one myself. Fine, fine, but how about you continue your search after something to eat? That made her prick her ears. I can start clearing this place out while we turn it upside down again. Placing her pile with the others she'd taken off the now half-bared bookshelf, the pyromancer snorted. It's already upside down. Yes, so if we turn it upside down again, it'll be right side up. Stop, it's too early for mind mage logic, Chandra demanded, straightening up and brushing herself down. Right, breakfast, then we get this done. Even with a decent meal, Jace being a reasonable chef and Chandra negating the need for coal, it took most of the morning before the last ledger was back in its proper place, and Jace wiped his brow, looking at the reasonable pile of old texts he'd winnowed from the flock. All yours. I'm sure you're itching to burn something. The red mage grinned. You know me too well. Come on, I'll start it in the kitchen. Save your servants filling the coal scuttle up. Stand me one more meal, and then I'd best be going. Fair enough, never let it be said I don't pay the hired help. She shot him a rude gesture, even if his tone was joking. Where will you go? You not sure? She admitted before brightening. I want to see how much more Naruto's made, but I've got no idea where to look. I'll just travel and sense till I find something. Not the worst idea, Jace agreed before being struck by a sudden thought, and following it quickly, and you'd likely be the first there. No one else knows what to look for. Listen, Chandra, I know we've poor history, but I'll make you a deal. Whatever you find, make a note of it, and bring it back here. There'll be a bed and warm meal for you. She was stunned, too shocked to be angry as she regarded him agape. What? Why the hell? Because it makes perfect sense, Jace went on, surprising even himself with his spur-of-the-moment plan. I'm as excited about the Planesmaker as you are, but I can't be away from Ravnica for too long. The politics change too often to forgive a long walk. If you want to go exploring, fine, but don't let your discoveries go to waste. I can catalog them, and if you want, Ravnica can act as a base for your expeditions. You can buy or steal if you have to anything you need, and I'm sure a few of the spells I've collected would be useful for you to know. It's fair as I see it. What about you? Chandra said nothing for a long time, probably the longest time Jace had ever seen her quiet, and for good reason. She valued freedom above all things, and an offer like this, even for mutual benefit, would be scrutinized as a potential cage. Jace did nothing that might affect her decision until a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. In any case, you'll need somewhere to be while you're raiding the Is it? I doubt you can carry the whole guild here on your back. Thrown off completely by his wild tangent, Chandra could only ask, "What are you babbling about?" "I remember a certain walker not 1,000 leagues from here promising me a lot of research material in exchange for alcohol," he reminded her, smugly amused as her expression dropped. "I held up my end of the bargain. Your turn. I choose the is it for you to ransack." "But I know you didn't. Do I look hungover?" There was a feral cunning in her eye as she squared up to him. "Very nice wine, but wasn't enough to get me drunk." "Should have been. We went through enough of it. You've built up a tolerance?" "A bit, but it's mostly my mana," Chandra explained, conjuring a small fire on the end of her hair. "Burns off the beer. Soon as I channel it stops the red eyes you've got going on." Having not checked a mirror that morning, Jace felt the sting of that comment and chambered his own in retaliation. "A neat trick, though. I imagine your hollow legs help those thighs probably hold half a barrel each." Fortunately, Jace realized he'd said the wrong thing just before the booted foot connected to one of the thighs he'd insulted swung for his vulnerables. Outside, Chandra's breath was smoking as she stared through him. "No smart talking saving you this time, Jace. We're dueling." He thought for a way out of this before suddenly he stopped thinking. It had been a long time since he'd dueled properly, and he was reasonably sure she wouldn't kill him. "As you wish. Follow me." Serene blue clashed with flaring orange as he rose to her challenge. "I suppose you'll need the practice if you will throw yourself headlong into the unknown." She merely grinned, fire crackling up her arms as he led her into his manor ground, beckoning her to halt and marching on another score or so pace, his eyes glowing as he faced her again. "When you're ready." Fire roared and water hissed as it quenched at the battle of mages in mana as old as the multiverse begun anew, as far away one who would see the return of something older than the multiverse heard echoes of the fight, and nodded to himself. The biggest mistake corrected some of the worst that could have happened unfulfilled, and he glanced at the new adornment he'd replaced about his shoulder after leaving Ravnica away to make sure all this gets recorded for the right moment. "It all seems to be going rather well." So then his thoughts turned grimmer as he looked to the new burden over his shoulder, feeling it rustle, and knowing exactly what his oldest friend meant. Time to shift focus a little. "The multiverse can wait a little. There are matters much closer to home I have to attend now." Chapter 5. Closing the door. To normal eyes it would seem like a scene played out 1,000 times across 100 worlds, a dreamy youth watching a sunset, scribbling here and there in a chained diary. The secrets of the heart of love and other such things were locked within similar tomes, the multiverse over the yearnings of youth recorded forever, until either the pain faded or the joy of adulthood began. As the sun sank lower and the flitting of the Fae folk was seen in the blossoms nearby, the young man stood, his volume rattling on its chain as he set his mind forwards, forbearance and foreboding both on his face. "Time to end this," he said softly, readying himself for a terrible reunion. First, though, he gently patted the book at his hip, and albeit invisibly the pages ruffled softly in response to "Deal with you." The noise came twice before Jace responded, so used to his ward's triggering he barely recognized his own doorbell. Quickly donning a loose robe, he rushed down the stairs, trying to think who could possibly be calling at this hour. "I've bribed the Azorius and paid the Golgari off until the next festival." His part-time lodger had helped with that, no-end memories of her returning with a large handful of coins to cover her rent, enough to put monetary concerns aside for a good long while. Hoping it wasn't a Boros or worse Rakdos recruitment drive, the mind mage gathered himself slightly before opening the door, glancing around before catching a flash of yellow below him. "Naruto?" he said wonderingly before manners overcame on. "Naruto, please, I'll come in." He stepped aside to usher the planesmaker in, but to his slight relief, the boy shook his head. "Nah, no need." "Listen, Jace-san, I need a favor. I've got a bit of business to look into, and I don't want this to get damaged." He slipped off his chain and held it forwards, the book swaying limply on its constraints. "Could you look after it for a bit?" That's new. He hadn't had that the last time their paths had crossed, but even as the memory crossed his mind, the planesmaker's words came back to him, an echo that made his neck hair stand on end. "I keep meaning to get a diary, write down how all this works." Of course the links were cool in his hands. Naruto's book, a hefty tome, as the ninja passed it over. "How long will you be?" "Wish I could tell you. Hopefully not long. If you want to you can read it." But Jace was doing a mental happy dance until the warning threw grease over the dance floor. "It's a bit touchy. You'll need words of powerful magic to get it open." "I'll see what I can do somehow." Even as his knuckles whitened on this priceless prize, his voice was surprisingly level. "My thanks for your trust and your time, Naruto." The boy chuckled. I should be thanking you, bloody annoyance. That ledger can be sometimes. Jace heard the chain creak. Definitely magical. It responds to his voice. Have you seen Chandra-san about? Distracted by the weight in his hand, Jace had to think to bring the firebrand to mind. Not for a while. She flits in and out. Hopefully she'll be back for the Guild Pact Festival. Not a hope. He'd have held some 8 months ago. You know of it, and will you be attending? If I get time I might look in anyway. I've taken up enough of your night. The ninja bowed as he stepped away from the door. Sorry for looking in uninvited, but this just came up. I'll leave you to it. See you in a while. Even as the wisps of the departing planeswalker were dispersing, Jace had slammed and double-locked the door's eyes, barely straying from the book in his hands, as he raced headlong to his laboratory, spells already flickering across his mind, as he just about blocked out the urge to cackle maniacally. The Planesmaker's secrets had been given to him. With this he would know the truth of how Naruto would undo the blind eternities, and more than that lay to rest a great worry that had plagued him for some time. Crashing into his deepest research center, and not even bothering to lock the door behind him, the Mind Mage placed the book carefully on the solid counter, and summoning his mana began to examine it in detail. The ground he touched upon following his walk was similar to that anywhere else within the multiverse, similar, but differentiated by one very pertinent fact: unlike the other planes, here was the one that had birthed him. The memories were as bitter as he thought they might be. Time, rather than dulling the pain, only seemed to have given it sharper venom. His chest ached both from within and without, pain to two kinds warring as he closed his eyes and breathed, searching for his center as he battled the demons in his head. Sensing the mana of his home plane, one that to his knowledge had no name, he found it pliable enough, a little stodgy through lack of use, so not many planeswalkers ever travel this way. I may even be the first. The thought made him smile bitterly as opened his eyes and mind together, heeding the echoes around the world as he sought to undo the last idea before it could bear any more bitter fruit and bury a few ghosts of his own in the process. Shortly afterwards reality rippled around him as he realized how truly dire the situation was for the unhappy world. Too much was happening for even him to counter at once with any great ease. Quickly formulating a plan, he stepped into the space between worlds, speeding to where two of his targets awaited with a wolfish smile on his face. I may have put this off too long. His eldest friend's stroke annoyance had been right, not that he'd ever let him find out about it, but I can still put it right. Just as well I dealt with the Phyrexians first. The weight of the artifacts he'd liberated from the world of metal clinked reassuringly under his clothing, allowing him to give a terrible smile. A coffin's too good for this ghost. Only his familiarity with the leader of the Akatsuki allowed Sasuke to know they had company, withdrawing his blade with a whisper as he realized Toby should have been at the war's front line by now. He no longer cared about the war or anything else. All that mattered now was the truth, and even if he had to once more taste the devil's fruit, he would know it. He heard, but ignored Karen's gasp as the four shades the resurrected Snake Sannin had summoned from ashes and sacrifice took form, instead focusing on the figure now in the doorway of the Uzumaki shrine. His bloodline limit swirled in his eyes as he took in the newcomer, then they widened as they took in the face, older now, but still the same one he'd seen vanish in lightning over 3 years before, the Mangekyo failing to appear, as rather than rage at the Uzumaki's death, he'd been left with only confusion. Dobe, the whisper echoed in the still chamber, the very air seeming to ripple as everyone focused on the new presence. All was still until a sibilant hissing filled the air. Kukukuku. Orochimaru laughed regarding the reunion with amusement, especially since thanks to me he can see his dear father again. Naruto-kun, it seems rumors of your DEA Chinmaku. The Snake Sannin gagged, clutching at his throat as something white shone in Naruto's hand. His eyes narrowed into slits of pure loathing as he stepped forwards. Something preceded him, something stronger than even killing intent, as the rest of Taka backed away. The walls cracked, the entire shrine shaking as the Uzumaki's fury leaked at the sight of the man who'd murdered his adoptive grandfather and then brought him back. This ends now, you snake, now and eternally. On his voice was soft, your soft, but deadly with laden promise. Knees. Most of Taka were already there or lower, only the Hokages, almost unaffected, as with a crack Orochimaru caved, his joints giving way under a tsunami of pressure as Naruto focused upon him alone. The former Jinchuriki regarded him impassively before he reached under his traveling cloak and something silver was sent spinning into the back wall, something that grew into a thick circle of metal. What? Sasuke's croak was ended as his former teammate intoned Nemurinai no Ketsugo, and a fog of black and silver engulfed him. That the Uchiha was able to even flap at the oncoming chakra cloud was a testament to his strength that was ultimately futile as a sudden crushing weight around his neck and shoulders dropped him to his front. Glancing up unable to speak, he could only watch as 5 streamers of color erupted from Naruto's fingers, each one hitting the silver disc hovering behind the kneeling Sannin, a disc that soon reacted to this power. Symbols lit up tracing around the edges as slowly the middle opened, yawning wider and wider into a pit of ultimate blackness. Orochimaru, not able to look as his doom as Naruto, spoke, his voice laden with dire promise. Do you know what this is, Snake? Of course not. He stopped channeling his unheard of chakra and lashed out, grabbing the Sannin by the neck and unseen channeling a sliver of black mana into his victim. Make sure he didn't squirm. It is the Mu-I no Tobira. It is the end, Orochimaru. Every trace of you will be wiped from existence, every jutsu, every seal, every memory. You're going to die, worm. He dragged the Otokage off the ground, relishing the terror he could see in the pale man's eyes as his voice rose into a roar. And no one will remember you to mourn. He lashed out, his kick shattering the Sannin's sternum as he flew backwards, at last able to scream as he fell into the void, the final door hungry for its tribute. The Sannin seemed to linger for a long time, his face twisted, his chakra flaring as he tried everything to escape the grasp of nihilism, but it was hopeless. His dreams of godhood would die for good this time. Whose dreams? Oh, seeing the portal sealing itself before him, Naruto quickly realized the reason for his sudden lapse in memory. Guess that thing really does work, though I'll double check with the book when I check in with Jay-san. Mental note, must get an idea how that plan's going when I've dealt with this Naruto-kun. The voice, one he'd not heard for years, made him smile. The third Hokage, looking at him with blackened eyes as he held out a hand and willed the now inert door into it. What did you just do? Got rid of someone I truly hated, he replied, regarding the 4 Hokages before him with respect as half a continent away. The last scraps of what had once been a human being finished oozing into protoplasm, the loss of his stolen power rendering Kabuto unable to balance natural energy and killing him as surely as the Plainsmaker had killed his mentor. Can't remember what I hated him for or why, but he or she's gone now regardless. However, you are not, and much as I wish you weren't, I know all of you are dead. Allow me to return you to the pure world. Don't. It was the second who spoke, his tone freezing the rest of Team Taka, who had been going to Sasuke's aid with the well. Whoever had summoned him gone. The Edo Tensei still lingered, but he was under no one's control. Who are you, boy? Uzumaki Naruto Naidame-sama. Naruto the fourth exploded, rushing to seize his son by the shoulders, looking deep into his eyes. I'm sorry, I never thought I'd see you like this. Likewise somewhat perturbed, the Uzumaki genteelly disentangled himself from the man's grip. Still, you give me a second, and I'll send you back. Back? Why would I want to go back? I've just found you. Minato's face was one big beam, though it faded slightly at seeing his son, confused. You know who I am, right? The 4th Hokage, the yellow flash, and the man who sealed a demon into me the night I was born. Though it had been a decision for the best overall, he was still a little bitter about it. That didn't seem to be the answer Minato was looking for. However, Naruto winced at the grip on his shoulder as the 4th slowly looked over his shoulder at his predecessor, killing intent, once more suffusing the air. You swore he would know Sarutobi. You swore you'd tell him the truth. I died before I could. The 3rd defended himself, though, for the life unlife in this case of him. He couldn't remember who had killed him in that rooftop fight. I entrusted that to Jiraiya with my passing. Minato groaned, remembering his sensei all too well. No wonder you're in the dark then. Okay, Naruto, I'm sorry to say it like this, but I'm your father. If Minato had been expected tantrums, tears, or a joyous hug, he was sorely disappointed. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had learned far more damaging truths about the nature of existence to be thrown off course by a little thing like his parentage. Already half his mind was on the problem. After this one he now had a good reason to flex a little muscle on before it ended badly, so he simply nodded and said, I see, that actually makes sense now I think about it. Jinchuriki are usually related to the village leaders. Listen, Dad, I don't have time to hang around. Something really big is happening, and I've got to put a stop to it before it gets out of control. I'm probably not what you thought I'd be, but believe this, when you see Mom on the other side, I want you to tell her, and tell yourself, I'm grateful for what you did and you were not wrong to do it. He stepped back, aching inside, but putting a brave face on it as he could see his father was doing. Minato swallowing hard even as he stepped back amid his peers. We, your mother and I, we will always be proud of you. Thanks. Naruto glanced at the assembled dead, each of the Hokages, regarding him with curiosity or warmth, as small glyphs appeared in front of him. He couldn't get bogged down in 20 questions. Now go in peace all of you. Chijo no Katsugo Okiru. The small slivers of blue mana rushed forwards, each one hitting the forehead of a summoned village leader, and undoing the binding that had called them forth. Naruto's last glimpse of his father and adopted grandfather showed them smiling kindly before ashes fell and spent kunai clattered to the ground. The Edo Tensei undone as he took a deep breath, holding his rage in until it could be aimed at a proper target. He paused for a second before turning away, mana building within him, and only just refraining from lashing out at the feeble whisper from his side as he stepped forth. Uzumaki, shut up, Uchiha. He didn't even glance at the man who'd tried to murder him, knowing if he did he'd likely kill his former best friend. You wanted to sever your bonds. Congratulations, you did it. Live die, be farmed for your bloodline. I don't care, you are nothing, and are as nothing to me anymore. The Dobe has walked past you, Sasuke, and he will never look back. With that he pulled on the mana around him, abandoning the heartless husk who'd once been his teammate and whisking himself across the nations towards the true fight, determined to end the madness and see all undone as required. Unfortunately, this time he arrived a second too late. She'd closed her eyes at the light and hoped dying won't hurt. To her surprise, it hadn't. The roaring in her ears suddenly becoming utterly silent as the worry, the pain, and the screams of the injured stopped. The war was over, they had surely lost, but it seemed so remote and far away. She had played her part, done what she could, but the end was truly never in doubt. The nations had been divided until the end, the Akatsuki under the radar, until their task was mostly done, and they were confident enough to emerge as the threat to the shinobi system. Their forces had been formidable and their leaders unassailable, even their second-in-command able to take down the great Jiraiya-sama, a blow her mentor had never recovered from. Still, it doesn't matter now. Ever since she'd seen that terrible plant sprout in the distance, alive with energy she could all but taste on the air, and the twin terrible figures overseeing its rebirth, she'd known it was a losing battle, but had fought because it was what she'd been taught to do. Let the will of fire burn even when hope was extinguished. I've played my part. I wonder if Tu and Ka-san are here? The light faded. She had a brief second of looking at the back of her eyelids, and then Haruno Sakura opened her eyes, looking up at the darkening sky. It looked a lot like the nations thought it smelt, somehow cleaner. Shaking her head to knock loose a slight headache, she half levered herself into a sitting position and accepted the hand offered before looking up to see who offered it and freezing. Naruto? The boy who'd been dead for 4 years smiled, and she smiled back somehow. It seemed right he'd be the first to welcome her to the next life. Hello, Sakura-chan, still as beautiful as ever. She almost bopped him on the head out of reflex. Don't say things like that, she scolded. So what happens now? Now? You and the others get behind me. Naruto wasn't smiling anymore. He was looking behind her as she belatedly noticed others, the rest of the Shinobi Alliance, picking themselves up, wondering what was going on. I'll deal with this. T? The words shriveled to dust in her throat as she realized she wasn't dead. She was still in the elemental nations, still in hell, as the assembled Akatsuki force stared down at her, their doomsday weapon in the far background behind a legion of troops. Glancing about her frantically, the Mednin spotted familiar faces and rushed to them, helping Shizune to her feet as she shouted, Naruto, what happened? The long white tunnel sometimes leads back to the light. Sakura-chan, he called back, raising one hand. You and the others stay there, this is my responsibility now. His hand glowed with chakra. She tried to step after him only to be rebuffed. The air itself solidified. Beating her fists against it did no good. Doton was useless, and so was the angry tear that leaked from her eye as she saw him advance. As before, so again, she was left in the shadow of a boy who had supposedly died by the strength of a promise to her. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki, I believed he was dead? As did I. Madara-sama, after the Valley of the End, Zetsu could find no trace, even with your will, Obito said appealingly, seeking to rectify this error at once. The Jubi was almost complete from the chakra of that corrupted monk and the resurrected gold and silver brothers, but the real beast would surely see the Moon's Eye plan succeed. They must have hidden him for training. If so, they play their ace too late. The reanimated legend announced, swirling Sharingan fixed on the distant figure. Have the others capture him, we'll bind him here, and then see to my true rebirth. At once, Madara-sama, the masked shinobi, had his finger to his ear. Already it will be done. Stepping forwards, Naruto surveyed his foes, the ranks of the white alien men, interesting due to the mana they possessed, a curious blend that mimicked, but was very different to that nature mages commonly used. He mused on this for a while before a figure landed before him, tall, and with numerous piercings concealed beneath a large black cloak, decorated with red clouds. The ones responsible for this? You are the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Until recently, Naruto confirmed. Who are you, and what is the reason for this war? I am God. Yep, really glad I didn't let that title stick. It does make you sound like a pompous ass, and I am teaching the world pain. Content. His barrier would block out interruption from both sides. The former Jinchuriki braced himself. Okay, how short version, I don't need earache. The weapon has been created. Once used it will show. Forget it. Yoshi Norioku. A string of blue mana connected his mind with that of his opponent, snapping a second later at the ground around Naruto's feet. Split opened his grip on a building, rage slipping. Get the rest, he grated, as sickened by the Akatsuki's crimes on this level as he had been with Bolus's on another, and as resolved to see them properly punished. All the Akatsuki. Get them here so I can deal with you all. You are the path of pain. Had to leap aside quickly, a flash of lighting earthing into the ground just before it. Now. It said no more, instead biting its thumb and the slamming it into the ground. 5 other figures emerging from the smoke. Naruto faced them all without flinching, counting off the figures he'd seen in the would-be leader's mind and adding 2 more as with a swirl of paper and foreboding shadow the aerial threat of the terrorist organization came to the battlefield. Hey, Pain-sama, on the Iwa bomber's clay creation, hovered overhead, its rider shouting down, what's stopping my art being shown? The Kyuubi Jinchuriki has shown his hand. One of the corpses said, 12 eyes, not moving from Naruto's impassive figure. He is required to resurrect the Jubi. Ha, he doesn't look so tough. A waste of art. With a beat of wings the clay steed arrowed to the sky. Daidara's mouths, already masticating handfuls of explosives. He thinks he can handle the Akatsuki on his own? Ha, what a laugh. With that he let his attack fall, a flight of deadly doves diving on their target. Ever since the whispers had come from the front line, Hinata had been trying to block them out. Naruto-kun was dead. He had died at the hands of the Uchiha traitor, and she had spent the last 4 years training to avenge him. She was peerless within the clan, even Niji acknowledging her as his superior, and her rank as Umbu captain gave weight to her skills. Since the Shaky Alliance had been formed, she'd been one of its linchpins, raiding Akatsuki supplies and harassing their commanders when she could, until this the endgame of their enemy's strategy. She had thought she'd died, but must have been knocked out by the blast of the Bijou monster. Now her dead love's name was on everyone's lips, but she didn't heed them, trusting her eyes to see through the shimmering barrier between their forces and those of the enemies. She recognized one of the alpha targets, moved to engage the stranger before her, saw his chakra dig into the earth, and the earth responded. As screams and oaths filled her ears, Hyuga Hinata was glad of one thing: whoever this stranger was, he was not her Naruto-kun. He was a kami sent to aid them. No one, not even the second or even first Hokage, could have done as he did. The hurricane swirling in front, the alliance seemingly so close she could reach out and touch it, but the barrier held firm, shielding them from the divine fury of the wind. Even the Byakugan couldn't pierce the storm's might, but the Umbu didn't mind that as she watched nature's fury levitate, held above the now stripped ground, to show the angelic being who had summoned it standing untouched in its eye. She knew her village's enemy would fall. Yes, I believe I can take the Akatsuki out on my own, Naruto commented, not even blinking after commanding his conjured hurricane away from the earth that had birthed it. The lack of mana from the ground would soon make it destabilize, but it had caught the bomber and the paper woman. That was enough. It wouldn't kill them, though. They would pay for their crimes in full before he let any of these bastards die. With a pop, a shadow clone appeared behind him, looking as grim as its maker. As he stepped back, make sure the organ grinders don't try anything. I'll handle the peanut gallery, he whispered before facing Pain again. Well, where is the rest of your merry band? Better hope they get here soon. Pain origami doesn't survive a storm. Well, last I checked. The paths anchored to the ground by the rods channeling chakra into them leapt into the attack. Naruto, keeping his senses open to the other reservoirs of chakra, heading his way, a faint sheen of blue mana over his eyes as he prepared himself firstly by swirling out the way of a burst of flame. That'll be Kakazu then, he muttered to himself as he fended off the attentions of some of the paths, though he let the human path grab him just to see the look on its face when his spell beat its to the draw. The black mana it had absorbed in place of his soul rotting its flesh like a plague. Come time to thin the numbers out. Eco Hokai, his spell duplicated the effect the human path was suffering from the paths sharing a common soul and ravaged by his curse, knocking pain out of the fight for the moment. His enhanced senses caught the rattle of chain, and he caught the handle of a scythe aimed at his head just as a greatsword disemboweled him. Kisame grinned viciously only to back off stunned as the boy's body rematerialized, stitching itself at the waist as he flipped the swordsman off. Dodging is overrated and Yujuko let's see you bite with clenched teeth. The white mana raced up the shaft of the weapon, forming a gilded cage around the face of the maniacal priest that cut his ravings short. His partner chuckled at his plight as Kisame fell back, the diseased paths of pain still recovering as Naruto casually leant to the side, dodging a sunbomb glistening with poison. Impressive, the hunched figure growled, advancing with a mechanical clanking noise. When this is over I'll have your pelt for a puppet Kyubi, if it remains whole enough. Aha! Uchikodaka. The laugh was cut off by a flare of red Sasori blown apart, with no way to counter the attack that destroyed his favorite puppet. So 2 over there with the big ugly thing, 2 spinning overhead, 3 here with a load of corpses and a shed load of those white critters, and there I was wanting a challenge. Right, the Uzumaki bounced on the balls of his feet, realizing he had a few minutes to burn before the storm overhead faded. Bring it. Haiden was first, screaming and swinging his scythe, even if the enchantment over his face prevented him ever connecting with anything, the rest using the diversion to their advantage to launch attacks on the Jinchuriki. Outside their normal pairings, however, the Akatsuki had a slight problem with crossing wires, something Naruto had no issue exploiting to the full as he casually ran through his options. I could just annihilate everything, but that won't bring anyone back. Don't really want to summon anything unless I have to, and clones are actually their perfect Kage Bunshin. The odds were even, each Akatsuki fighting their own Uzumaki as the original squared off against the mostly recovered pain. The rest began dancing with foes of their own. Kakazu was one of the oldest shinobi in the world. He had lifetimes of experience, combination techniques most nin could only dream of, and a defense-proof against even the strongest attacks. He had earned his S rank in his youth, and held it for longer than most ninja lived, but now even with his 5 hearts he was no closer to touching even this clone of his true opponent. The boy's expression never changed, almost as eerie as that of their leader as he wove and dodged through the majority of the ex-Taki ninja fence as though it had been preordained. Only occasionally did the boy offer a technique back, and they were always in defense, an occasional wall of earth or sheet of water to block the right technique, nothing more. Temper rising, Kakazu bound 3 of his hearts to himself and switched to a longer range mode fight back. He demanded a wind and fire technique, scorching the earth black, but leaving the clone untouched as he shunshined out the way. Why bother? It responded, running from one of the hearts that had tried to hover in behind it. You'll run out sooner than I will. Kakazu chuckled darkly. You overestimate yourself, boy. I've been a ninja longer than your bloodlines existed. I know you're slowing down, old man. It shot back. They say the mind's the first thing to go. It must be true, if you haven't noticed yet. The treasurer didn't reply, instead moving to close range and trying to break the construct with his fists and needlepoint threads, but clone denied him that, dancing away and avoiding the fight. So he's a distraction then? Fine. Kakazu played by no rules but his own and aimed his left hand at another battle chambering his lightning heart. Let's see him stop this. Wait, what jutsu was I going to use? His hand remained stationary, the missing nin thinking furiously, but his mind had gone suddenly blank. Finally noticed, have you? The comment made him snap around, snarling, though the clone seemed oblivious to his ire. 5 hearts, only 1 brain, and an old one at that. Memory Shinshoku, nasty little enchantment that erases some of your experience every time you mold chakra. Didn't you wonder why you were using more jutsu than normal? You've forgotten your favorites. Pretty soon you'll be down to just the Academy 3, but I'm bored already. The clone smiled as, for the first time, Kakazu stepped back a pace, realizing how large the gaps in his memory were. Now he focused on something other than destruction. Raitun gone, but for D rank Suetun only area effect techniques and gunshot. And how do I dispel this genjutsu? I can't remember how to break out. Whatever you're thinking. The shadow clone dodged a last few techniques, spat his way out of spite, letting a few globs of mud pass through his chest as the mana of the earth fortified him against its destruction. The shock making Kakazu make the fatal mistake of meeting his eyes. Forget it. Kangaroo Rinai o Kaimaru. Under the gaze of the Butcher of Truth, no mortal mind could persist. Kakazu's screaming was horrible to hear, but the clone was in no mood to quiet it, letting the Tekinin scream until his vocal cords shredded. As long as he didn't expire even mad, he had his purpose. In all honesty, he might have felt more sympathy for his opponent if he hadn't been a raging frothing psychopath, and even though he could still feel a slight bit of pity for his circumstances. Hidden as he gleaned from the man's teammates, not wanting to link to a mind that twisted unless he had to, was formerly of the land of hot water and had converted to his mad religion following the disbanding of its ninja village. He truly had no idea what he was getting into or what the cost of his powers would be, but Naruto didn't care much about that. You made your bed, now you lie in it, though perhaps I can make it more comfortable. You seem a little annoyed, Hiden-san, he remarked, casually swaying away from slashes of that terrible scythe, despite his enchantment, negating it entirely. Stand still and die. The insane Jashinist bellowed, his weapon spinning crazily as he tried to hem his enemy in. Not a chance anyway. Listen, Hiden, you've had a hard life, what with all the cutting and bleeding you've had to do, so I'm going to make this easy. The bloodthirsty priest grinned as the clone drew closer, withdrawing a sharpened pike from his robe, only to belatedly see another pale glow around the fist heading towards him. Despite his hasty backpedaling, it was already too late. Hiwa Shugi. The screams, the demands for slaughter, and the memory of pain just floated away, a transcendent bliss infiltrating Hiden's maimed and mutilated soul. Holy weapon clattering to the floor, the Jashinist forgot his former allegiance, purple eyes running with tears for his new and beautiful dream as his conqueror, merely waited, checking all was going well and joining his brother in keeping an eye on those removed from the battle thus far. It has been a long time since anyone has seen my true body. Allow me to introduce my favorite puppet. The Sandaime Kazakage, master of the Iron Kairatsuna Perusu. My art is meant to be eternal. Very well, prepare for my greatest performance with this technique. I have conquered a Kanagona Erasure. Oh, you're a puppet too? Well, almost. That was anticlimactic. Oh well, that's why you shouldn't just rely on machines alone. You always need flesh and blood of a sort to back you up. Still, as long as your heart's in one piece, I can still use you. So his sword protects him from mana-based attacks and is itself shrouded from damage. Kisame's opponent figured this out while the shark man grinned, engorged by the flickers of power Naruto fed him through his spells. How very irritating. Heck, not so easy without your ninjutsu, brat. Have to say you're one of the best at it. I've seen Samahada's never been so full. And you've got a blade. He'd seen a scabbard under the brat's cloak as the clone acrobatically evaded him, afraid to test it with mine. Nah, it's just that bad things happen when that sword gets drawn, and no offense, you're not worth them. Irked by this dismissal, the renegade swordsman spat water bullets to shepherd the clone into a strike that would have ruptured it, but for a well-timed kawarimi, as the silent Uzumaki gave an idea some more thought and effective combination. He gets stronger with every attack I throw at him. Summons would be the answer, but for the obvious problem, there must be a limit to how much power he can store. So the solution was so simple, he would have kicked himself had Kisame not been aiming to do the same thing, his sword giggling grotesquely when it doubt go green share and Itiru. Contrary to his gleeful laughs, Kisame was not enjoying this fight. Keeping an eye on those around him had kept him alive more than once since he'd renounced ties with Kiri, and might do so again, as he saw Sasori little more than a graveyard of parts and Hiden trapped in some dream world, oblivious to all around him. Whatever his village had done to the Kyuubi had made him formidable, and Kisame wasn't going to chance his arm. As soon as he took out this clone, he was leaving hang the Akatsuki. Still no need to kill, just distract enough to break off. With that in mind, the monster of the mist summoned his chakra, preparing a wave big enough to drown this nuisance, and all those behind him following his latest overhead chop. He never saw the slight sheen of verdant under the brat's sandals, but he felt its Samahada rattling as though he'd swung it against a rock as the clone, unperturbed by the blow that would have split a mountain in half, stepped forwards, hands crimson. Kisame felt two small hands grip his wrists and his skin grew warm. He didn't realize how bad the damage was until the stink of seared flesh reached him, and he screamed. Only one way to cook a shark, Naruto said, his grip turning the swordsman's forearms to charred meat and blackened bone. He duly snapped just to be sure he couldn't come back. Very well, seriously, you carry some pretty nasty parasites. So don't go anywhere. A kick to the side of Kisame's knee sorted that problem, the half-shark's sword falling to the ground, as he no longer had the muscles to lift it. Which reminds me, try anything. Naruto addressed the fallen blade suspiciously, not trusting its facade of inertness, and you'll get worse than he did. The scales of the sword shivered in response and satisfied, he slugged the mist Nin in the jaw hard enough to knock him mostly senseless, the last of the Akatsuki, to fall as his creator finished his own opponent. So then, Almighty One, I'm waiting. Cruelty wasn't part of Naruto's usual repertoire, but what the necromancer in front of him had done and had others do in his name was beyond redemption. Strike me down, undo my puny techniques, should be easy for a divine being like you. Unless you don't care, of course. Even in the dead flesh of the corpses he could see the ire of his opponent, something he traded on to gather the mana he needed, and for the best I suppose. What use is an angel as weak as yours? Surely it'll teach your next herald not to be so useless. Dai Kyubi, the rain of missiles the Rinnegan user threw at him was quite impressive, but at the same time hopelessly futile, each one cancelled out by a flicker of flame he blew at the six together, forcing them apart. A thundering drew his attention quickly, and he diverted a sliver of mana from his preparations to deal with the oncoming threat. Pain's summoned rhino collapsed, shorn off at the knees by a sword of utter blackness, as Naruto smiled wanly. None of the bodies were pressing him, fearful of what had happened last time. Hang back, come forwards, it all mute to me, the ascended ninja thought to himself, already determining the best way to get the puppet master to show himself. Your time is up, Pain. His Hametsu no Ha split apart, thin streamers of darkness forming a shape before him like that of a pentagram, the space quickly filled by the remaining black mana he'd summoned as he placed his hand in the middle of it, the potent spell spinning in his hand like a shuriken as he drew it back. Pain's team regrouped, the fattest one of them coming to the fore. He must be resistant to mana somehow. Never mind. I don't have to go through you. With a grunt of effort he cast the sorcery at his enemy, thinly amused as they scattered from it. Run, 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 as fast as you can. The black star suddenly exploded, the main part spinning into the one who's intended to take the hit, with the other 5 sections flew after the other 5 bodies. You can't flee this, it's the end of your plan. He might have let it last longer, but he saw no reason to. Akatsuki was never the true goal here, but this bastard killing someone dear to him made it personal. Therefore, it was with great satisfaction that he watched the black mana cut the cords between puppets and summoner, 5 of the bodies dropping dead and the 6th following suit. Quickly, as capitalizing on its shock he rushed forwards to fill its last sight with a set of metal knuckles, the Enbairu no Ken shattering its skull and whatever brains it had. So his enemy was defeated, but not dead, as he stooped and put a hand on the body's chest, scrying the ley lines of power to its controller. Not yet anyway, the Jinchuriki is somewhat skilled. Madara's voice never changed, even as Toby blinked, grateful for his mask as he watched his prized pawns taken down by a mere child. They did well to hide him. They did. Have you ever seen techniques like those, Madara-sama? No, his eyes had seen them though, so he knew them now. It is to be expected though Hashirama and I are the strongest save the sage. I would have been more disappointed than I was with the Kage that none had invented anything new since my death. Toby nodded. They are unknown even to me. Konoha did a fair job honing their weapon, though speaking of your second coming I supposed it would be prudent to contact Pain now. Even as the masked man said this, however, there was a plume of smoke on the battlefield before them, and even at this distance the shape glimpsed as the smoke cleared and the swirling storm above faded away was unmistakable. My pet threatens my eyes. For the first time there was a trace of fear in Madara's voice, one that his last clan member, reacting instantly, not for long. Reality began to warp, time and space blurring as the Sharingan jutsu began to take effect. A long way away, whiskered cheeks creased in a malefic grin. The silver blue mana released right when it mattered. One of the things Naruto had learned since his ascension, that though bigger was often better, timing was also a key. There was a sudden pain in his eye. Toby clutching his mask as his technique failed. What? If I wanted you to move I'd have told you where you were going. What? In your head, fool, you as well. Dead man. The voice in his ear was dripping with scorn, as below the clones of the Jinchuriki dragged or led their prisoners forwards, the 2 figures falling from the sky as the last of the twister dissipated. You want to live again, Madara? You don't need Pain for that. I'll grant you that boon as soon as I'm done with your minions. You would bring me back knowing I have the most powerful tailed beast under my whim? The eldest Uchiha was musing, not concerned that the generals of his army were in his enemy's hand. Why? The mental voice faded for a moment before returning. Darkness there that had been absent before. My own reasons. Now you can keep trying to save your organization and having me stop you, or you can stand on your little monster and watch. You might learn something. It was a memory of before his supposed death that had Naruto finally unsling the sword he'd carried since he'd liberated a plane under a different colder face, slamming it sheathed into the ground just in time for a falling figure to land gracefully on its rounded pommel. There was a sickening crunch as spine met steel, and was found weaker pain in his throne bellowed in wrathful sorrow as he saw his only friend tortured, his ravings only increasing as Naruto grabbed the kunoichi by the neck, hauling her upright. As you have taken, so you shall restore. There was no mercy in his expression, the fingers of his right hand inky black as he drew it back, one of the living for one of the dead. Jisei no Suri. Pain's scream as he slammed his attack into Konan's heart was gut-churning though, as Naruto let the corpse drop, even they were choked off a little by wonder, as rather than fall the dead kunoichi began to change. Fed by memories he'd seen in the Rinnegan user's brain, the Akatsuki member grew in height, gained hips and hair, and her skin darkened fractionally, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki whipping out an arm to stop his former counterpart, collapsing. The Kumo kunoichi, newly restored by the exchange of souls, shuffled against him before gradually regaining her feet. What happened? Welcome back, Yujito-san. Please go and stand over there behind me. The others. Naruto nodded, the rest of his clones approaching the ninja they'd bested with the same spell at their fingertips. Only Pain left alone with his tears as he watched all he'd longed for torn apart by this child will be with us shortly. He was as good as his word. The rest of the Jinchuriki were returned from the pure world by the deaths of their killers, the Ebon Mana making the transition possible. His Kage Bunshin helping the resurrected Jinchuriki, now free to lead peaceful lives without their beasts. The spark-bearing ninja stepped towards the Rinnegan user as Pain watched him come, hatred trembling in every contour of his emaciated frame. You killed our master, Naruto said coldly, allowing the supposed god no time to respond as he stood before his throne and raised his hand. And with your death, I bring him back. Konan waits for you on the other side. This isn't your world anymore. Whether she did or not he didn't know or care, but it seemed to make the gods passing easier. The Plainsmaker, catching the falling form of his godfather a few seconds later and grunting under the weight. Damn it, Ero Sinin, would a dry month kill you? Huh? As his senses slowly returned, the Toad Sage tried to push himself away from whatever had him. His last memories were of Aim and his former students trying to kill him. Hang try they did it. Am I? Belatedly, he saw a familiar face and his heart fell heavy. Naruto, I'm sorry, Ayuf. What was that for? First, because I'm getting really annoyed with people thinking they're dead just because they've seen me, his godson replied, having punched the taller man in the gut. Second, because you never said who my father was, and third, to prove you're still alive, Naruto pointed out, though he cut off the celebrations before Jiraiya could truly get them going. Now get behind me with the others. I've still got work to do. Having glanced behind them, Jiraiya had blanched and made to argue, but the look on his godson's face and a careful use of rebellious mana ended that idea. The Toad Sage instead stepped backwards towards the other gathered figures he belatedly recognized as the Jinchuriki the Akatsuki had caught and slain. How are they here? His network of spies had never failed before. He knew these people to be dead, though having said that I was too. They saw him just as he did them, but before any introductions could be made, or indeed before he could look towards the massed ranks of shinobi and ask why they were just standing there considering the threat before them, all attention stopped, all thought ceased, and all attention was drawn onto the form of his godson. Alone before the godlike Jubi and its immortal creators, Naruto began to sing. The words were haunting but brief, each one fading from the mind like the last wisp of a candle, as from the ground and sky power answered his prayer, luminous power twining with verdant strength under the lullaby of his words. He held his cupped hands forwards and the power flowed towards it as assuredly as water ran downhill. There was no force or coercion of this might. Still chanting his melodious verse, Naruto drew his hands in, holding them just in front of his face, before releasing them, the last syllables of his stanza fading as something beautiful was released, winging its way towards the distant figures like a dove. Though Madara held his gun by ready, he did not attack the summoned creature as it hovered before him. Toby likewise enraptured by the otherworldly voice as the spell streaked into the open chest of the Uchiha progenitor. Parchment flaked away, the ashes of the grave replaced by living flesh as Madara gasped, breathing for the first time in decades as he felt his war fan cold under his fingers. The sensation shocked him then, as he felt his blood thunder along his veins. He threw back his head and laughed in triumph, his herald now regarding him in awe. Yes, now I have a beating heart and lightning nerves. This will be a battle. No, it won't. The mental voice was cold in his ear. I used the Fukatsu no Senbika simply because I can't kill you if you're already dead. You have something that does not belong here, Madara, you and your little bootlick. I am here to return it from whence it came. You're a fool, Toby spat Madara, nodding in agreement as he tested his new body, every sensation something to be savored. Even before the fight began you would stand before the 10 tails? This is a god, you foolish Nin-gen. It will fill the whole of this world of hell. This world is far from the worst I've seen, and it's not a god, it is an idea. Still, I'll play at your game. There was a pulse of mana before the 2 Uchiha the Jinchuriki, tapping into his bijou. They responded likewise, cells stolen from the first Hokage, allowing them a measure of control over the avatar of the god tree, and control over the white Zetsu as one. But no fox appeared, their Sharingan useless, and almost unable to look at the child now glowing with power. The ground around him spider webbing from the force. You should remember your mythology, Uchiha. Before there were gods, a spear, no, a chain of mana flew up from his back, plunging into something far above them all, a hole that led to a cloying mist. There the Zetsu moved, charging against this threat as the chain stiffened. Where the Jubi gathered its chakra, a black ball of destruction gathering before its many jaws as it obeyed the wills of the true sons of the 6 paths, those destined to rule the ninja world forever and unchallenged. Titans. The chain retracted, the hole gouged in reality suddenly split, and the unknowable emerged, something impossible, something beyond human comprehension, descended onto a new world, and suddenly the Uchiha were very much challenged by a being beyond the legendary 10 tails, the first where theirs was 5th. The world stood still, the Zetsu stumbled to a halt, not a soul breathed or stirred. Even the 2 Naruto was mentally speaking with, barely able to hear him over the utter unreality of what had just happened. Guess it's my turn again, fine. There was an explosion of smoke, and another army equal to the Zetsu forces the Shinobi Alliance hadn't killed off stood before them, this one soon enhanced with green sage chakra, as from somewhere before them one voice bellowed a single order: annihilate. They came forwards, and they did, empowered by the strength of the forests. The clone army overran the former children of the tree, their monstrous overseer sweeping in their wake and lashing out with its multitude of tentacles. It never touched any of the Zetsu. Anything that came close to the unreal being was reduced to gray dust that dispersed on the wind. Whole swathes of the white humanoids, destroyed by one swipe of the creature's mass. However, even seeing their army decimated and the monster bearing down on them, both Madara and Obito were ninjas with decades of experience, too wily to be caught by surprise, and therefore even before the shunshin was finished a gunbai was aimed at the neck and a Kusarigami sickle flashed for the guts of their attacker. The fan's edge met a sheathed blade, the sickle denied by a blue aura that shattered like glass under its sharp point as Naruto reached forwards, his true eyes blazing and shocking both his opponents as, hindered by their connection to the Jubi, they were unable to dodge. Obito engaged his ghost technique, successfully grinning as the hand passed through his throat before Naruto whispered Kage no Sakim, and his fingers became intangible as well. Fire techniques were dispersed by a sheet of something else, something that swallowed it whole, and then the world vanished, both Uchiha crying out in pain as they were ripped bodily from their monster and dragged into a different world. Arriving sore bludgeoned and battered, after forever lost in a sightless fog, they both stood in a strange place. One Toby recognized, this is my dimension. No, it is not, the answer came from atop one of the strange obelisks of this place, Naruto cratering another as he leapt down to join them, the ripples of his eyes swirling as he beheld the Uchiha contemptuously. You Uchiha couldn't create something even this basic, you just destroy. Your monkey, I just migrated you to a plane someone else half built then abandoned when it awoke, a poor imitation of a true spark, though how you came by that ability is something I'd like to know. The spark's not the only way to walk for sure, but the Sharingan shouldn't be strong enough. Who are you? Madara was for once respectful, but ready for battle, his own Rinnegan ready as the stranger stared him down. Uzumaki Naruto, son of the 4th Hokage and one-time jailer of the Kyuubi until some years ago when another of your clan went mad and ran off. Now I'm here to deal with something else left behind in the nation, something you too helped me with, ironically enough, because you brought the Jubi together. I'm not going to kill you. You sound like you could. This is my dimension, boy, Toby boasted, his bloodline spinning slowly. We're free to go. You've trapped yourself. Have I now? You didn't bring us here, Toby. I did once I realized what your technique did, Naruto assured him, working through patterns in his mind as he slowly molded what pitiful mana there was in this almost dead plane, and I did so for you to answer for your sins. I answer to no one, Madara, assured him, tensing as the boy channeled his unusual chakra again. No? I think it's more accurate to say he intoned the incantation mentally, not looking down from either of the two Uchiha as he released his spell. You answer to no one alive. It had always seemed strange to him that the colors of mortal enemies black and white could be used to do the same thing, albeit in different ways. He supposed it was a matter of perspective as to which was more wholesome, but in this case he only needed a glimpse not to fully embody the dead as he had earlier. As the two spirits shimmered into view, one a young woman with marked cheeks, the other a slightly older dark-haired man with bandages where his eyes should be, both living Uchiha, stepped back as they realized who their opponent had summoned to face them. Kai. Toby bellowed, furiously flaring his chakra to dispel the ghost. What have you done? Who's there? Rin, or the ghost of Rin, as she'd been just before the treacherous Kakashi had broken his promise, had an echoing quality to her voice, but it was still definitely her. As she looked around, tell her Toby. Naruto's demand was the knell of judgment, even the summoned spirits glancing across at him as he nodded to the masked Uchiha. Tell her of Madara's great plan and your part in it. I'm sure she'd love to hear how you honored her memory. Madara. Uchiha Izuna, blind even in death, spoke. Are you here, brother? Oh yes, he is. Naruto disliked inflicting injury on innocent parties, but in this case it was needed. The guilty could not repent their guilt until they knew all its impacts, and a fine mess he made of your gift, Izuna-san. I read about it in my school history, one of the first expressions of the will of fire, even before Konoha existed. Rin-san. Izuna-san, your brother and teammate, are before you both. The departed looked around Rin, excited, the Uchiha less able to read due to his experience and his blindness, and forgive me for what you see now. This is what they've been doing since your deaths. No. Toby's shout went unbidden, Naruto completing his spell before he could act and sending to the two spirits all the memories he gleaned from Pain's mind and his history books about what the two Uchiha had done. It lasted a second that snapped bonds across space and realms of existence as Rin staggered, then fell to her knees, a film of effervescent water in her eyes. Obito, she whispered, staring at the figure before her wearing the mask she had seen attack their sensei. Is that you? He couldn't lie. Not to Rin. His mask fell to the floor, exposing his maimed face and the zetsu that made up half his body as he met her disbelief with his sincerity. It was for you, he whispered, urging her to forget the lies Naruto had told her and see the truth, that he would have made the world a paradise for her, all for you. She began to cry in earnest, but sensei, she lamented, seeing the fox unleashed again, her teacher dead. To stop it, you killed sensei. He didn't protect you, nor did Kakashi, Obito shouted back, almost choking himself as the emotion hit him like a fist. They failed. Rin-chan, Kakashi murdered you. I chose to die, she screamed back, face hardening as she stood straight. Undisguised venom in her gaze. Kiri had sealed the sanbai into me. I would have destroyed Konoha. I jumped in the way of Kashi-kun's attack to save the village. And you, the way she spat the word drove an icicle into his heart. You tried to destroy it with the QB. You killed sensei, all those bijou, everything that happened in Kiri. For what? For revenge for me? You're mad, she declared, turning away as Obito lowered his head, spirit breaking all over again. Obito died in that rock fall. He would never have done this. I don't know who you are, but you're not my teammate. With that, the Akatsuki leader slumped to his knees and moved no more, catatonic as the words echoed in his skull. Rin had been all that had kept him alive, let him regrow his shattered limbs and battered soul, and now it was all for naught. Let the end come, he cared not. His progenitor had his own problems, though, as with most things, echoed it more dispassionately than his protege. I did as you asked, brother. The clan was strong under my rule. When they chose the Senju over me, they led themselves to their doom. Izuna followed the voice, his bandage regarding the eyes that had once been his before. Equally solemnly, he replied, I have no brother, and looked away towards the other voice he had heard nearby. Girl, Rin, is that your name? Hi, the woman said, facing the blind man as he held out his forearm to her. I sense this isn't our place any longer, Izuna said gently. Forgive me for imposing, but I would prefer a guide to lead me onwards. Swallowing hard, Rin managed a weak smile, placing a hand on the pro-offered limb, and pausing just long enough to shoot a last look of hatred to the comatose Obito, before she led the Uchiha ancestor away. Releasing his spell, Naruto allowed the lingering souls to leave, return to the pure world. As he faced the last two Akatsuki, it is over, he said quietly. You will not blight my plane again. The mists will have you now. With that, he focused chains of mana shooting out of his back and into the cubes around him, puncturing the planar structure and letting the blind eternities always at the threshold in. His last sight, before he walked away, was that of Madara breathing clouds of flame far more than Sasuke had ever done, seeking to keep the Eternities at bay, while Obito remained oblivious to the creeping doom. It was a futile gesture bound by his merged spark. The Eternities knew all he did. The Eldrazi broods had learned what these two had planned with their fellows, and they were not amused. Madara and Obito would die in the space between planes, but it would not be the end of them. He had plans for these two, plans that did not involve them joining their friends and clan in the next life. Their minds had turned the elemental nations to war. Their souls might yet bring peace to another. Obito's plane, as he'd suspected, almost overlaid his own, hence why the Uchiha had been able to jump as he had. It was therefore the work of a second to return and find himself in shadow, the forms of two of the blind Eternities' foremost ideas bound together in a manner he didn't want to look at too long. That's both disturbing and probably marketable, he said to no one before holding out his hand to the topmost Titan, the great being responding with a small tentacle. Blocking out the raised screams from the shinobi army who'd seen what the otherworldly thing was capable, he touched the manifest mana and started. "You're kidding," he whispered. "That actually explains quite a lot. So why didn't she couldn't message, lost in translation as it were. And you can't drag that weed free without ripping the plane to pieces." He sagged, formulating a plan before withdrawing his fist after giving some last-minute instructions and bracing himself for what came next time to let the bad things happen. What is he doing? Sakura had long gone past the point of fear or even wonder. Now it was just calm acceptance. Jiraiya, by the side of her, likewise not quite all there, following his recovery from what he was reasonably sure had been absolute death. "No idea, but it's not eaten him. It probably had enough after the thousands it ate out there." He had thought Bija were terrifying, and they were. This thing wasn't simply because it was beyond them. There would be no more fighting against it than there would be an ant against a man, but after destroying the Akatsuki forces with the help of his godson's clones, it had wrapped up the Shinju with its tentacle and just hovered there, blocking out the moon with its bulk. Then Naruto had returned, seemingly talked to it, and now he was drawing what looked like a sword from under his traveling cloak. The barrier he had first created was still in place and still impregnable despite the multitude of techniques that had been thrown at it, and it was soundproof as well. Therefore no one heard if Naruto said anything before he suddenly threw the sword into the air and raised his arms, the world descending into a black blur as extreme motion sickness took hold of all of them. Just about holding her last meal down, Sakura winced as the toad sage next to her noisily proved he lacked her intestinal fortitude. "Nice," she muttered, only to really backpedal when a thin stream of bilious fluid went squirting past. Well, she would have backpedaled if she could move. It was like she was walking on air, and as she looked around to see the rest of the Shinobi Alliance in identical predicaments, and then looked down to see a globe of blues and greens underneath her, her mind suddenly blanked when she realized the explanation. Though it was logically right, she, like everyone else, refuted logic, choosing to ignore it completely and put it down to something else to avoid breaking her mind. And when the world underneath her suddenly exploded, she merely watched the pieces start to spin away into the blackness, rationalizing this was either a dream, a nightmare, or she was already dead, and it didn't matter anyway. It didn't stay that way for long though. There was another flare of chakra from ahead near where Naruto should have stood, and suddenly the pieces stopped spinning, the chunks of the planet freezing like a bug in amber. Nothing happened for a long while, the molten core of the world glowing harshly in the vacuum of space as its crust was ruptured before a shadow was seen against its brightness, a speck trailing innumerable streamers from the broken world. These tails grew longer and longer still, the head more pronounced, as the two gigantic chakra beasts, the Jubi and the thing that bore it aloft, were level with them, disappearing into another misty hole. The first horror tore in the blackness and then passed through. The hungry portal drank in the trailing ribbons of chakra like her former teammate had consumed noodles until they were suddenly all gone, the tear closing as Naruto, glowing once more, began moving his arms counter-clockwise, the world under him destroying itself in reverse. All the bits fitted back together, the planet was whole again, and suddenly the blackness before her blurred and she had solid ground beneath her feet. The sensation, so unexpected she, like most of the assembled shinobi, fell ungracefully over. From down here she saw whatever it was that wore Naruto's skin exhale, a huge gust blown into the air and dispersing before stooped to recover something. Then there was a cool pressure in the Kunoichi's mind, the quiet but powerful voice in her ear. "Hear me, all shinobi." Sakura listened. They all did. They had no choice, but to only you here will remember what happened this day. All others will forget the memory. As your sage of 6 paths gave you chakra, so I have taken it away. The age of the ninja is over. There will be no more birthed on your world who can create chakra. It is a power humans should not have. However, look around you, she did, and was amazed to see, even in the distance, not but annihilation, the legacy of the world colliding back together. You are the last with this gift. How you use it will affect all who come after. You can waste your strength on pointless wars and give your children a land of ashes, or you can unite, work together, and fix the damage before it is too late. That is the choice I have left you. It is now yours to make. You will not see me again. Another door opened before him, and despite all that had happened, Sakura couldn't help but shed a tear as the creature wearing Naruto's face made to step through it. A last word left in his wake as he left the plane of his birth behind him forever. Goodbye. The door shut and all was still. The silence stretched on, broken only by the wind, until at length Sakura became aware of a hand in front of her face and reached out, letting Jiraiya haul her to her feet. Got any water? The old man asked, his tone far from its normal jovial self. Resurrection gives you bad cotton mouth. Wordlessly she handed over her canteen and watched him drain the lot, smacking his lips as he handed it back. So she said, holstering it. What now? Now, Jiraiya repeated, looking perplexed. Now we do what he said. The war's done a lot of damage, there's a lot to rebuild. Where's Haim? She and the other Kages left to fight Madara. Well, have someone go and look for them. I'll take command until the Kages are back in their rightful place. No one argued as he began planning. Sakura-chan, get all the medical staff in one area and an inventory sensors on me to scout out the wounded, and we'll need anyone with a flying or fast summons to contact all the villages. Find out what shape they're in. Look alive, people, if I can do it, anyone can. There were a smattering of laughs at this, especially from the former Jinchuriki, who, like the Toad Sage, were still somewhat lost in disbelief at what was going on. We've got work to do. As the Shinobi Alliance turned its attention from war to rebuilding, they weren't the only ones left with a difficult job on their hands. Following stepping into his eternal home, Naruto had latched onto one of the streamers left by the Titan Emrakul, had restored to its proper place. Hauling himself in as the idea, like its big brother, unraveled into the eternities, Naruto at last felt flesh under his fingers and threw himself into a different place, quickly figuring out how to place this development into his plans and adopting the form most convenient to do so, as he dragged the limp form into a real world. The sun overhead was bright, so bright it almost burned her eyes, but it was soon blocked out by a long whiskered face. Soratami, right enough, the voice drove needles into her mind. Not one I was after, though. What happened? She couldn't sit up. Every inch of her body felt like it had beaten thoroughly with a large club, and her mind was even worse, her headache not made easier by the fact her eyes hadn't changed at all. Who are you? She managed a feeble croak before moaning. A small hand had seized her shoulder and dragged her half upright, ignoring the silent screaming in her stomach as a bowl of something was thrust under her nose. Talk later. Drink this. The water was mercifully cool, and she drank both it and the mana it contained, reinvigorating after so long ensnared in a half-dream. Didn't know there was another of you. What name? It took her a few seconds to remember even that much. Thought mercifully, some memories of cursed half-existence were starting to fade, as though she'd just awoken from a very deep sleep. Kagaya, she managed at length. Kagaya Otsutsuki. Right, how you get there? I was. The memory was coming back slowly. Oboro, I tended the gardens, the silk fronds and moon lilies. Then it was. She stopped dead, already pale face whitening as she curled in on herself. He found me in the garden, a diplomat from the Man Kingdoms. He said she couldn't go on, folding in on herself under the torment anew, and unseen her rescuer clenched his paw, realizing what must have triggered her spark and where the sage came from. Sometimes I hate my race and my gender, but I was there and then I was not. Oboro was gone. Easy, easy. She stiffened, then slowly relaxed at a warm touch on her shoulder. How long do you know? She shook her head, just able to lift her face from her knees and talk to her savior directly. I kept moving. Many thought I was diseased or some sort of monster, she admitted, sniffing deeply. I wanted to be alone. I was low caste in Oboro, but I was happy in its garden. I found jungles and rare blooms, taking seeds and moving them on until I went wherever you found me. Heard a legend of mythical tree. It was real. I took some cuttings and found it had flowered. When it fruited, I took a bite to see what it tasted like. It is blurry after that. Her new friend chuckled, squeakily whiskered, face creasing into an approximation of a smile at blurry. When I got there too, only luck I got you out. I know another from the clouds, we not on good terms, but she listened if I tell about you. She helped better than I. Come on up. It was screaming agony for the moonfolk to stand after so long, but she managed, albeit tottering, and with help from her much shorter ally, take my paw, follow me. Kagaya nodded, and for the first time, many years entered the blind eternities in the hands of her guide, seeking a pair of walkers he knew well and hoping they would be able to help the rabbit goddess, as innocent, in this whole mess of the multiverse, as anyone else over and through the traumas that had beset her, and if nothing else I can definitely offer her plenty of gardens later once she's recovered a bit. Chapter 6 Opening a Window. If you'd told me I'd be where I am now 8 months ago, the idle thought made Chandra smile, as she knocked the sand of a distant world off her boots, the cobblestones, quickly stained maroon. I wouldn't have believed you. Hell, she snapped off her goggles, wiping under them with a cloth, as she inhaled the mercifully cool air of Ravnica around her, albeit stained with the tangs of soot, magic, and body odor. Sometimes, I still don't believe it now. That was certainly true. She left Ravnica, after sparring with its resident mind mage, and sought out Illustria, actually making notes on the plane. Now she knew what it was, and how it had come to be. She'd almost been afraid to return, but forced herself, preparing to take any kind of mockery or wheedling apologies out of Jace's hide, but to her surprise, all had been as he'd said. She'd handed over the notes she'd taken and, albeit reluctantly, let the Ravnican take a look inside her head in exchange for bed board and a look into his library, learning a few extra cantrips the journey to Illustria had taught her would have been useful. Her next journey had taken longer, but she had returned to the same deal, only this time sweetened by something she had never expected, something that hit hard despite her sometime landlord insisting he was just holding up his end of the bargain. She, however, wouldn't be beholden to anyone, since then every time she'd come back she'd done so with something akin to the leather tome she'd picked up from her latest traveling, though this time she'd found nothing of Naruto's endeavors. A history of the Kami War copied from the original account. She'd had to do some hardcore greasing to get her hands on this. The academics of Kamigawa's Water Edge School were worse than the Azorius Guild for red tape, stuck-up guildless git better appreciate it. The thought held no malice, well, nowhere near as much as it should have done. Tracking through the streets, the firebrand casually sent a few flares of flame towards greedy fingers, ensuring her possessions went unransacked by Ravnica's innumerable thieves. The plane was becoming slightly more like home with every visit. She almost had a complete layout of most of the quarters of the massive city, and could pretty much always find her way to Jace's quarter, no matter where the tides of ether dropped her. This time they had been kind, and she'd arrived on the borders of Gruul territory. The aftermath of the time she'd awoken in the middle of a Golgari rot farm had been one of the most embarrassing moments of her life, especially since someone had snitched about it to Jace. It had taken the very real threat of turning everything he knew to ashes and leaving forever before the rat bastard had promised to stop those damned illusions. Miss Naylor, the voice broke her from her trip down memory lane, and she quickly put a name to it. Now I'm sure someone by that name mentioned a while back they don't answer to it. I told you Bellerin lied about me, and he had telling his motley collection of gateless staff she was likely to roast them on the spot, unless they treated her like a queen. After she'd ferreted out that truth, he'd had a shiner for a week, which admittedly made him seem right. Felt good though, he's the snobby one. Just call me Chandra. The other woman, one of the young elves who acted as groundskeepers, paused as she drew level, glancing around to see if they were being overheard. Sorry, Chandra the planeswalker smiled at her correction, before frowning in concern. She looks worried. Have you just got back? Yeah, business with the Gruul took a lot longer than I'd hoped. Like Jace, she kept some secrets closer than others. His staff thought she was either a historian of Ravnica or some sort of diplomat, a thought that always made her smile. What's eating you? The Golgari aren't recruiting, are they? The elf shivered. I hope not. I was hoping for the Selesna. She admitted her gateless clothing, stitched with a small symbol of the guild she was looking to join when she was old enough to petition, but sorry, it's about Master Bellerin. When is it not? What's the carnival mage got you poor guys doing now? Nothing, none of us have seen him for days, the girl explained as Chandra cocked her head. We all got a message telling us he wasn't to be disturbed until we heard from him again, and none of us have. Everyone I've spoken to is the same, and you know what he can be like, sometimes a bit carried away? That was a polite way of putting it. The more time she'd spent around the blue mage, the more Chandra had realized he was marked by his mana as much as she was by hers. The ocean made Jace contemplative and calm for the most part, but like a storm, when its wrath or curiosity was roused, it could lead to devastation for everyone concerned. She'd known him stay up all night tinkering with a spell or cantrip and shaken him awake after he'd fallen asleep in his favorite chair. Translating something obsession for him was a dangerous thing. Still, there was no need to worry. The youngster fishing in her pocket. Chandra smiled down at the slim willowy figure. I'll deal with it, Aurea, leave him to me. Here she held out a couple of coins. Thanks for the warning, go treat yourself. The Boros parades are always good if you can get a decent seat. Aurea glanced at the money and reached out before, to Chandra's surprise, forcing her gloved fist closed over the currency. Keep it, I'll pay my own way. Hey, she protested, laughter in her wide eyes as she fended off the hand ruffling her silver hair. If the Selesna don't take you on, point me in their direction. I'll show them the error of their ways. Still, I'd better go dig the mind mage out of whatever book he's buried in. One day, he's going to wake up with his nose black from the print. Aurea snorted and waved goodbye as the planeswalker turned to go, shaking her head and planning how to deal with what was likely awaiting her at the end of her journey. Forewarned was forearmed, oddly enough, that had been one of Jace's favored saying, but since she'd started exploring the multiverse more, she'd come to adopt it, especially when she managed to discover something that hadn't been there before: traces of the Planesmaker's work. Just because you can go somewhere doesn't mean you should not. Without preparation, at least following this logic, she'd prepared as much as she was able to as she counted off the numbers in this part of town. It was early evening, light enough to see the addresses by, and she was easily able to vault the front gate, the security wards now keyed to her mana. She also had her own key, something Jace had been most insistent about after that one time in winter. Honestly, melt one door lock to get out the rain, and he'd never let you forget it. Jace, she called, as expected, getting no answer. Right, coming in, ready or not. Despite herself, she smiled as the door swung shut behind her, swiftly darting up the stairs and pausing only to catch a glimpse of her reflection in the hall mirror. He did a really good job with that illusion since that unforgettable night Naruto had shown the pair of them up and then shown them the truth. The glass gave everyone who looked into it a different hair color, though blonde doesn't suit me. She shrugged her feet, finding their way to her room, almost of their own volition, as she let herself in. The guest place had evolved over time, and though relatively little used, was undeniably hers. Chucking her travel pack at the foot of the bed, Chandra glanced fondly at the work table she'd secured, strewn with now dusty parts for her gauntlet and goggles, and the tools she needed to fine-tune them. Alongside them was a lump of bright red stone, a colored obsidian she'd taken from a plane she'd discovered, Peronia, a name Jace still couldn't say with a straight face, and was slowly honing into a sculpture whenever she had a few minutes. The project a far cry from what it would one day be, but she could afford patience, though phoenix or fire elemental, that is the question. Later, after unbuckling her boots and annotating the huge hand-drawn map of the plains she knew of that dominated the bare wall above her bed with information from her last trip, she wriggled her toes into the slippers she'd brought a few months ago, greatly relieved by the comfort, as set off to find the errant Bellerin first stop library. To her surprise, he wasn't there, though, as she'd suspected. He'd left something for her, and like every time before, a wave of triumph swelled in her chest at the sight of her collection growing. She'd been dismissive when, during her first stopover after revisiting Illustria, Jace had cryptically told her his library had a new edition she might be interested in before leaving on errands of his own. He'd come back hours later, and she'd only half-seriously slapped him for laughing at her engrossed in a book on his lounge footstool. He'd been as good as his word, somehow taking her rough assortment of scribbled and crossed-out journal notes and the memories she let him have and turning them into a coherent dissection of the new plane. It even had things in there she didn't know of, and when she asked, he'd revealed that memories were precious not just for what they were, but what they could be. Looking through her eyes, he was able to use his mana through them, and blue saw far more than red did, giving new flesh to the bones of her first-hand accounts. Now she had a shelf, albeit a small one, the half-dozen or so ledgers upon it, jokingly known as the denouements. The latest of these now stood shoulder to shoulder with its fellows, detailing the plane Azor, named by Jace as the plane was, in his words, as dry and dusty as the Ravnica judges were. Each was thicker than its predecessors save Illustria, which she'd revisited 3 times each, with more words that Jace, curse his fancy mind tricks, managed to multiply every time. It was becoming her personal goal to discover a plane and come back with a report so complete he wouldn't be able to add anything constructive, but thus far she'd been undone, the Ravnican always seeing more through her eyes than she did herself, the Git. Still something to read tonight. Counting the proof of her explorations, she felt prouder still at the new addition telling of somewhere that to her knowledge none in the multiverse save her and her sometime housemaster knew of, though I still haven't found Iliond. Or Jace for that matter. Jolted from her reminiscing, she thought for a second he wouldn't walk. His people are always guarding his place when he's not on Ravnica, so he's got to be somewhere here. Can't hear anything from the lab, so she carefully called on the mana of the plane. Though they were away from the Izzet Guild, there was still enough red mana here to channel for the spell she needed. Contrary to what she'd once believed, fire couldn't solve all problems, and she'd quickly learned the value of other schools of red magic, particularly those to do with locating things or finding the way. A small, but amazingly useful pool of spells. Holding a mental image over the furnace of her mind, she focused red mana leaking into the floor, without igniting it, melding to stone rather than fire itself. She kept still, feeling the path the mana took towards what she wanted, when suddenly she pulled it back, confused. He was below her, so far below there was only one place he could be. What was Jace up to in his cellar? The thought he was a secret Rakdos cultist who'd invited a few neighbors over for a game of knife and candle made her snicker before she sped off to investigate, slightly worried it would be just like him to have his nose in the air so high he fell down the stairs and broke his neck. The thought chilled her, as did the sight of the cellar door left open, a musty smell wafting up from below. Maybe he's making that mushroom wine he likes? She couldn't stand the beverage, one of the reasons she didn't get on with many elves, but Jace was partial to it, and she had in a pinch brought a decent vintage back to the metropolitan plane as thanks for shelter if she couldn't find a novel he'd want. Swiftly descending the stone steps, she lit the way with a flicker of fire, straining to see and holding her nose as the smell grew stronger. It wasn't just mushrooms, it was rot. The sudden vision of the mind mage lying dead down here made her ball of light flicker erratically, and she quickly raced down the last few steps, relieved to see no sprawled body. Risking a quick breath, she glanced around past the racks of bottles she'd walked through before, red left, white right, and the mushroom wine closest the floor where it's cooler. "Come on, where the hell are you?" "Jace," she whispered into the darkness, deciding that if he was trying to play a joke, he was going to pay for it. Damn it, this isn't funny. Concern was rising in her mind as she fed more mana into her light spell. The shadows banished as she paced cautiously forwards before at last there was a shadow where none should have been. She could hear something as she stepped closer to examine it, something that made her both relieved and annoyed in equal measure, even if the smell was getting worse the closer she got. She had to push the slightly opened hidden door shut to squeeze around it, then push it open again to look inside, and when this was done the accusations and condemnations withered in her throat at the sight. Inside, the small oubliette obsession had devolved into mania. The smell was coming from plates of half-eaten food and opened bottles of wine left to foul. Chandra felt her gorge rise, her fear with it, as she looked towards the master of this chaos, hunched over something at his bench with what looked like a metallic chime in one hand. By the light of the guttering candles, Jace was a gaunt gangrel horror, his usually impeccable clothing stained and hair unkempt as he muttered something unintelligible. Only respect for the mana he was channeling stopped the fire mage rushing over. Interrupting a spell without specific countermeasures was not something done lightly. Metal and cloth creaked as she clenched her gauntlet, forcing her volatile temper calm as Jace continued muttering before ringing the slim chime, a single high note resonating through the air and beyond it. Before she could question what the hell was going on, a sudden noise, deafening in the lingering silence, made her glance down at the table, just as a small ledger she hadn't noticed ruffled and slowly levered open its front page. A book? The question soon became the answer. All this for a bloody book? Chandra felt her knuckles whiten as her landlord, seemingly amazed anything had happened, raced over to the opened page, his expression ravenous. She was going to kill him, oh gods, she was going to kill him. No, the breathy whisper cut through her visions of retribution, growing louder and more frantic as the memory adept turned the pages frantically. No, what is this? I've tried every word, every phrase and incantation. There are no words left that could open you. Reveal your secrets. I've fed you enough power to arg. She wasn't sure what was more worrying, that Jace would get into a screaming match with an inanimate, if magical, object, or that he'd lose it. The book had slammed shut on the fingers he'd jabbed into its opened page, and he was now howling to free himself. Jamming his stinging hand between his knees as he eventually yanked it free, Chandra stepped back in shock as he slammed his unharmed fist on the now closed cover. Damn you. He bellowed, the noise echoing in the small vault, as he staggered away, voice fading to a tremulous entreaty. What do you want? What more can I do? He slumped against the back wall, more defeated and crushed than Chandra had ever seen him, his haunted visage prompting her to speak. Jace? He finally seemed to recognize he was no longer alone, as she stepped forwards. What? No, forget that. When did you last eat or sleep? Only when he'd turned to face her did she see the dark circles in his waxy face, the sight kindling both concern and fury. Chandra? When did you come in? Too late, by the looks of you. What have you done to yourself? Marching past the remnants of the meals he'd scavenged, it took force of will not to shudder at the full gruesome sight. You look like death and smell worse. What the hell for? He didn't answer. It seemed to take him a few seconds to remember who she was, and when he did, he stepped past her, bloodshot eyes glaring as he pointed. This damned thing. He said I could read it, but it will not open. Chandra took a deep breath to quell her rising fury. In the face of his madness, it was up to her to stay sane, or did it come from the whole story now? He grabbed for a bottle on his bench and made it on the second attempt, taking a generous gulp and not caring as it burned all the way down. Naruto, the Plainsmaker's name, made her look at the book again. Knocked on my door, said he had business. Could I look after it? Said I could read it. If it'd open, needs powerful words of magic, it must be in there, but I can't see it. He slammed the bottle down, only luck not shattering it as he let go and held his head in his hands. I've tried everything, it eats it all, and spits out mockery. He glanced at the seemingly inert book, bound to its chain, loathing in his eyes. May the rats gnaw you forever. Shouting wouldn't work, and however much he deserved it, knocking him out wasn't going to help in any meaningful way. Those truths alone stopped the pyromancer delivering the beating the half-mad Ravnikan deserved. Swallowing her wrath for later, Chandra thought, teasing out the important bits of his story. So that's Naruto's book? Jace nodded. When did he give it to you? He shrugged. Don't know, been trying to read it since. You're an idiot, she spat, grip on her temper slipping. I saw Aurea on the way here. She and the others were worrying while you've been down here. The only reason I'm not leaving you as cinders is because you're too far gone to feel it properly. Let's see it. Then she pushed past him, not hard enough to knock him over, as he'd likely break something on the hard stone floor. Let's see what's caught your attention. Like a goblin with a shiny rock. It didn't look like much, just a plain book with a dark red binding, though she could tell it was definitely magical. Just for completeness, she tried to open the front cover, but it refused to yield. She thought about using mana, but decided Naruto was probably rather not have his notebook given back to him as ashes. If someone did the same to her notes after she'd made a plainer discover, there would have been hell to pay. You'll never crack it, she snarled at Jace's assumption. Even though he wasn't being malicious, he spoke as though it were a fact. His mind's beyond mine. You probably need his mana or spark to bend it to your will, not just words. Ignoring him, Chandra took a breath, thinking Naruto said Jace would need powerful words of magic, but nothing he did worked. He wouldn't tease him, though she'd only met the Plainsmaker fleetingly a few times, each meeting relayed to Jace secondhand. When she was back in Ravnica, she was sure the ninja wasn't malicious, even if he did have a pranking streak, which reminds me I still owe him for that spider in my pocket. There must be some kind of trick, something Jace wouldn't think of. That's a small pool of idea. What words of power do I know that won't burn this place down? Nothing to do with unlocking things, really. I just find. Wait, she stiffened, memories of times before her spark's ignition coming back to her mind. The brother she'd adored speaking while she'd been a mere slip of a girl. Powerful words. Oh, he couldn't? Yes, he could, and he would, and Jace is too literal to think of it. Jace, he dredged his attention out of its dolor enough to glance at her hazily, just out of interest. If I could unlock this, what would you trade for it? He laughed, the noise gruff. You do, and anything your wish, my command. I'll hold you to that. She turned back to the settled ledger and, feeling oddly self-conscious with the mind mage's attention on her, cleared her throat. Listen, I don't know if this'll work, but could you show us something, please? Nothing happened, not for a long second. She could all but feel the disbelieving scorn in Jace's gaze, flaying her temple before, to her relief and his startled gasp, there was movement. Slowly, and with infinite care, the front page of the blank tome creaked, wavered, and then flopped open. The pristine parchment within soon covered in a sprawling scrawl. Finally, someone with some bloody manners. Yes, Chandra couldn't suppress her glee. At last she had well and truly put one over on the insufferable Bellerin, beating him at his own game. Looking up, she flashed him her smuggest grin, only to have it fade at his expression. It was hard to feel triumph against someone in such a pitiful state. You did it? He whispered, his already pallid flesh ashen. Yeah, I did. How does this work? Do I have to write what I want to say? The first words faded and were replaced by a longer sentence. No, just speak to me nicely, it's a pleasant change after 4 days of having manna and insults rammed down my throat. The number made her blanch in shock, then model in fury. 4 days? I should beat you to grease. I had to know, he whispered back before his eyes gleamed with fever, trained on the now unshackled novel, and Chandra, you did it. Now we can. I don't care, she shouted back, making him back up a pace. I care that I've come home to find you half dead and 3/4 mad. Why did you lock yourself down here? Why didn't you wait for Naruto to come back and ask him? He might have teased you about it, but he'd have told you. Answer me. He opened his mouth to reply, and she steeled herself to counter his argument, before abruptly there was no need. His strength deserted him, and he shook his head slowly, looking haunted and miserable. I don't know, I never thought about it, he whispered, his tone so full of self-hatred it banked her rage. It was just one more spell, one more try, and I never stopped. I couldn't. She couldn't be angry, not really. Jace wasn't perfect, but gods knew she had her flaws. You're a fool, she told him, and he nodded, accepting the condemnation, before stumbling forwards as she beckoned. Come on, it's done now. At least let's see what you nearly crippled yourself for, huh? As Jace came to her shoulder, she squinted at the unfamiliar word the book had blotted on the page in front of her. Kurama? What's that? My name, the book wrote back. I'm a sentient being and demand to be treated as one. You will be, Jace assured it, castigating himself for failing to even consider the magical text might contain a living mind. Though I've only ever read of such texts, it's one of the highest realms of magic. Even those that do exist contain the minds of those who wrote them, rather like the soul cage of a lich. How did Naruto bind someone else to this book? I am sorry, Kurama, I never thought that's obvious. Being cut off by text was something new, but he deserved it as much as he deserved Chandra's snickering. Anyway, who are you two? Chandra Naylor, the one who spent 4 days poking you, is Jace Bellerin, the pyromancer answered, knifing the mind mage with a sidelong glance. So, did Naruto make you or something? The pages went blank for a minute before the answer came back. With all the ideas in the eternities that Gaki couldn't make something like me. He did recreate me though, in a way. After we were separated he found me again and gave me back my capacity for reasoning. In exchange, I agreed to help him. Just as well I did, otherwise we'd all be up to our necks in chaos by now, and even then it took me a week to straighten out what he'd already done into some sort of logical order. Chandra flicked a curious glance Jace's way, only to see him mumbling to himself before his eyes flew open and he speared a finger towards the open tome. You're the Eldrazi that was sealed into him, aren't you? He said he was Gene something. Someone bound you to him when he was a child. You became a part of the eternities again. Following his spark igniting, he tracked you down and made you a more than an Eldrazi again? He had nothing in the way of common sense, but he was one of the most insightful people she'd ever met. Even half-crazed, half-starved, and mostly asleep, he made connections she'd need days to puzzle out. The correct term is bijou. It means tailed beast. My title was QB, the 9 tails, and of course his insights have to be right. Fortunately, Jace was too busy reading the reply to gloat. Chandra's interest also piqued at the being's words. After our father, the sage of 6 paths, created us, we mostly forgot our origins and roamed the plane until humans captured us, sealing into their children to make Jinchuriki. When Naruto's spark awoke, it was as you say, it returned me to my origins, transformed me from bijou to Eldrazi, and I dragged my host into the blind eternities. The idea that worked and will ensure the universe is rebuilt from its fragments. So Naruto, he can summon Eldrazi. Did he summon you and well form you into? Wait, Jace held up a hand to still his friend's question, explaining as Chandra looked at him sidelong. Let's start at the beginning. What can you tell us about Naruto, assuming he hasn't bound you to silence or anything? There might just be hope for you yet. That he hadn't immediately dived in and asked about what the Plainsmaker's plans were was an improvement, but Chandra knew better than to trust a false dawn. Instead, she held her peace and watched as Kurama wrote back, what do you want to know? Just about him, Jace assured, the transformed Eldrazi, exhaustion in his voice, as he leant on the desk and struggled to remain conscious. We asked, didn't you, Chandra? But he didn't say much about his life before. Kurama was silent, his pages blank, for a long time before slowly he wrote an answer. He doesn't like talking about it for good reason. Little of it is nice. I was sealed into him the night he was born, and from that day he was all but damned by the village he was born in, treated with indifference at best, outright hatred at worst. Why? Chandra's question was out before she could still it, feeling a certain kinship with the younger boy. She remembered feeling like an outcast all too well. We bijou were considered natural disasters. Chandra san me most of all, as I had been goaded into attacking Konoha, the hidden leaf village, where Uzumaki Naruto was born. Uzumaki is his clan or surname, depending on which form this plane uses. When it became known who I had been sealed into, most of the village treated my Jinchuriki as a plague. Though I was unconscious following the trauma of the sealing, I later learned that through his life a bare handful of people had ever treated him with anything more than scorn, and most of those were for political as well as personal reasons. Political? That was a term familiar to any denizen of Ravnica. Jinchuriki are important on your plane? For all the wrong reasons, hosts of bijou are expected to be weapons for their villages and treated as such. Kurama explained the words, making the two planeswalkers go cold at the callousness of it all. Naruto was too important as a deterrent to attack and prison for me to kill, so the Hokage village leader decreed none were to be told of the sealing who didn't already know of it. If this was meant to allow Naruto to make friends, it didn't work. Parents poisoned their children against him. He went through warrior training, becoming a shinobi on his own, as none would teach him despite my presence, making his control of his power poor at best. Then he was placed on a Team 3 junior shinobi who trained under an experienced leader, and he met his best friend stroke rival, and the girl he loved. Chandra exhaled slowly. They don't sound too bad. There was the rustling of sheaves. Kurama, moving slightly before his thick scrawl, came again, the letters jagged and spiky. In rebuttal, his team was a travesty. His sensei cared little for him. The girl abused him continually for her own ends, and his best friend Naruto's spark awoke when that friend plunged a fistful of lightning into his lung. What? Jace was too addled by sleep loss to feel the same shock as Chandra, the woman bloodless at the account of murder. Why? Obsession and greed for power and untamed murderous fury against those as strong as he was. The book told them the unwritten parallels like a knife to the mind mage's heart. He meant to kill Naruto to unlock accursed power. He failed due to the spark awakening, and when my former prison catches up to him, I'm sure he will regret even trying. Is that where Naruto is now? Chandra asked, as shaken as the Ravnican by the transfigured Eldrazi's words. He's on his home plane to get even with his murderer? Kurama flicked his pages again. It sounded like he was scoffing. He doesn't care much for revenge, though he might take it if the opportunity arises. He's gone back to retrieve my brothers and sisters, the last remnants of the Shinju, and hopefully the last Eldrazi spawn on the plains. Our sire the Shinju gave the humans their chakra. He'll take it away before it destroys the plane the god tree grew on. It's a power most shouldn't be granted. That's a little unfair, says he who spent the past 4 days trying to bully secrets out of me. Jace fell silent at the rebuke that Naruto is a functional being after his treatment would garner my grudging respect, that he sought me out and gave me back what his spark burnt away earned my loyalty. I was the reason for his suffering. Without me he would likely have grown up a powerful ninja and raised kits with a willing vixen, yet one of his first actions was to drag me back from the eternities and grant me understanding and emotion again. That is why I'm grateful. The hopes of those before the multiverse rest with him. Any other would likely break under them. His task, Chandra asked quietly, to undo whatever caused the end? He told us of it, showed us what he has to do. He showed you everything and nothing, as he always has. Chandra looked to Jace only to see him looking as puzzled as she felt. None in Konoha knew his pain. They thought they did, because of what he told them, but they never truly knew he was the honest liar protecting those dear to him, by never revealing how much he hurt. Now he does the same to you. Tell me with truth that you would turn down his abilities, the ability to create? Be grateful you are ignorant to the costs he bears to wield it, and that he does so responsibly, not as the rage-filled child he has every right to be. Chandra was already thankful for some of those things. The thought of Naruto falling as many walkers had to madness of one type or another was something that kept her awake some nights. But the cost. Kurama, the quiet voice to the side of her, broke her chain of thought. Jace speaking with real humility in his voice as he addressed the tome. I can't deny it, I studied you, tried to take your secrets, and is partly to discover what set Naruto apart as the Planesmaker, why he is more than we are. Now I want no, I am asking you to please tell me something else. Chandra saw his fingers curl on the desk nails, biting into the bare wood, and leapt to a guess an instant after it was too late. Can you tell me the price of his power, however terrible it is, so I'm never tempted by it? It was a selfish request, made for the right reasons. She wasn't sure if she should be proud or enraged Jace had asked such a thing, but it was the response that made her heart leap into her throat. Do you really want to know? Below these words, a shape took form, the monstrous paw print of some great beast. Steeling himself, thinking it righteous penance for his transgressions, Jace raised his nearest hand only for a grip like iron to seize his wrist. Glancing around, he came to blazing orange eye with Chandra, and his mouth dried up, his lip trembled. No, somehow she smiled. That's how this works, Bellerin. I do the exploring, you write about it, she explained, placing his hand back on the desk, before looking more serious. If anything goes wrong, though, pull me off. He nodded, entire body alert, as she stepped forwards, flexed her fingers, and slowly lowered her hand to the silhouette of the terrible paw. Jace didn't even count. As soon as she started to tremble, he hauled her bodily away and sank to a knee, Chandra dead weight in his arms, as he frantically lowered her body to see her face. She was ghostly pale-faced, twitching as though trapped in a nightmare. Without conscious thought, his hand was on her brow, his mind rushing into hers, regardless of nothing, suspended in misty nothingness. No sound, no sensation, just endless white that stretched away beyond vision, beyond thought, and kept going, the sheer scale pressing down on him. He tried to move, to do anything to relieve the terrible burden of the void, but anything he did was inconsequential. The feeble flickering illusions he created as nothing to the ultimate abyss he existed in. He could barely move. Breathing was a torment, as the lack of anything pressed in like a wall of steel, the weight doubling as something else, something that had existed in this nothingness since the multiverse had begun, realized his existence and placed demands of its own atop his shoulders. There was the weight of nothing, and now the twin weight of the need for there to be something, something he was seeking, something, no someone. This wasn't real, this was a memory, Chandra's memory. He had to find her. Thoughts of her hair, her laugh, her aflame, the face she'd pulled when she'd first sampled mushroom wine, suffused the mist, and suddenly she was beside him, a sliver of fire lighting the mist as she sought to lighten its burden. Moving was agony, like a turtle under a dragon's foot, but he pushed harder than he ever had in his life and caught her, ignoring the searing pain under his fingers as her mind form scorched him as he withdrew, not up or down, but outwards, pulling her with him, not letting go. However much it hurt, however warm it was, her brow was feverish, and he slowly pried his palm away, drenched with sweat and trembling as the harrowing journey faded into his subconscious mind. He felt bone-weary, not just from lack of sleep, but from the weight of the mind walk itself, not to mention manipulating Chandra's dreaming mind, as the firebrand lived up to her name. Blinking away spots, he was relieved to see color in her cheeks, and even more relieved a few seconds later to see the orange of her eyes. Her sight was as hazy as his until their eyes met. Then, in silence, she stood, levering herself off his bent knee and swaying upright before helping him to his feet and making sure he wouldn't topple. You saw? Jace nodded, her hand warm in his as he caught his balance. Yes, he breathed. How no one could bear that and stay sane. There was a thump, then another, the book that had sent them both to the floor leaping around on the desk. Somehow it sensed them both, the paw print disappearing and more writing left in its place. That is the weight he bears, the longing of the multiverse to become what it once was. I haven't and will not show you his personal pain, he asked for my silence. Do not be too alarmed, though. Naruto spends much of his time within the eternities where the pressure is much less. We help as we can. The Eldrazi are united in his mission, and his shadow clones split the burden, creating the empty plains where no living things exist. He suffers far less than another would, but it is a burden he bears nevertheless. It's not worth it, Chandra said, recovered enough from the terrible isolation to speak even for the power of a god. It's not worth it. And Naruto would be the last in the multiverse to call himself a god, Kurama told them, though why this was he kept secret for now. Still, his work is appreciated, but that's depressing. You wanted to know about his life before. Did he tell you he was a prankster? The two planeswalkers shared an uncomfortable glance. We were aware, Chandra said diplomatically, squirming in embarrassment of her drenching. And what came after? He was like that before he ascended. As much as a ledger could grin, Kurama did. Another paw scribbled onto its surface. You have no idea. Watch. She reached forwards and started as her hand touched Jace's. Their eyes met, and he made to pull away before she grabbed his fingers and pressed them down onto the page with hers. Sometime later, how long she didn't care, through the unadulterated chuckling at the antics of what had been the Planesmaker's hell-raising childhood, she came back to herself and instinctively reached out to grab Jace's shoulder, the mind mage swaying as his mind reattached itself to his weakened body. Luckily the trip down someone else's memory lane had reinvigorated him somewhat, and he looked more alert and alive, something that might have contributed to him thinking for a second before speaking again. Kurama? Yes? Regarding Naruto's job, if you like, is there anything we can do to help? He would never know how close that question cut to the quick in the former Bijuu's mind better than anyone. He knew the other weight that pressed on his former jailer's mind, but mercifully relief came swiftly. Yes. What is it? Chandra seized on the opportunity. Any aid we or I can lend he'll have. Look right. Look right at what? Jace asked, not seeing the other planeswalker present. Follow the instructions and start only when a helpful arrow was scribbled on the page. Did he glance that way and see the short figure standing there? Naruto. He tried to make himself presentable as tiredness made his head swim. Come in. Timed it nicely. In truth, he could have got here a little earlier after tracking down the Moon Sage and her companion, but Kyuubi was owed his fun. Thanks. What died in here? Oh, Jace cringed as he saw the graveyard of plates, and rolled an eye his way. Your sense of taste. He never had that to start with. Chandra piped up, shrugging off her landlord's nasty glare as she gently reached down and closed. Kurama, how did you get in here anyway? Ninja, poor security, bad combination. She smiled at the flippant reply, holding his book out. Here, I reckon this is yours. Sadly, so 9 Bijou on my plane, and I got the bad-tempered one. Oh, shut up, you know it's true, he demanded as Kurama rustled indignantly. The pyromaster regarded the pair of them as he slipped the chain over his shoulder, fighting the urge to drop to a knee and hug the boy for all the fun his diary had shown her, and Jace, the memory of his burden lingered long. Instead, she stood up and stepped back, hearing Jace at her shoulder as Naruto paused, looking up at the pair of them. So, he began, what's going on here then? What do you mean? Chandra said carefully, hoping it wasn't what she thought he meant, and feeling her stomach clench as the hope was dashed. Well, you know, you two, a hidden room, dim lights, sounds like either a prelude to murder or a bad romance. Naruto mused, glancing at the pyromancer as he had once before. Don't you dare. Don't tempt me on the first. After what I found down here, I was tempted. I'm sure your book will fill you in. Besides romance, she swatted her companion hard on the shoulder. He wouldn't know that if he checked a dicty, huh? A hand on her shoulder span her, a finger under her chin tilted her head back, and light soft pressure made reality phase out. Her entire being froze, shocked, absolutely rigid, until Jace stepped back, a slightly shy smile on his face as he tottered, apparently as unable to believe what he'd done as she was. What you? She licked her lips and immediately regretted it. He'd been drinking mushroom wine. Just what? Sorry, he mumbled, hitting the far wall and sliding down it. Just wanted to. Funny, can't stand up. His chin dropped and didn't rise, only the movement of his chest showing he was alive as the pyromancer gaped, goggled, and then outright gawked. You don't just she couldn't say it, do that, and pass out. Get up, she kicked his nearest leg, but her slippers lacked the impact of her boots. Jace, get up, I can't kill you while you're unconscious. And you? Realization of the audience made her whirl. Don't say. She was addressing Air. Naruto had already walked away. The one witness to this act of wanton stupidity slipped out her grasp. Hands fisted in her hair, Chandra wanted to rage, to set something on fire, and most of all to beat Jace Beleren until he told her why he'd done something as stupid as he had. But the Ravnican was asleep, likely for the first time in days, completely and utterly dead to the multiverse. So she was left in a cellar cubby hole with a snoring planeswalker, a face as red as fire, a scream of frustration she was too choked to expel, and a slightly deeper heat she'd never expected to feel. That went well. For you, his best friend shoved a fistful of lightning into his lung. I feel so dirty. Details, and I'll let you run around for a bit later. Anyway, what do you think about the whole Kaguya thing? She could be a big asset, and I reckon I gave her to the right people. True birds of a feather, and all that, especially after what triggered her first walk. Speaking of which, though, Naruto, it's time. Not yet. Give it a few more. You don't have a few more months to wait. You can't lie to me like you lie to yourself. It's tearing you apart. You have to start now. Send out the snares. At least it could be months before any of them even see one. I still don't see why you're doing it this way. Those two asked if there was anything they could do to help. And I'm grateful, but it can't be just two. Kurama, you know that I've got to get a majority of them at once. They're like Jinchuriki in a way, strangers, even in their own lands. They need something to focus on, something to distract them from the bigger picture until it's ready for the curtain call. You're right, though, I've done most of the groundwork. Send the message out. We start at the end of the week. Why the hell did you have to hide in the cellar? She should have left him there to fester, but something stubborn pride most likely had forced her to get him off the cold stone floor at least to the kitchen. Then after navigating the treacherous cellar stairs, with her comatose burden she couldn't leave him there. What if someone saw him through the window? The bottom of the stairs was out in case she tripped over him in the morning, as was the landing, so she gasped that irate question as she threw the snoring Ravnican onto his own bed. Jace, not even twitching as she went to work. You're the most insufferable bastard I have ever met, she told him, pulling off his cloak and grimacing at its stains with practiced ease. This wasn't the first time she'd put a drunk or exhausted man to bed. You make me panic, you make me furious, you humiliate both of us in front of bloody Naruto, the closest thing we'll ever see to a deity, and then you faint before I can yell at you for it. I swear, she hissed viciously, tugging his shoes off. The second you wake up I'm making your life hell, Bellerin, and I am never going to forgive you for what you did. She paused in her tirade enough to unbutton his jerkin, pulling it off, as flopped he around lifeless, not concerned too much by the odor. After a few days on the road, before arriving in Ravnica she wasn't exactly fresh herself, and I can't shower now, I'm too busy looking after your messed up arse. How the hell did you get that many scars? Pick a fight with a barrel of knives? You'll tell me tomorrow, and if Kurama tells Naruto what you did and he wants to get his own back, I'm holding you down while he punches. The quest for knowledge almost bloody killed you. Ugh, you really did lose a toe. He had mentioned that injury before, but never shown it while she'd laughed at anyone succumbing to frostbite. Having seen the ragged stump, she'd laugh no more. She didn't look for long, instead, tossing the blanket over him when she was sure he was on his side and wouldn't roll onto his back. Finally done, she stood to her full height, massaging her aching forehead as she tried to forget the night had ever happened. Running her hand down her face she glared at the Ravnican, but despite her ire, couldn't quite hold it asleep. Jace finally looked peaceful, the lines and strange tattoos on his face relaxed despite the tiredness under his eyes. Circles you deserve, honestly. Who in their right mind forgets to even catnap? The treacherous part of her mind that whispered about people who practiced magic they weren't supposed to was ruthlessly squashed as she regarded him for a long minute, smiling despite herself once before she'd had the mind mage at her mercy like this. Yeah, I saved you then, Jace. And this time I made Kurama spill his guts, so you better remember that. The rosy glow of victory suffused her as she clenched a fist in triumph, mentally cheering over her rival as she turned to leave. Sweet dreams, you're going to need them after I get hold of you in the morning. You'll be regretting what you did. The SEC. She was at the foot of the bed when she stopped stock still as, for the first time in her life, black mana surged through her. There was no other explanation for her sudden idea. It was beyond evil, it was something no one would do to their worst enemy, but surely it was the sweetest of sweet revenge. Lost in his slumber, Jace would never know how lucky he was he never saw the firebrand's smile as she turned back to him. It was the grin of the monster in the closet that made children afraid to sleep, and as her shadow spread over his slumbering form it was reserved solely for him. Chapter 7. The morning after. Dawn on Ravnica was a necessarily noisy affair, but for the most part those in affluent neighborhoods avoided the majority of the bustle. Today looked like it would be a fine one. Everyone was preparing for the celebration of the Guild Pact, and there was little aggression in the air. The birds and thralls were singing and moaning, the sun was bright in the sky, and all was continuous, uninterrupted. Hell, I'm dead, that he could think proved he wasn't, but the notion was so comforting he refused to let it go. I've expired, and the churchgoers got hold of me. I'll be starting my petition for the Ghost Council soon. The sun, it was never that bright before. One of the guilds must have tilted it so it shone directly into his bedroom, stinging the eyes. He was forced to lever open. His first breath in was a death rattle, and the first one out would have dropped an ogre. His entire body was sore and battered, and he couldn't remember what had happened for him to get this way. Wine, there must have been wine involved. He could taste it on his lips along with something sweeter. He couldn't place his memories, scattered, until the mental vision of a big orange book hit him, and he groaned. He'd gone overboard, so far overboard the Izzet would have to invent some kind to ship that could sail underwater to find him. He remembered the first day well enough, the logical order of the spells he'd used to try and unlock Naruto's cursed gift. The second was a little more haphazard, the inevitable slide into stumbling and having to re-incant some of the more complicated spells, of frustration that bled into the next day, making it a blur. The fourth he could barely remember at all, desperately pumping mana into the damned book, trying to unravel it before Naruto came back. His fingers ached suddenly, and why did he remember crimson in his vision? Every muscle in Jace Beleren's body went absolutely rigid as he became aware of something very, perhaps critically important. He was not alone. There was something next to him, something warm. No, the fingernail that tickled up his backbone was a searing poker. The memories traitorously piecing themselves together, even as he tried to blot them out. Oh no, the blanket moved, his shoulder blades burning like they'd been overlaid with flaming coals as the something moved up next to him. Please, any god, anything out there in the multiverse. No, his body jack-knifed as twin crescents brushed the nape of his neck, creeping closer to his ear as he silently implored, prayed, begged for a miracle. Hey, lover. There were no gods in the multiverse. Hated him, burned hollow with miserable terror. Jace slowly rolled over, masochistically forcing himself to witness the final proof of his damnation. He saw a rush of fiery hair, a swathe of ruddy skin in the rudeness of health, and a wicked smile, before he pushed himself backwards so fast he shot from under the covers like a bar of soap. And on that fine Ravnican morning, Jace Beleren, one of the most powerful planeswalkers of his time, fell out of bed in a heap. The pain in his back was nothing, absolutely nothing, to the agony of his pride, a deeply wounded instrument, only flayed more grievously by the sudden hysteria that shattered the morning still. Sprawled on the floor, he didn't even bother to move as the waves from an ocean of humiliation washed over him, slowly piecing his memories back together, and with each one that slotted into place making a different plea for death to find him before his former bedmate did. She laughed for quite some time, soft thumps as she hammered the mattress in her mirth, a backing beat to her hilarity and his anguished moans. Sadly for both concerned, all good things must end. Slowly the hysteria died down and all was silent until Chandra recaptured enough breath to speak, that her voice was faint from such prolonged laughter that was even funnier than I thought it'd be. Still alive down there? Let me die in peace, you evil horror, Jace pleaded, clutching the blanket that had fallen with him, his last friend on the plane, a plea that went unheard as a familiar grinning face popped into view. Sorry, you can't die of embarrassment, you have to live through it, and that's going to take a long, long time. He scowled at her, teasing, pulling the blanket over his head and not moving as a hand started shaking him a second later. Wait, don't ignore me, Jace Beleren. I dragged you up 2 flights of stairs last night, and if have to pull you up now, I'll cut off more than a toe. So she'd seen that while he'd been out, great, and she'd likely go through with her threat as well. Fine, I'll be hanging myself for this later, so it can't get much worse. All right, he capitulated, pulling the fabric down. I'm awake. Good boy, now sit. She patted the edge of the mattress, and despite himself he growled, reaching up to grab the material and painfully heave himself up. Chandra shuffling backwards as he flopped back onto her level. To his mingled relief and disappointment, she was wearing a thick undershirt, though where her chainmail was he could only guess as she pushed herself, kneeling, pointing towards the far wall. Face that way, you're not a pretty sight. Jace thought about retorting, but thought better of it. She probably had every right to be aggrieved by his actions, even those he still hadn't remembered. The mattress creaked under his weight and then again under hers, Jace's shoulders heating up in time with his face as she moved behind him. What are you doing? Quiet, you don't want me to get this wrong, she warned him, placing her fingertips on his temples. He said nothing, even as his skin suddenly heated up. The warmth was uncomfortable for a minute, but eventually the heat suffused his head, eating his pounding headache like fire did kindling. There was silence for a while before he placed his hands in front of him and concentrated Chandra's heated touch, helping him focus and pull a small bubble of water from the surrounding air. He sipped it greedily, wetting his parched throat before the weight at his back shifted. Pass some here, I'm dry too. A dry fire mage, I'm sure there's a joke there, he chuckled grimly, holding the orb of water up and back. He then winced as Chandra jabbed her fingers into his temples harshly for an instant before leaning forwards. The mind mage left, trying not to react as she pressed into his shoulder blades before settling back. Thanks. Jace nodded, holding his water in one hand as he gently brushed her fingers away with the other, slumping wretchedly as the full enormity of what he'd done, what she'd seen the previous night, finally sank, and thanking me's the last thing you should be doing. Chandra, I am so sorry. He felt her tense, and he did too. Was the reminder too soon? His apology not sincere enough? He was so busy thinking he barely felt her hands on his shoulders. Tell me something. How can you of all people be so smart and so stupid at the same time? It's a gift. Well, stop using it. I thought you were possessed, or one of the Orzhov had you, and gods only know what Naruto's thinking now. What can I say? I was drunk. That's a lie, and both of us know it. Naruto gave me that book and I had to know. Had to know what was so important? You have killed yourself and then dragged me into it as well? He was silent for a moment, centering himself as best he could and bracing for her reaction. Please don't judge me for this. I was low. Forget it. What? I said forget it, but what she said wasn't as important as how she said it. I'll find it for you. I can just ask Kurama. He likes me more than you after all. But in any way she preened no, so secretly enjoying baiting the normally stoic Aquamage. He's going to snap in a minute. Ah well, I've survived worse than him. It's the job of greater mages to ease the burdens on those less than themselves. Don't worry your tattooed head, Bellerin. Leave it to your betters to get your questions answered. That was a hit below the belt, below the kneecaps, and possibly below the bootlaces as well. Jace went still absolutely motionless as he tried to register what she'd just said. Despite her bravado, Chandra was a little afraid, but hid it behind amusement as, still facing away, he demanded softly, say that again. At the limits of even her daring, she patted him on the head. Well, one of us opened that book. Don't worry though, I'm sure you've gotten it given another month or so. Nothing to be ashamed of. Some of us have talent and some trial and error works too. Right, the word was so soft she had to lean forward to catch it. That's it, I've had it. Only when he threw the remaining water to splash against the wall did she scramble backwards. Far too late. Jace span and tackled her, clasping his hands around her neck as she went sprawling. You can drain my cellar, shock me half to death, and beat me in a kicking contest, but you're not a better caster than me. We're equal. Nailer, say it. Never, she grated back, Jace's grip holding her down, but nowhere near tight enough to cause even discomfort as she fought to get free. The truth hurts, Bellerin, just like this. He reared back, swearing, saw the hairs she'd yanked from his pectorals, and a flame of vengeance caught light behind his eyes. Oh, I'm going to know. Inspiration hit. Better idea. He pounced before she was ready. The firebrand left desperately stifling giggles as fingertips savaged her sides and stomach. Not just your feet then? Good, he declared, grinning as Chandra couldn't hold it, and her helpless delirium this time salved his battered pride. You want to laugh at me? Fine, laugh. Don't. She blurted, thrashing and suffering under his touch until she spotted salvation. Jace, unaware of his peril, until a heavy impact on the side of his head made his vision double. Die, his enemy demanded, belaboring him with swipes from her snatched-up pillow. Nobody does that to me, and get She'd driven him off the bed, retaking her knees, but as she came forwards to press her attack, he squatted and then stood, the blanket he pulled off the floor half closing over her and giving him back the advantage. They wrestled and fought without quarter. No trick was too underhanded, no blow too low. One of the pillows gave up, the ghost disintegrating into a cloud of down as the two tugged for it, and leaving them covered in white feathers. Neither would forfeit, neither would retreat, and it seemed nothing would separate them until Chandra saw red, broke away, and shouted, Jace. Jace, stop. The fear in her tone held him still. You're bleeding. What? His fingers followed hers, and he gasped as they came away bloody until he realized, oh, it's all right, must have caught a piercing ow. He clutched his now throbbing chest, looking at the fire mage, betrayed. What was that for? For scaring me twice. Her face was tight with anger, teeth bared in a snarl. I've seen zombies more alive than you looked last night. Was Naruto's power worth half dying for? Her accusation hit much deeper than her punch. It wasn't for that. You admitted it. That's why Kurama took us to that blank space. She denounced his defense, the fun draining away like blood through a wound. You were trying to find out about it. You just couldn't. I don't want his power. I wanted to know the price Kurama said it cost. Jace howled back. I wanted to know where the planes he's made are. Chandra saw horror dawn on his face, could even see him trying to think how to undo the damage, but his apologies and obfuscations were doomed. She couldn't unhear his admission. Stabbing her would have been kinder that she could have recovered from, but not this, not deceit on such a scale. The words echoed in her head like a death knell, ice flooding her chest as his veil of deception was cast aside to reveal her foolishness. You bastard. She was too numb to feel even anger, yet soon as you found a faster way you were gone. What was it? Her laugh was black and broken. Should she hate him or herself more? Had she learned nothing from her mistakes? Sick of paying my food and lodgings like a damned dog, not good enough for you? This was mine, I was finding them, and you'd steal, bastard. Wrath hit her like a wave of magma, and it felt good as the feeling of her fist slamming into him did. Flinging herself at the revealed traitor, she pummeled every inch her waterlogged vision could see until her arms were seized and a voice burst about her like a thunderclap. Listen to me, listen. He dragged them eye to blazing. I do not ever accuse me of stealing Chandra. I've done nothing to deserve that. It wasn't for me, never was. He wasn't lying. This close she could see the tear escaping down the side of his nose, the agony etched in every line of his face, but nothing made sense. She couldn't make it make sense. Narrow, forget about Naruto, he exploded, pushing her away, and despite her legendary temper, the fire mage quailed. She'd never seen Jace lose control like this, his face scarlet, his whole being racked. You stupid, irrational bitch. Get it through your skull. I don't care about him, it's you I worry about. You're gone weeks, months, and I'm here going insane thinking when, or even if I'll see you again. I help record all your discoveries, but it's not enough. Nothing I did made a damn difference. Then he gave me that book and I thought rage deserted him, the last of his confessions spilling in misery. I thought if I had a map, then you'd know where to go, and I wouldn't worry you'd not come back. He couldn't look at her, he could only watch his tears drip steadily between his knees. All was silent for an eternity, one in which he expected to hear Chandra leave, but she didn't. Instead, she spoke in a voice as uncharacteristically tiny as his had been loud. You should, but so should she, his confession reverberating in her mind so hard she could barely speak. Why didn't you tell me? Somehow he raised his head. I couldn't. His voice was a throaty, choked whisper. I didn't know how. Couldn't. Damn Jace, she hissed, chest hitching as though a knife was being plunged into it, and hurting only marginally less. Damn it, idiot. They broke in the same instant she fell into him, Jace shivering crown to toe, as he surged onto his knees, and lifted her caged in his arms, heart hammering so hard it hurt. Burying herself in the crook of his neck, lightning running up and down her spine, as he stroked her long hair. Chandra wanted to scream, sob, laugh, and flee all at once, torn so many different ways. All she could do was hold on, castigating their stupidity. If Jace was at fault for saying nothing, why hadn't she told him she sometimes missed Ravnica and those on it so much it was a struggle to stay on her hunt? Or about the nagging doubt she'd returned to find his guest room rented to a stranger and the relief that washed through her every time she found it still hers? Or her fear he'd find one of her thank you gifts insufficient or too embarrassing? The irony was so bitter she felt sick. Two of the most powerful magic users in existence able to face down demons and dragons, reduced to this by being unable to talk to each other. The shoulder of her shirt was wet, Jace's skin likewise, as they clung on through a tumult of emotions as powerful as their sparks. Resentment, anger, and bitterness were worn away to leave just them, nude to the core of their jaded souls and naked to betrayal and abandonment. The sharpest daggers either could plunge into the other. Both had known their sting and never-healing wounds, and that morning both hurled those swords away. It was cathartic, pain-healing agony, and at some point it ended, but their embrace didn't. As their breathing evened and tears dried, they held each other, whispering reassurance and apology, both only by a sudden and visceral soreness was their grip broken. Chandra speaking at the mind mages, jostling Jace. Sorry, he muttered, not stopping his slow, continual caress of her fiery locks. Cramp. She chuckled wetly, the movement sending thrills through both of them before she slowly unclasped her arms from around him, wincing at the ache as he sat facing to the wall to her left. She felt light-headed, light all over. She had to say something as he rubbed his right calf, a crust of blood, the perfect excuse. Why do you have those piercings, anyway? Do they mean anything? Yes, I was young and stupid enough to believe in fashion once. Really? They're not mystical or anything. I thought your tattoos glowed when you channeled mana. He shook his head. Not by themselves. I do that to frighten people off. Yes, I know. He sighed at her smirk, smiling faintly. It loses a lot of its impact once you explain the secret. A lot of things do, magical notebooks included. You're never going to let me live that down, are you? Not a hope, and don't. There was more than warning in her tone. It was some strange anagram of threat and plea as she pushed his arm. Make yourself forget it either, Jace, I mean it. I know, he said solemnly, looking up at her as he pulled his legs, and I wouldn't, not something that important. What now, Chandra? He let out a shivering breath. I can't do that again, any of it. Me neither, she said honestly, a wan smile on her tear-stained face as she sank onto her hip by his side and placed the hand not supporting her on his forearm. Fondness in a gaze that had once held only scorn. How's this for a start? Friends, Jace Bellerin, true friends, not just business. We've got each other's backs regardless what happens. His eyes, slightly more hooded through lack of sleep, were likewise, as he covered her hand with his own true friend's. Chandra Naylor, damn it, why couldn't we have had said that before this? We're both idiots? No, he gently took that suggestion down, replacing it with a more accurate one. We were both afraid. How sad is that? When did I become afraid to trust someone I've known years? Same time I did, Chandra muttered, sitting beside him. That's a problem with the spark. Sometimes it's easier to run away from or bury what you don't want to talk about. True gods, that's true. You should get that framed. The Ravnikan sighed, somehow dredging up a laugh as he looked at her seriously. About last night, don't. I must, he spoke over her protest. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I've never meant to do that. Forgive me? She glanced at him sidelong, let out a small hum, then impulsively darted forwards, their lips brushing before she could feel embarrassed and snickering as he went as rigid as she had earlier. You're forgiven. We're even now. What? I never did. Oh gods, I'm sorry. A pit dropping open in her stomach as he buried his face in his hands. Chandra cringed of all the times for his memory to fail. A sort of, don't worry, you were out of it. I wasn't going to set you all, you ass. You absolute swine. As his confused facade dissolved into muffled laughter, she scowled, shoving him so hard he almost skidded off the bed. I take that forgiveness back. No, I take back every nice thing I ever said about you. All three of them? Jace chortled, standing up and noticing the rest of her outfit scattered haphazardly at the side of his bed. His own clothes, thrown to the far end of the room, shouldn't take long. Too right. In fact, he didn't like the slyness in her tone as he unhooked a spare robe from his wardrobe. Won't take as long as this'll take you. I'll have tea sweetened with honey toast, lightly browned eggs scrambled, and whatever meat you've got sizzling made quick as you can. Off you go. He stayed where he was, half in his robe, unable to decide if he should be amused or appalled as she brushed off the worst of the spilt down and threw the blanket over herself, hands behind her head as she reclined. I'm sorry, he said softly, not sure if he wanted to laugh or bellow. You stripped me to almost nothing, shock years off my lifespan, insult my talents as a caster, and rip half my ear off, and now you want me to make you breakfast? Yep, I remember a certain walker not 1,000 leagues from here saying if I could open a book for him my wish would be his command. Surely there was no greater pleasure or irony than turning a blue mage's words against him. So jump to it. Want me to write it down? But you find he knew when he was beaten, even if that beating came courtesy of the most infuriating woman to force her way into his life, but graceful in defeat, doesn't mean I can't get the last word, and I suppose it's for the best I do the cooking, at least that way you won't put any more meat on your legs. He timed it nicely, just outrunning the pillow that hammered into his bedroom door as Chandra's language chased him down the landing. As much as she had a sore point about her body, her legs and thighs were it, as she was always on the move. They were muscular and well-built. Certainly she could outrun and outkick him if she had to. Still, she knows I don't mean it. He'd make sure of that later when he had a tray of cooked victuals to use as a shield. But what to do now? Well, apart from clean the cellar out and contact everyone I've not had into work, there were two jobs. He wasn't looking forwards to the latter less than the former, as he knew quite a few of his sometime servants were happy working for him, though why that was he had no idea. But after that, what about Chandra? The Guildpact celebrations over 2 weeks away. Would she stay for that long? What else is going? Wait, as he set the kitchen fire, a sudden thought occurred to him. A message from one of his contacts in the 10th district. Yes, about those marks. The Is it were definitely involved. It might be a chance to get one of those crackpots to take a look at her gauntlet. Well, I can ask. He did ask, and she did agree, an agreement that would affect both Ravnica and several lives on it, as an ancient threat to the safety of the 10th district was uncovered and a frantic race against time began. Fortunately, their efforts helped avoid widespread devastation to the city and, albeit unwittingly, recruited some help for both Chandra's expeditions and, though they didn't know it, a more distant purpose as well. Even as those hectic weeks and months ticked by and culminated in the new Guildpact being coronated rather than signed somewhere worlds away, someone seemingly insignificant was approached, interrogated, and mercifully granted his life in exchange for the destruction of his merchandise. As his bad-tempered customer stormed away, the storekeeper shut up shop for the day, disappeared into the back, and sent his short but important message, "We got a bite."
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.